I'm never taking time off of streaming ever again, chat. Because when I take time off, shit always goes down. It's the curse of being a news tuber. I'm telling you, when I take time off, when Reba takes time off, everything just fucking explodes, chat. Just like that. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to another VTuber review. My God, guys, we got a lot of shit to talk about today. We even have non-VTuber news. We're going to talk about Emiru. We're going to talk about allegedly somebody faking their cancer. We're going to talk about Face Connect. My God, it's a great one. I'm out. I'm out, guys. I haven't even started. I'm already fucking out of here. Elite, dude, thank you so much for resubscribe. Kinga, thank you for the resubscribe. Thank you so much. And Shadow Webs, thank you for the 100 stream streak. That's absolutely nuts. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you. How are you guys? What's up? Good morning. Good morning. Happy Sunday. My God, guys. I was getting the news together this morning, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with everything, dude? Oh my God, I'm RGB girlfriend. Let's go. Yes. Back to the recent and so possibly to real line. Oh yeah. Look, Tuxedo. I got some thoughts.
Is so impossibly
I got some
terminally
thoughts.
Online. Good luck not getting brain rot.
I mean, what really doesn't help is Denham's getting involved with it as well. As a normal person like she doesn't really to be apolitical. Can't force somebody to get into politics, so just invalidates the entire thing. So like that's very true, right, Sigma? Obviously, like you don't have to get involved in something. Nobody can force you. Is she gonna be okay, chat? Well, Denham's is an idiot, but you know the thing is, it's like, look, it would be like, imagine this, chat. So I talk about some politically adjacent stuff, right? Max, thank you so much for the tier 1, dude. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. So, guys, you know I talk about politically adjacent stuff from time to time. But I've told you, I've been very honest about it. I am not the most politically informed person. Do I talk about it behind closed doors? Do I read up on stuff? Absolutely. 100%, right? I totally do, but like, if you came to me and you were just like, yeah, so how do you feel about X, Y, Z, right? I'd be like, dude, honestly, even though I know what you're talking about, I don't feel like I could give you an informed opinion, right? And it's okay, right? Like, I can talk about politics and continue to learn and talk about it with my friends and you know, be a better, more active person in society, right? But I'm also like, dude, I mean, you can't, don't ask me because I don't know fucking shit, dude. Like, I don't know enough to give you a really well-informed, awesome, like, breakdown of stuff, right? There are certain things where I can be like, well, yeah, fuck that. But, you know, other things I'm like, dude, I have no idea. I literally cannot tell you, you know what I mean? So, like, Elara, can you solve, I don't know, Elara, can you solve, like, world hunger? I'd be like, you know what I mean? Like, my brain would just break. God damn it, Skull. Really, dude? We were doing so good. Good morning. How are you, first-time chatter? We were doing so good, dude. Oh, my God. Thank you for the hype turn, y'all. Nothing wrong with having an opinion, not taking anything publicly. Well, and that's what I do quite a lot. Like, I have some very strong opinions, but I don't owe you guys the knowledge of my opinion, you know what I mean? Like,
TBH, too much drama. Either side gets you death threats.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, like, no wonder people don't want to share their opinions because they get absolutely attacked from all sides. You know what I mean?
Also, just wanted to thank you for recommending Twitch Turbo.
Absolutely.
Still hate the app. And see
I'm telling you, right?
So far, Turbo
I'm telling you, Tuxedo. Look, I hate paying for Turbo, but I'm telling you, dude, never having ads is super worth it. Political intentions are not, such conversations are so complicated, and not everybody wants to do that. Like, some people actually just don't want to talk about that stuff or want to have escapism, whatever, right? Like, I don't know. Like, here in my space, right, we value conversation, right? And we want to talk about things as much as possible. But I also tell you guys, like, unless I bring it up, I just don't want to talk politics, guys. I just don't even want to dive into it. I don't have the brain capacity to deal with it, right? Exactly, dude. Like, you do not owe anybody your public opinion, right? Like, nobody is owed that fact. Like, if you're like, oh my god, Elara, like, what's your favorite tampon brand? Like, I don't have to tell you that. Like, leave me the fuck alone. You know what I mean? So, obviously, that's an apples to orange comparison, but you get what I mean. So, yeah, we will definitely dive into that quite a bit. I'm actually very interested, of course, because, you know, of course, we're gonna be talking about FaZe, we're gonna be talking about Emiru today, catching up on all that stuff. They kind of have a little bit of shared similarities in a way of topics to discuss. So they definitely, unfortunately, even though they happen at the same time, nonetheless, it is still going to be quite important to talk about. But anyway, first up, guys, we'll get into it. I just want to ask you all, how are you guys doing? What's up, guys? Good morning. How's your Sunday? What's your plans this weekend? Did you guys have fun yesterday? Oh my god, dude. Ali is so funny. I love her so much. I hope we get to hang out with her too. She be get wrecked. Get wrecked, chat. I love them. I love them. Oh my god, yes. We should invite them to tea time. Please remind me, Kendra. We have another one coming up. Oh, that's right. Today is it's sport ball. It's a Super Bowl. I forgot about that. That's how much I don't pay attention to sports. Oh, well, that's cool. I mean, oh my god, now I want wings. Wait, oh my god, chat, now I want wings. Do you really think that people say FaZe is over? Because of what happened is kind of dumb. I mean, like, Sonora, I will say there's definitely a bit of inequality there, but also there's a reason to explain that away as well. So I have a lot that I want to tell you about FaZe, but I don't want to get into it right now because I feel like if I talk about it right now, it's going to take away from my overall conversation. I love your voice. Oh, thank you. Oh my god. I'm dead. How are you? Thank you. Sorry, did you get the new My Hero Academia All Justice yet? Nope, not yet. I know it came out, but really haven't had time. I've been trying to take it easy, you know? But I should probably get the hub. Just found out DB504 has calcium deficiency. Oh, maybe I can help him out, Raptor. Come here, Davey. I got you. Dude, Davey's hands are like bigger than my head. Maybe you can actually hold them. I don't watch football, but it's connected to stress. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, I don't even know what I'm going to do after stream. I got to see what A is up to. I got a few things I got to do, but my schedule is slowly getting easier every day. So that way I can kind of relax some. So it's been getting better for sure. Thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate all of you. And good morning to you all. Thank you guys very, very much for the hype train. Guys, don't you know you're supposed to save it until we get down to a minute left, chat? What are you doing? Come on, guys. Nah, you gotta wait till the timer gets lower. Guys, come on. Every time I go on TikTok now, it's like Wolverine would hate ice. Like, bro, I don't give a fuck. I've never seen that. That's crazy. I'm not a sports person, so we'll be watching the Super Bowl. Yeah, I could really care less about the Super Bowl. The Spooper Bowl. It's whatever. I'm sure there's going to be lots of funny commercials, so that's kind of the only thing I care about. About the Super Bowl. Yeah, TikTok is actually a crazy place. I don't know. You know, I don't want to get too deep into politics, but we're going to have to slightly skirt politics today, so just keep that in mind for today's coverage. I love how Davey went to every guitar store and played every band riff. Wait, what are the band riffs like? Stairway to Heaven? Smoke on the Water? Yeah, what are all the band riffs? If you don't enjoy the Super Bowl, just go to amusement park. There'll be no lines. Oh, that's a good point, Shadow. Yeah, I bet you everybody's like all tied up for the Super Bowl. That's a good idea, dude. I like that. I remember that. That's a really good idea. I love that. But also, chat, I do have, yes, I have one of the dreaded Google Docies for you today. I'm not going to be covering it, of course, but there is another Google Doc we are going to be looking at. I have one. I'm going to share with you just so you can look at it, see what's going on, and I do have another one.
The Google Donkey Deliverer.
That's right. Allegedly, a VTuber has faked their cancer, chat, and has been taking money from people, under that guise. So that's gonna be a crazy fucking story. Again, I put a question mark because it is alleged. I do need to go and look at more of this stuff into it. We'll look at it together. Yeah, Emiru, I agree with you, girl. Like, what?
What?
Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Of course, we're also going to spend most of our time talking about Feast Connect today. That's going to be...
Wow.
You see, I got two new reacts.
Crazy.
Absolutely crazy. So we'll definitely take a look at that. Actually, guys, I thought I would have to cancel today. I was a little sad. I'm not supposed to have an interview today. I had a special interview lined up for you guys. But we're going to reschedule. But I will let you know, I have been talking to Trey from Mythos. You guys know he's the new CEO. We're going to have an interview sometime. Sit down with him. Some of the Mythos talents, and discuss the future Mythos together. So I'm very interested. Probably they had some stuff not able to make it today, but I thought I was going to have to cancel, but I was like, oh no, okay, look, we have a lot to talk about, so yeah, I'm very excited to chat with him. It'll be a good chat. But I'll let you know when that's going to be. We're going to reschedule. So yeah, we'll talk about this whole cancer thing going on today. Again, I don't know for sure. I do want to dive into these documents with you guys together before I make a final call. That's why I put a big question mark. Of course, also, chat, you're not going to believe this. I know it. It's going to shock you to your core. But a Nijisanji talent is in some hot water, chat. I know, guys. Absolutely insane. I know you never would have guessed it in a million years, but that's right, guys. A Nijisanji talent in the hot water. There's some controversy. I can't believe it. Nijisanji. Oh, that's cute. I like that. It's been a while since we've really talked about Nijisanji, so... Exactly, Raptor. Like, why would you joke about something like that? Like, I've lost family to cancer. I've seen what it does. It's horrible. Why would you lie about it, right? So again, it is alleged. We'll take a look at it. Look at the documents. See what you guys think about it. A very, very crazy story. So, Nijisanji trying to be controversial challenge level impossible, literally. So I don't know if Walk is here, but last night, you guys know we really wanted waffles, right? Well, I didn't get waffles, but he and I went and got ice cream. Oh my god, it was the greatest moment of my life. I haven't had ice cream in so long. I got we went to Sonic and they had I forget what they call it. There's like a blast. It's not like a, whatever they call it at Dairy Queen. But anyway, I got one with like the Reese's in it. Oh my god, it was so good, dude. I had not had fucking ice cream in so long. Yeah. What do you guys like to get for your ice cream? I just like the Reese's cup in it. They're so good. Like all crushed up. You get the peanut butter and the vanilla, dude. Hell yeah, that's the best. Yeah, it's so true, so true. Cookies and cream, yeah. I also like cookie dough. Wait, what the fuck is bunny tracks? I've never even heard of that. Bubblegum flavor. I haven't had that since I was like a little girl. Oh my god. Blueberries, yeah. I like to go to Cold Stone and get like fresh fruit in it, but I haven't been there in a long time either. German chocolate. Yeah, bunny tracks is a flavor. Vanilla and peanut butter tastes like Reese's. Guys, I gotta go. I'll see you later. I gotta go find some bunny tracks. Yeah, I'll be back, guys. Oh shit, wait a second. Can I just ask fucking Shibi for bunny tracks? Like, Shibi, hit me up some bunny tracks. I tried the Fable Dubai chocolate. Dude, Dubai chocolate actually slaps, but it's such like a meme now. And I always joke, everywhere we go, there's Dubai chocolate, and we always find it. It never fucking fails. Wherever you go in the world, there is Dubai chocolate somewhere there, dude. You go to a gas station, they sell Dubai chocolate bars. You go to a mall, they're selling Dubai chocolate ice cream. Like, you cannot escape that shit. Dude, I went to, so our weed whacker died. So, we went to go to Home Depot, and we were like, we were buying a new weed whacker, right? And they had Dubai chocolate up at the front. I'm like, why do they have this? What is going on? Yeah, better than Labubu's, I guess. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? I'm telling you, it's everywhere, chat. You just can't escape it. I mean, it is pretty good, don't get me wrong. Have you ever had the Dubai chocolate strawberries? Now, those are fucking delicious, dude. I love those. People still buy Dubai chocolate. That's not that fat. No, it's here in the States, it is going strong. People love that shit. Yo, what's up, Albert? How are you, sweetheart? Gotta make me crave orange leaf. Oh my god, I want orange leaf. I love orange leaf. What's up, YouTube friends? How are you? Hope y'all are doing amazing. Thank you for being here as well. Oh my god, I feel like I'm about to burp into the microphone. I'm like, I don't want to do that. So chat, if you were not here yesterday, I do want to give you my weekly schedule coming up. There's some fun stuff on here. So first up, Memes and Reacts tomorrow. We have the new Death Battle coming out tomorrow. Let's fucking go. I'm so excited. Actually today, but I'll react to it tomorrow. We're going to be playing more Elden Ring, Garden of Ice mod, news on Wednesday and Friday. I'm going to be playing with Yomi and Vampy for the Left 4 Dead. We're going to be modding that, I think, a little bit. But it's my first time ever playing Left 4 Dead. And we're going to do that on Thursday. Valentine's Day, we're going to be doing speed dating, so anybody can call him for that one. If I had a nickel for every time a VTuber fake canceled up, like $1.65. That's so bad, though, Kono. That's so bad, dude. Oh my god, Kono, now that you're here, I have a really funny story to tell you. So, we were, you guys remember when we were talking about Powder, I asked Kono for a little bit of legal counsel. I was like, Kono, what do you think of this, right? And then so anyway, Legal Mindset did a video as well. And basically he was like, yeah, you know, because this is basically like, they phrased everything as a ongoing terms of service, they could technically enforce this, but realistically, they're not going to be able to because it would cost so much money, so much effort, etc., right? So I remember I said something on my YouTube. I was like, hey, so this person was like, yeah, you know, it's unenforceable, this and that, blah, 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 blah. They're like, it's, you know, there's no TOS. I'm like, well, actually, I if you go and look at the VOD, I'm getting flung off screen. I did ask an actual lawyer for their opinion on this. You know, it is overseas. It's through VJ. There's a lot of information, right? So I went and asked an actual lawyer, and I said, hey, you know, what do you think about this, right?
To bust a nut. There's no nuts out there that this thing can't bust. It's a master nut buster.
Thank you, Dr. Strange. Thank you, Dr. Strange. So this guy is having like a tizzy in my YouTube comments. He's like, no, but it's against US and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, well, dude, look, I completely understand where you're coming from, but that's your opinion. And no offense, but you're a random guy on the internet. I'm going to trust an actual lawyer over your opinion. Like, sorry, dude. Like, I know that you were like, you know, a YouTube, like, commenting, like, brigader, bro. Like, you do you, but honestly, I'm going to trust the actual lawyer over some random commenter on YouTube. Like, sorry, bro, but I mean, they wanted to argue about it so bad. It was so funny. I'm like, dude, it doesn't matter. Like, at the end of the day, like, realistically, it's unenforceable. So you're just splitting hairs at this point. A lawyer knows a lot more than you do. Exactly. But Belfry, like, I'm very purposeful when I talk about certain stuff like that, right? Because I will either ask somebody that knows more than I do, or I will tell you, I don't know for sure. This is what I think, but you should actually get real legal advice before you listen to me, right? Vincent, thank you for the 100 streaming streak, bro. That's wild. You know what I mean? So, which VTuber fakes cancer? Lemar, we're going to take a look at it here in just a bit, sweetheart. But I hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping by. Welcome in. When you're talking for the horse's mouth, that said the horses, you know what? You know what you should be trusting exactly. I'm like, I purposely, ow. Why would you slap me with cheese? I purposely phrase things in a way because I don't want to push like intentionality on anything, right? Like if I don't know, right? I'll tell you what I think, but you know, you should actually consult a professional I mean, I'm gonna give you my opinion, right? But I don't know everything, chat. I'm not a doctor, lawyer, cheese thrower, all in one, right? I don't know everything. It's impossible. So ask a professional, not me, chat. Like, but no, trust the random YouTube commenter. They know exactly what they're talking about, chat. They know everything. Like, yeah, okay, buddy. Have fun with that one. How do you say seeing other VTubers who dumb things on being a lawyer? Bro, I kind of feel bad for Kono in a way. Like, looking at this stuff and legally, he's just like, what the fuck, dude? The random YouTube comment is so smart. Oh my god, they know everything, Kono. They definitely know more than all those years of studying that you did and passing the bar exam. They know way more than you do, bro. Yeah, sit down.
I understand.
Nothing. Iconic. Iconic. Dude, I want to watch The Office, but Ian doesn't like The Office. She says it's too cringe. I'm like, that's the point. Exactly. I've been like, everybody and their mom started coming out about the powder stuff, being like, well, suddenly everybody's a legal professional. I'm like, do you just actually ask a legal professional? Like, what? Why are you asking some random on the internet? You know what I mean? Like, yes, you can go to Kono for stuff, but like, it's kind of in line with the Emiru stuff, right? It's like, why would you come to me and ask me for medical advice, bro? I'm a fucking VTubing elf. I don't know shit. I can barely take care of myself. Like, why would you ask me? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not qualified to tell you anything. So, exactly, yeah. If you want advice about, nice bras, I got you, bud. Like, looking at why stomach hurts and Google says you have stomach cancer. Yeah, like, the ovulation tracker will be like, oh, clearly you're ovulating. Probably legal mindset lawyer, certainly something. I guess I'm gonna forget he was a passport, bro. But he's actually a licensed lawyer, though. You know what I mean? So, I mean, you may not like him, and that's fine, right? But he also has a more educated opinion than most of us, right? In that particular regard. You may not like him, and that's fine, right? Like, I mean, there's some legalists that I don't like either, but also at the same time, you gotta at least acknowledge that he is more educated in that particular field. You know what I mean? He's been living on Thailand, apparently. I mean, admittedly, I don't know what it takes to keep your legal, or your license updated. I don't know that. Yeah, I guess somebody could look all that up, right? Yeah, exactly. Someone can make cross-border decisions and need to disagree of them come out, but they have their credentials to make that voice. I'm going to trust them more than my feelings towards them. Yep, exactly, Sigma. I mean, even morally corrupt people can still have morally correct opinions every once in a while, right? Like, you can be a bad person, but also every once in a while have a good opinion. Yeah, exactly. Well, it is kind of crazy that we're talking about Face, right? Normally Face is kind of, I don't know, they have a very kind of edgy, proud reputation, right? They have a lot of very, I don't know, I always associate them with like Pippi used to be associated with the 4chan crowd a little bit. Kind of like old school nanners, right? Like she used to have that very just kind of edgy, callous, outspoken kind of crowd. I feel like FaZe has always been about that. They've always been unapologetic, just kind of say what they want to say, right? Well, now FaZe seems to be moving away from that. Judging by the recent actions, judging by everything else that's being out there, I do feel like they're really moving away from that. So, yeah, what's up, Brooke? What's the big news? Oh, we got a lot today. We're going to talk about FaZe. We're going to talk about Emiru. A lot to discuss. I mean, and that's fine, right? I know certain people like certain humor, right? Obviously, FaZe kind of appeals to that, right? But yeah, I will say, Pippa is mellowed out a lot, but that was her choice as well, right? She said, hey, I believe in the company. I'm kind of self-filtering it a little bit, which is awesome. I mean, I appreciate that about her, but yeah, I do gotta say, FaZe has always kind of had that much more edgy kind of crowd, right? So I think they're trying to move away from that. and now we're starting to see action kind of behind that. I certainly saw on this announcement that they had, because I wanted to think about it, right? It was a pretty big announcement. There's a lot surrounding it. There was, of course, the prior stuff that happened with Clara, I don't know how to pronounce it. Clara, there was prior stuff with her. Obviously, she made some tweets about Charlie Kirk that was very controversial. There was never anything really said. Then now we have Jelly. They said stuff about her. So I think there's a lot to discuss with this face stuff. There's a lot of very intricate details. So, oh yeah, I don't know much about Legal. Yeah, I don't know anything about Legal. So, what drama did I miss? You actually didn't miss anything because we're gonna be hopping in right now. Everybody, you know what to type in the chat. Type it up. And let's fucking do it, guys. I'm ready to hop in. If you guys are too. I agree, Raptor. I mean, as hateful as some of his things were, I agree. Alright, here we go, guys. Let's do it. Thank you so much. Let's hop on in, guys. By the way, Chad, I have a question for you. Really quick question for you. Would you ever date an elf?
Good news.
Yeah, would you date an elf?
Report on TV with some very bad news.
I feel like we added that just for the VTuber review. That's actually crazy, bro. What do you mean no? What do you mean no? Oh my god. Girl, are you a medieval executioner? Because you're torturing me with your rack. Not linked into the educational DLC. Okay, I can't even read that. That scrolled by so fast. So, yeah, I'm gonna keep going here. We're not even on that subject yet. Oh my god. You're going to the doghouse. Why are you gonna collar me? Anyway, VTuber News, chat. Wow, I just really love VTuber News, yeah. VTuber News is great. You guys are causing too much chaos right now. I'd rather them smack the Horty off the face like in TF2 versus FNAF2 video. I don't think I've seen that one. Whoever said no was lying, I definitely did enough. Bro, elves are cool. I mean, we're definitely gonna outlive you, but you know how it is. So, well, first up, chat, I do want to talk about bans, suspensions, all that kind of stuff. So first up, guys, let's go check in here with Amara. And unfortunately, guys, Samara was actually banned on Twitch. That is right. Tweeting out Twitch out once again, banned for sexual content again. This is very important. I want you to keep this in your back pocket, right? So, of course, it was on this streamer VOD, partner pushing fishing time gamers. Subathon, February 5th, at 4:01. Okay, so see this right here, chat. Got this? Put it up on the shelf, because it's actually going to be important. So anyway, Samara got banned on Twitch. Actually goes, to add to this. So what's the most upsetting about this? I received no warning. I was 99% of the way to completing my partnership. I got hit with a midstream. Kimbo, thank you so much for the tier 1 kitty. Appreciate you so much. Thank you for supporting, dude. You get some metal music. Of course, she goes on to say, like, hey, I got hit with a midstream. Obviously, that's horrible. I got banned for 1 day. What is the point of even banning me at that point? Other than to sabotage my push. I appealed. I got an automatic response denying it. Etc. Right? So, my content humor mannerisms have been the same for 2 years. I've been streaming. I've never had any issues prior. Streaming is my job. It's really all I have. I've been working my ass off every single day where they take half of my earnings. And then they pull this on me. I can name a handful of streamers that have more extreme behavior, appearance, assets, etc. My design follows to us. So tell me what the point of any of this was. So again, chat, remember, they cited this video on this date at this time, okay? Well, check this out, chat. This is the most egregious part of this whole thing right here. That's right. So they actually left that VOD up on her channel. You know, the one that allegedly got her that 1-day ban? They left it up. What the fuck? Oh yeah, so this bot clearly has some kind of violation, but anyway, we're gonna leave it up because whatever. Like, bro, that makes no sense. I hate Twitch so much, dude. Why are you gonna leave it up? Was it actually the reason that she ever got banned for anything, right? Like, you're gonna leave the bot and be like, oh yeah, oh well, you definitely got banned for this VOD, but we're totally gonna leave it up. So don't you violate your own TOS by doing that? If there's a bannable offense, why would you leave it up? Like, you know it's AI, Drag. You know it's AI. So, guys, please go support Samara. This is absolutely so idiotic. Crazy chat. Absolutely crazy. If she is ever live while I'm streaming, let me know, mods. I would love to raid her. So, in other news, guys, Nest also got banned from Twitch earlier this morning, tweeting out, well, fuck me, I guess I'll be taking a vacation from streaming until I get some new info. Your account is currently suspended. Don't know why, chat. I checked this morning. It is indeed suspended. That's all I got for you right now, so I'll update you here in just a bit on that. Probably Wednesday. In other news as well, guys, unfortunately, Alicia going on to tweet out, these times are very important. At 5:39 a.m. In the morning of February 5th, my YouTube account was hacked. I haven't been on my PC for the past day. Only accounts that were compromised were ones where other management members had access. Either way, it's all corrected. I booted out the hackers. Everything should be fine again. Well, unfortunately, chat, we're going to check in just a few hours later that same day. And that's right, she was hacked. And YouTube ended up deleting both of those channels due to me getting hacked. I just want to restore this to my livelihood and my job. I literally have surgery today, and I'm freaking out over this. And it's right, they actually removed this channel and this one as well, chat. Absolutely horrible. If you go and check, actually, the Alicia death, you can see right here, it is gone. I mean, it's literally just fucking RIP, chat. Like, so horrible. So, she was able to prevent this hacking, get these people out. And then, because of that, Twitch is like, YouTube is like, well, time to delete your whole channels. Of course, Alicia says, I'm heading into surgery. Won't be streaming for the next 2 days, but my daily uploads will continue as usual. Love you all. Have to worry after beating cancer every 6 months. Here's a checkup. On the last one, there were some concerns. So taking me into the OR was the best solution. So, that is, of course, I'm glad she's getting that taken care of. That's obviously really scary. I'm just doing biopsy, video scope, another procedure that is a little graphic. I'm all good. I'm just with cancer. It's better to be safe and proactive, which I 100% agree with. So I'm glad she is, of course, taking care of herself. And I really, really hope that her YouTubes are restored. She doesn't deserve this at all. So maybe add Team YouTube. Speaking of Team YouTube, they still haven't restored my stuff either, chat.
Oh, bro.
I'm still waiting for my stuff to be restored. They have not removed the strike from my channel and actually refused to answer me in DMs, chat. Yeah, really, really great stuff. Thank you so much, YouTube. You guys rock. Absolutely horrible. Nope. Haven't heard shit. Yep, haven't heard shit. In other news, guys, we're also going to take a look here at debuts, graduations, all that stuff. And first up, Emiru is going on hiatus. Tuning up as of March 1st, I will be going on a definite hiatus from streaming, so a little about 3 weeks left. It's becoming increasingly difficult for me to continue my daily activities. I'm still continuing my post Dallas Marm and upload Piaustic occasionally, but live broadcast will be Piaus. I love that. Very, very on brand. So very sad to see that, but I'm hoping the best for them, and I hope everything improves on their hiatus. Yeah, true, Daniel. Of course, also, guys, we got to check in here with Colorverse Pro and Yui as well. Yui is actually going to be taking a short hiatus due to technical issues. Short hiatus till those problems are resolved. Should last no longer than a week. I'm going to be honest, guys. Can I be very real? I feel like you don't even need to tweet about a hiatus if it's less than a week. If it's like 2 weeks, I think at that point you should probably put a notice out. But other than that, I don't feel like it's really necessary. What do y'all think? Yeah, what do y'all think, chat? I don't know. I just feel like it's not really needed in my opinion, but I'd be what it be. So only if you're workaholic and stream like every day. Are you attacking me right now, Yobi? I don't know. I feel like it's just like, yeah, I'm going on a break or vacation. Now I'll be back. So yeah, my computer blew up. I mean, like with stuff like this, like I guess because there's that really like there's like a stigma of hiatuses and graduations. I don't want to freak anybody out, you know. So I don't know. I think you just gotta be careful with it. But obviously, it's their brand. They do what they want. So in other news, guys, Stat Sheet is graduating. That is right, coming up February 15th. I'm surprised by this. I remember when they actually debuted. But it's almost time to say goodbye. Just want everybody to know how much the support has meant to me. I always believed that was a loser freak, an ugly, weird girl who didn't deserve a happiness. Oh, that little voice that kept telling me that over the years is now drowned out by your voices. Tell me that I'm loved and I matter. So go give her some love, chat, for that final stream. Yeah, I remember when they debuted, man. It's like, it's so weird to me watching all these people graduate. Of course, yeah, we also get to check in here with Yuduki Mirika. This is them right here. They are a female Japanese virtual YouTuber and a member of Farium's 4th generation. However, unfortunately, chat, they have actually been, I don't know how to say this nicely, they've been terminated. Yeah, that is right. So, reading the translation for you. Thank you for your continued support of our talents affiliate with Varium. We would like to inform you that in light of the fact we have confirmed that our talent, of course, her right here, Mirka, has engaged in behavior that violates her management contract with our company. And after a comprehensive assessment, we've decided to terminate that contract. Pretty crazy that we'll continue sales of anything through the end of February, but that is it. Wow. Yeah, very rough. Straight up termination, chat. I mean, that's pretty rough right there. So, in other news, so we will get to something a little bit happier. And I do want to talk for a second about our partners. So everybody, of course, give some applause to Snowy, who has reached Twitch partner. Feels so surreal, almost magical. Could never achieve this without you guys. So big congrats to Snowy. She's been on a few times. She's wonderful. Yeah, go give her some love. She's great. And of course, guys, we also got to give a big congrats to Ray, who says, Chatty, we did it. We're Twitch partner. Thank you so much for everything. We have only just begun. I like our crown, dude. We can be crown buddies. That's cute. Big congrats to them. Yeah, big congrats to Ray here. Absolutely awesome to hear, guys. Getting that Twitch partnership is not easy. So awesome. Guys, I do have some debuts that you might have missed. So let's go talk about those here. And a lot of really cool partner debuts, actually. Of course, guys, if you missed it, from Piespo is Remia, who also just debuted their brand new 3.0 outfit. Super cute. I like the gun as well. I need a gun so I can, like, permanently terminate. I mean, I just fire for fun. I would never permanently terminate any our army members. Never in a million years. I love this so much. Very cute. Congrats to them on their debut. Why not, Yobi? You can, if you can dodge a bullet, you can dodge a wrench. In other news as well, guys, we're gonna check in here with Tinma, and of course the rigger here, who did the special Nio, is how you pronounce it, Nio 3 collaboration outfit for Tinma, and it looks absolutely incredible. Take a look at that. It's so cute. Alara taking you back. Yeah, just look at the sunset. Look at the sunset. Love the big sword, dude. It's badass. So, congratulations to Tima. Oh, it's Neo. Neo, got you. Thank you. So, congratulations to Tima on her Neo collaboration. Very cool. Yeah, thank you guys so much.
If you can dodge getting fired by the
yeah,
elara,
exactly. You can
dodge a ball.
Of course, also, guys, Higa, aka Olive Shoujo, also did a Neo collab as well for her brand new outfit. Let's take a look. Dude, I love this. The JoJo face kills me every time. I love the Snicks. That's so cool. Dude, this looks so good. Yeah, very badass. I'm a snake. Dude, we need to add that as a redeem. Yeah, just bow like, I'm a snake. We absolutely need them. Love this so much. Congratulations to Giga. That looks incredible. I'm sure you guys love it. Dude, Iron Vertex always cooking, dude, I swear. In other news, guys, Shiori from Hololive Advent also debuted her brand new PG outfit. Super cute. What do you guys think about it? I love the popcorn. That's cute. Yeah, I love that so much. I need a popcorn toggle. That's so, so cute. Of course, also, guys, in case you missed it, Raora also did her maid outfit debut coming here from Dragon Knight. And he absolutely cooked on this. Take a look at this, guys. It looks so good. Holy.
Extra thick.
My God. Raora, what happened in your chest area, girly? Like, damn. Oh my gracious. Nah, she looks so adorable. I love this outfit so much. It is so cute. Congratulations to Raora. Very, 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 very. Cute. I was gonna say cute, chap. I was gonna say cute. I don't care what you say, chap. Man, the creativity VTuber models never ceases to amaze me. All right, chat, 10,000 subs, and I'll get a maid outfit, okay? I got you. But I love her accent. Her accent is like everything. In other news as well, guys, I hope you didn't miss this debut, because we definitely got to go take a look at it, is Yuzu. That is how Yuzu, of course, did her recent debut. Let's go take a look at that one here for just a moment.
Gregory Chudson Esquire. I don't think I will remember Esquire, so we have to do it something more memorable.
I really like the updates to her face. It looks really, really good.
First name. What's his last?
Yeah, I haven't
name?
watched Yuzu in a while either. I feel like she's. I feel like she's still been creating like all the time though. Maybe I just don't pay attention.
That's his name. He's the first of the Fatsos. He has somehow
oh my God, yeah, get that when you're just been like,
even though they don't have mouths. How did you eat
this
everything
looks
in
incredible.
the pantry?
So, congratulations to Yuzu on her debut. And of course, Chad, I hope you didn't miss another important debut. And that was Doki Bird.
Go. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you so much, Pal. Thank you, Pal. I actually really love this reveal.
Oh my God,
this is super cute. Yeah, with the Polaroid. That's so cute. Look at that.
Oh my God.
I love this so much. Alright, she's here for a while, so.
Anyway, alright. Are you? Instead
yeah,
of
very
suing
creative.
you,
I love that so much because it's always hard to reveal your model. So,
you have to
dude, I'm gonna
take one
remember
more
that.
photo
That's
for me.
super cute. Absolutely
like
awesome. And here, of course, is the new
controversy
Doki Bird
in
background.
the Olympics.
Looks
is
awesome.
that-
So, congrats to Doki Bird on her amazing debut. Super duper cute. That was, of course, her Doki Date celebration, her second anniversary chat. So everybody pull out those calendars. I got a few dates for you to talk about. And then we're going to talk about what's going on with Nijisanji because that shit is nuts. So first up, we do have Vampirette. Up I said it right. Vampirette. Who is doing a Valentine's karaoke relay event. So lots of big cuties that are part of that. Totally go check it out on Valentine's Day. Very cool. I'm good, Ozzy. What's up? Got some heavy topics today. So of course, also the Onyx Awards, which is the Onyx the Black VTuber Awards, is coming this Juneteenth to celebrate the talent and excellence of Black VTubers. So very, very cool. I'll let you know when this gets a little bit closer, but this is actually really, really cool. I know that we've had one last year as well, year prior. I know that there was one that happened that a lot of people are like upset about, so we'll see how this one goes in comparison, but very, very cool. So get excited, chat. In other news, also, we got to talk about some debuts, chat. And we got to go check in here with Snoozy from SVA. He was doing a special outfit coming up February 14th at 8 p.m. EST. So go and support Snoozy on that one. That's going to be incredible. Of course, also, chat, coming up here for HoloLive is Narissa, the Narizzler, is going to be debuting her new outfit coming up February 21st. This is going to be a PG outfit, I guess, to go in line with Shiori and Raora. So very, very cool. Write that date down, and that's coming very, very soon. Of course, also, guys, we have the biggest cutie here, Hyra, who is also doing their Valentine's debut February 14th at 6 p.m. CET. I'm officially coming back to Twitch. Expect lots of banter, chaos, gaming, and finally be able to show you my new design properly. So let's go take a look here at the trailer, chat. This looks great. Yeah, this looks awesome, by the way. Elara, why don't you come over here? You're blocking the fucking screen, bro. Thank you. Hey, Skeleton, what's up? Yeah, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Literally, holy. Hey, yo. Well, I'll be there, chat. So much to do on Valentine's Day. Hey, yo, dude, hey, yo. Well, chat, there's going to be a lot of reasons to come on Valentine's Day. Very exciting. So, certainly go check that out February 14th. And, of course, chat, we have one more we're going to talk about, who is one of my really special friends, Mari-kun. That is right. Mari is doing a special new outfit coming up on just 2 days on February 10th for his summer outfit. I'll be going through community predictions before revealing the outfit. So, super cute. Go and give Mari some love. I love her so much. She has been a friend for so long. She's amazing, guys. So please go support her. She's got a new outfit, a new song cover coming later in the month. Very, very cool. So, big congrats to Mari, and we'll check it out soon. Oh, goodness, chat. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Actually, here's what we're going to do. I think what we're going to do is, let's do HoloLive news. So, we'll pop into Nijisanji. And then we'll pop straight into our Nijisanji in our Face Connect stuff. I think it'll be the best way to do it. So let's break up a little bit of it with the newest hologram. Let's go check it out, guys. This one is called One More Toast. Oh, yeah, Muna. I love her. Let's go. Dude, is HoloLive sponsored by Coca-Cola now? That's crazy, dude. I mean, not that I'm surprised at this point, but holy shit. That's right, I only do Coke when I watch HoloLive. Why are y'all looking at me that way? Yeah, how is the Coke bear that suddenly like Pepsi gonna be able to answer to this dude? How are they gonna beat the HoloLive? The marketing's too strong. Well, I'm glad she's in the newest hologram. All the aunties have been hating on her so much lately, so I'm really glad that Miko's getting some love. Jesus Christ! Aw, they're destroying another town again, dude! I'm glad Miko's getting love. Don't worry, Coke will heal all of our problems. And I don't like soda that much. Dude, everybody is there. Holy shit. Dude, they're sponsored by Coke. That's crazy. I can't wait for my Oshi to consume Baja Blast. Let's fucking go. That's wild, dude. That's wild. I don't know, Shadow, but this is actually amazing. Oh my goodness. There it is, chat. The newest hologram. I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie. That's actually pretty insane. So, Coke-induced fever dream, yep. And well, I gotta share with you something really, really cool, chat. You guys have heard of course, Dress Up Darling and the main character in it, Marin, right? Well, guess what, chat? Marin and Marin are doing a crossover, and Marin and Marin have actually decided to swap their outfits here. So, of course, we have Marin from the actual anime and Marin from Hololive who have swapped their outfits, and holy, this looks amazing. So this is actually the base art for the figures that are coming later this year, chat. And these figures look incredible. So very, very excited. And what a big collab for Hololive. That's so cool. Very cool. Of course, also, chat, we got to talk for a second about Flow Glow. Flow Glow. Say that 5 times fast. Flow Glow is opening up a cafe collaboration coming up in Tower Records Cafe. So that actually starts this Wednesday. Looks very exciting. So go give that some love if you're overseas. Otherwise, if you're like me over in the West, you can just sit here and cry because you're never going to actually get to go. It's not fair, chat. It's not fair, chat. Yo, what's up, Tal? Thank you for 1 year, dude. I appreciate you. Thanks, bro. How are you? I will cry. Now, speaking of crying, though, and traveling, you can actually go to the new Hololive Meet pop-up shop at Narita Airport. That is right. So it's going to be open from February 13th to March 9th. Dude, that's actually so cool. Literally, imagine going to an airport and there's a pop-up for Hololive there. That's so cool. So, of course, if you're traveling and you actually go to the Narita International Airport, make sure you go to the 4th floor so you can check that out. Very, very cool. Of course, also, guys, Mori Calliope just released her brand new album called Disaster Piece, where she did a live concert using her new 3D model. And guys, look at this shit. It looks so fucking good. It's actually insane. Yeah, it's crazy. I didn't know she was actually going to use it. But I mean, they put physics and everything on it. Like, it's crazy. So cool, dude. So she did a free concert. You can actually go watch it right now if you want to. But that is right, guys. Mori releasing her brand new full album, guys. So cool. I don't think I've seen that one. That was great. Redeem them more often, chat. That was beautiful. Oh my god. Speaking of albums too, guys, Kiwawa Kiara actually just released her new album. Full album Vogelfried is out now. Of course, there's new MVs to go with it in short hair Kiara as well. So definitely go check that out. 2 big albums from 2 big holo creators. Amazing, guys. Now, guys, you might remember a few weeks ago, I had talked about Nini. Nini actually had her house broken into. We discussed this a few weeks ago. Well, good news, chat. The police actually caught the people that broke into Nini's house. Get wrecked. Get wrecked, dude. Get wrecked. You love to see it. Justice is served. Let's get a look at what Nini had to say.
なんとか帰ってきました皆さん仕事レッスン収録 引っ越しっていう感じで、1月はちょっとお休みいただいてたんですけど、今回こそ長く住めたら、そう、もうね、年一で引っ越しを繰り返す女になっていたんだよ。もうやめたい、もうマジで。セキュリティ大丈夫さ、セキュリティはですね、もう完璧。多分完璧。多分ね。
Yeah, I'm glad she has extra security. That is literally scary as fuck.
やっぱ経験者だからね。語らせていただきますよ。やっぱ家の中ぐっちゃぐちゃにされた経験がありますんで。トラウマですわ、今でも。いや、マジ許せない、本当に。でも、言ったっけ、捕まったんだよ。もう一生、
Is he actually, Daniel? What group is he from? Yeah, I didn't hear anything about
警
that.
察の人が年齢と名前を教えてくれて、実行犯は捕まった。なんか主犯は捕まってないんだけど、実行犯は捕まって。
Are they part of like a crime group or like
一応
what?
身内じゃないかの確認で、なんか本名教えてく
Yeah, I
れ
didn't
る
even
んよ。
see
年
anything
齢
about
と。
that. Oh, they're part of
マ
like
ジ
a
知ら
crime
ん人
group.
だったわ。
Gotcha.
くっそ、マジ知らん人。なんでねねの部屋狙ってきたんだよ。
Gotcha.
あ、そうそう、なんか、
I mean, hopefully it
何だとは
wasn't
言って
like
な
they
いから
were
ね。
targeting her
何
specifically
ねねの部屋で
because
何
she
が起き
is
たと
who
か
she
ね
is.
ねね
Because that'd be
詳
even
しく言ってない
scarier.
から
But
ね。
nonetheless,
何がとは言わ
it
ない
was
けど、
still
なんか
burglar, right?
流行りの、なんかバイトみたいなやつの被害に遭っちゃったんよな、ねねは。だからなんか、
Ah,
ボス
so
が、
yeah,
ボス
you're
がい
right.
るらしい。
Yeah, sure enough.
お金の匂いし、虫
Your
しかい
house
ないけど
smells
ね。
like money.
いや、でも最
What's the
近めっちゃ
opposite
多
of
い
your
らしい
house
から、みん
smelling
な
like
ほんと
money,
気をつけ
chat?
て、鍵の閉め忘れ
Whatever
と
that
か
is, that's
さ、
what my house
窓
smells
の
like.
閉め忘
The
れとか。
opposite of money.
マジ、ランダムに入ってくるらしいから、
Yeah, they did kill some of her
警察の人が言ってたね。
her pets. Yeah, that's
その
true.
ねが住んでた家もめっちゃ安全だったんだよ。なんか。
She is really cute.
なんか安全でみんな。
Yeah, chat, what is the
みんなが
opposite of smelling like
想像し
money?
てるより、
Smelling like Little Caesars.
警備の元の家だったはずなんだけど、
Yeah, that's
そんな
facts.
の無視してくるんだ、ね。
Smelling like Little
悪い人
Caesars.
っていうのは。
Facts, actually. Bro, don't hate on Little Caesars, okay? They've got me through plenty of hard times. Plenty of hard times. That's crazy. So, well, I'm very glad they caught this horrible burglar. And now she is in a safer area. So, big W out here for that, chat. So, let's check outside, of course, Nijisanji news. I do want to talk about just a little bit of stuff here really quick. And then we'll go to Nijisanji. Guys, you can't lick the talents. What's wrong with you? Bond Live is opening up male streamer division. That is right. So, they're wanting to expand their community and are dedicated to supporting diverse talents and pushing the boundaries of VTuber scene in North America. You can apply to, of course, work in this male specific generation. It's good to see some love for the boys out there in VTubing. So, if you want to be part of that or check it out or apply, certainly go do that. Bond Life is opening it up. I mean, again, I know Bond Life has had a little bit of questionable stuff, but you can only decide if it's best for you, right? So, in other news, guys, does anybody remember Moe Rat? You know that person that made that video about Tomo? That literally was like the most rage bait shit I've ever heard of in my life. Y'all remember that, chat? Yeah, well, guess what? Turns out they were part of a group called the Blorbos. That is right. Well, after they released that video, the Blorbos decided to remove them from this group. Remember, they're not an agency. We're a group of friends. We don't condone harassing or attacking other creators. Deletion of our Twitter account was planned far before this. Moving forward, we hope you will continue to support us. So again, it was this person right here, chap. Yeah, this person right here that we covered last week. Yeah, imagine releasing a video so bad that all your friends are like, you know what? Yeah, we don't even want to be in a group with you anymore, bro. Like, get away from me. Like, your take was so bad. Yeah, very clear-cut case here. So, operating in bad faith. I think it was probably just a way to garner clout. That's at least my guess, chat. But yeah, that's karma in action right there. So anyway, of course, the group has dropped them. Will not be moving forward with them. That would give you an update. That would give you an update on that. Found that interesting. In other news, guys, VForge is here on the VTuber streets now, announcing, hey, we're VForge. VForge is a creative agency meant to service VTubers and digital creators. VForge connects clients with skilled talents such as artists, editors, managers, designers, and many more. So it kind of seemed like a middleman service, kind of, but could be proven to be useful. But why are we talking about this? Well, guys, looks like Luminara is partnering with VForge, so very, very cool. I'm excited to see what they do. I'll let you guys know in the future how this, of course, works out, this partnership. But yeah, I mean, people need editing services, art, etc. So it feels like Luminara does a lot of kind of the studio back end. VForge is going to do the rest of it. So very cool. Hi, guys. I do want to just go check in here with promo shift here really quickly. India decided to put out, of course, a little bit of a health notice. Again, it's not a graduation, but India recently suffered from an undetermined neurological event that caused her to sign in her. Wow, I'm losing my speech ability. Like, holy shit. Caused a decline in her speech ability and short-term memory capacity. There's a follow-up appointment with the neurologist this week, but she wanted to keep you updated on the current situation. So I know India's kind of been off and on. She's undergone something pretty rough, guys. So please offer your support to them. And I hope they're okay. Yeah, very scary. Very, very scary. You know, kind of following up on 3 a.m. I know we talked about that a little bit last week. Well, guys, Snuffy actually coming out saying, hey, you know, saying goodbyes is always hard, but I'm happy 3 a.m. is a space where people can leave if they choose. No obligations to withstand unhealthy environments. Give everyone lots of love moving forward. So, like, I found this interesting, right? No obligations to withstand unhealthy environments. That feels like a very intentional wording, so I don't know what's going on with Snuffy, if she's maybe planning on stepping away or whatever, but maybe the feeling wasn't mutual, whereas it was like there was mismanagement. I don't want to read into this too much, but it felt like there was a little bit of intentionality kind of posted in there, so we'll at least give you a follow-up that I had. That's kind of it, at least on that one. And finally, before we hop into Nijisanji chat, the Expo has officially announced their dates for this year, chat. Yeah, something's going on, Sigma. The Expo actually tuning up. Oh my god, 18th to 20th September. That is like so fetch. I'm totes going. BRB, I'm going to write that down. Well, here's their trailer for it, so let's take a look, guys. Are you going Shadow? Nice. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of across the world for me, but halfway across the world, but that's really cool. I do like the theming for this year, though. I mean, it was very successful. A lot of great talents on the UK area, a lot of fans in that area, so I think this is awesome. Yeah, you know, if I live there, but I'm not even close over there, Tyrese. So last time that I applied, they were very picky because they wanted like UK creators or European creators, which is fine, right? So maybe I'll apply again. We'll see. I got to apply for Offkai on this as well. So I'll let you know what happens, guys. I'll let you know. So chat, let's go take a look here at Nijisanji news. I want to talk about this before we hop into the Face Connect drama. And there's a lot to talk about with that, but this is absolutely a very, very crazy instance, chat. So I want to talk about here for a second Kagami Hayato. And Kagami is a creator right now, a talent for Nijisanji, right? So they're kind of always known as like a very, very nice guy, right? That's kind of their shtick, right? Well, unfortunately, chat, there's been some recent things that have come to light about this creator that are quite a big deal, right? So remember, this is all alleged. There is an apology that we're going to look at, but remember, chat, this is all alleged. Now, this talent has been part of Nijisanji, thank you, Daniel, since 2019. So just to give you a perspective, this is a long time, well-respected member of Nijisanji. That's a pretty big deal, chat. For this to come out is very, very shocking. So let's take a read here. So Kagami is a VTuber affiliated with Nijisanji, and Nijisanji plays the role of a polite CEO. All of his tweets are courteous, and he acts very formal on his streams. However, he also has an active PL account, Tarachio. Alongside his VTuber activities, he often appears in his friends' videos and sometimes participates in concerts, live events in real life as Tarchio. Makes sense, guys? So for some reason, after joining Nijisanji, he never bothered to delete some of his controversial tweets on his PL account, his past life. Recently in October, people discovered these offensive tweets. Only now is the drama gained enough attention, he posted an apology. So, you know, had some very controversial tweets from his PL, really decided to, snowball. And so now he is apologizing for it, right? Fans have been making excuses for him, saying he was in his 20s at that time, that the internet was not as easily offended back then. Most of the tweets were made over 10 years ago, and he is now 35. It's hard to judge the sincerity of his apology. As he mentioned his apology, all the tweets are being deleted. As for now, February 6th, he still deletes his tweets. Following images show translations of his tweets. So let's take a look at that. So here's the Tarchi account tweeting out. In the past, I made inappropriate posts. Looking back, I realized that I acted childishly, reflecting my emotions and immaturity at the time. I deeply apologize to anybody who was inconvenienced. The past will never disappear, but I do not want to hurt anybody further. So I'll not be deleting my posts. So I will be deleting my posts when I'm truly sorry. So what were these posts exactly, right? What all exactly was tweeted here, chat. Well, let's go take a look here. So, again, these were back in 2017. Gail, do you think it's kind of great when the names of huge, insanely powerful weapons have words like little or boy in them? Little boy was the name of the bomb dropped by the U.S. in Hiroshima. The moment I arrived at my local station, it started raining. If I were the president, today would probably be the day I decided to possess nuclear weapons. Raccoon dogs are cute, right? I think that's especially when I see one that's been run over by a car and turned into a mangled corpse. Why would you tweet that out? I really love Hitler's line. I may be wrong, but the world is even more wrong. I found a good-looking woman on X video the other day, but knowing she probably has ties to men, I just don't have the emotional room for it. I can't recommend her at all. A dilemma. Hashtag, if I were to give advice to someone aiming to debut as a singer, what would you say? And of course, teal German Iron Cross. Probably a replica, but it's so detailed, I bought it. I mean, why do you need that, dude? Yeah, why do you need that, dude? So of course, there is a little bit more to this as well, guys. Where Tarchio, which again is PL, has an obsession with Ryushin. So we're going to take a look at that as well. Before joining the agency, he was a big fan of Ryushin, another Nijisanji liver. Again, old school Nijisanji liver, right? He's probably acting this way on purpose, as he's aware this behavior came across as creepy. However, being cringeworthy did not really help him. It's a refreshing morning, so I want to cry, imagining it'll be like when Ryushin is able to make friends normally, return to society, and graduate from being a VTuber. A colleague told me lately your Twitter is just pure otaku stuff. Are you basically Ryushin's stalker? I should have thought I need to be careful, but my fingers genuinely like Ryushin's fan art on their own. My fingers genuinely like Ryushin's fan art. What the fuck, dude? But this account is just an otaku account that occasionally posts announcements. Sorry, it's hard to translate. Basically, Tarchio's tweet a link to a Ryushin video with their voice and comment that Ryushin's voice was so addictive like a drug. Ryushin replied that drugs are dirty and unacceptable. Tarchio then replied in a joking tone that he figured Ryushin wouldn't casually drink with classmates and offering to buy alcohol. Ryushin responded by pointing out that the phrasing sounded strange and asking whether Tarchi actually drinks with friends. Tarchi then replied with an overly formally apology, admitting his wording was inappropriate. Of course, there was one more apology here, chap. Rima actually kind of summarized this, so we'll look at what Rima said. So, of course, Kagami addressed the controversial remarks he made on his PL on his stream this morning, and he issued an apology from his main account. Well, let's go take a look at what was said here. Sorry, thank you very much for waiting. I'm Kaga. I'm affiliated with Nijisanji. As noted in the description below, first allow me to discuss something important. I'm fully aware this serious disturbance my name has caused on X and some other SNS platforms. First and foremost, I would like to apologize for that matter. You know what, Elara, you can fucking read this. What? Why am I reading this? Elara, read this right now. Look at what's highlighted and read it right now.
For the events occurring
Good
around
job.
me, I sincerely apologize from the bottom of my heart for any trouble and worry
what's up,
this has
Flips?
caused to all the fans and fellow livers. I recognize that I should not say too much regarding this incident.
Yeah, you earn your
However,
keep.
I am also fully aware that there are opinions regarding the lack of addressing it. Taking both of those into consideration, I ask for your understanding regarding this form of apology. Additionally, regarding this matter or anything even remotely related, I kindly request that you refrain from mentioning
Livers.
or discussing the
Livers.
names of other livers or third parties besides myself.
Yeah, I love that she says livers. It's so crazy.
From here on, this is my personal statement. In the future, I intend to continue making every possible effort so that everyone will feel glad they supported Kagahayatu. On this occasion, I caused you worry, and I am truly, deeply sorry. And thank you very much for giving me your valuable time. I am especially grateful once again for those of you who came purely to enjoy the game
I mean, this
stream,
is a little crazy,
for
right? Like,
allowing
this
me
is
this
a long
time amidst
time
that.
talent,
With
always
that,
considered
I
in like
truly
good standing,
apologize,
right? So
but from
I'm
here
sure
on,
it came to a shock.
I will proceed
you know?
with the usual activity of game streaming.
Came as quite a shock, I'm sure, to a lot of people that he had some of these controversial tweets, obviously showing that he purchased this, medal is very odd. What I will say, guys, is these are from, almost 9 or 10 years ago, right? I think that this person has proven that they don't really practice that kind of stuff anymore. As of late, it doesn't look like they really have tweeted any of this stuff out. I mean, this was back in 2018, so it seems like ever since they became part of Nijisanji, they really dropped these controversial topics, these edgy kind of things. So, I mean, I do want to give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt here. Like, it does seem like they have improved, right? So, as far as I know, I've never seen them in any other controversy. I mean, feel free to prove me wrong. I'm not like an expert on Nijisanji stuff, right? But I feel like this is one of those things where this person definitely made some mistakes, but I think that we have to give them a little bit of good faith that they have changed since then. So what do you think, chat? Do you think this is something that this guy should be canceled for? Do you think that this is something that he should, graduate, or do you think that it's okay? What do you think that he should graduate? Yes or no? I mean, if it's like historical artifacts like the Iron Cross, and that's cool, I don't know. I mean, dude, I personally, I don't understand why you would want that in your house, like, I don't get it. Yeah, and I agree with you a lot, chat. I don't think that this is something where, he needs to be, he needs to graduate or be gone forever. It's just like, yeah, dude, this was obviously very edgy. Exactly, Bondage. These jokes are a lot more of a taboo because it was overseas as well. I do want to give him a little bit of the benefit. Obviously, he has since improved. He really hasn't said much craziness recently, right? So I think he needs to do more to apologize for this stuff he said. I mean, I don't really know, Nid. What else is there really to do at this point? It was almost 9 or 10 years ago. Like, I think at this point it's just like, yeah, you apologize and be like, yeah, I fucked up, and you show through your actions you do better, right? And I will say, in the past couple of years, right, he hasn't done anything controversial, so doesn't seem like, he's very problematic. So, just what it takes it to seem not to think that anybody would acknowledge and apologize like they didn't. Yeah, I mean, at least he did actually like acknowledge it. I do want to at least point out here that people discovered the tweets. Only now the drama getting enough attention, they post an apology. I mean, maybe before people pointed out, he tried to ignore it and didn't do anything. In which case, I'd be like, maybe my take could be a little different on it. But with the information at hand, I feel like he's improved. So obviously, we'll keep an eye on it. I'll keep an eye on it, chat. But I know that had to become as quite a shock to a lot of people, right? Because that's just a really good considering, really considered a very pure, good individual, Nijisanji. And then for that to come out, it's just kind of like, yeah, that's weird. I mean, that is true, right? I collect this stuff, not the ideas. It's just a personal thing for me, Darcy. Like, for me, it's like bad juju. Like, I don't want that. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, for other people, obviously you might feel different about it. I'm just telling you how I feel. So, I don't know. It's bad juju. I don't understand why you'd want it. Maybe a historical perspective, sure, but anyway, let's continue. That's neither here nor there. So, but what I do want to talk about today, chat, is of course one of our big stories today, and that's going to be Face Connect. You guys ready? You guys ready to talk about Face Connect? Guys, I do want to remind you, yeah, that's some bad juju type shit. Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's just a personal thing. So, guys, I want to talk about what's going on with Face Connect. You know, fuck with your seatbelts, and we're going to have a talk here. I know that things are probably going to get heated, as they always do, so, guys, please keep it respectful, okay? Really, please keep it respectful. I know that this is a hot topic, and I'm not talking about the store, but please keep it respectful. So, guys, in case you missed my past coverage of this, on Wednesday, this was actually before the announcement came out, we're going to talk about, but this tweet was actually ended up being deleted, right? Jelly's tweet that said, screw it, man. I think pushing politics in my children's inbox game, it's disgusting, especially when it's disguised as educational. Let me play stupid black game without having to engage their associate with any stupid political garbage they really do not care about. Now, originally, chat, when I covered this, I was like, hey, you know, there's nothing forcing you to engage with this content, right? It's DLC, it's optional, it's free. I don't know why she was complaining about this, right, guys? It was literally a nothing burger, right? If you were, like, upset about this, like, why are you upset about this? It's DLC, it's optional, you don't have to play it. Nobody's forcing you to do it. Minecraft already has a history of educational content. I don't understand why she said this, right? So, she did talk about this a little bit on her stream. I did want to go take a look at what her thoughts were about some of it. But, yeah, you don't have to play it or download it, whatever, dude. Like, for the education edition, exactly. So, my feelings on this is, overall, this is just not needed. This was a really dumb statement. You could have literally just ignored it, right? You know, I see people like, oh, it's propaganda. History is not propaganda. Like, it's literally a historical teaching you what's going on. Like, if you think it's propaganda, you might need to double check yourself. Like, I've trust me, I've seen a lot of people like, it's propaganda, it's propaganda. It's not propaganda, bro. It's literally history. Like, chill the fuck out. It was a pretty sleazy choice by Minecraft. Learned nothing after MLK. I don't even know about that one. I mean, let's say that it's not a good fit, right, Bondage? And Minecraft does this, right? I still think that this statement made by her was still bad, right? The conversation around Minecraft should do this, and it's a good fit, is very different from what she's pointing out here. So, it's another burger tweet that Face response was crazy. So, like, for me, Air, I feel like this was not the best thing to say, right? Not at all. Jelly did nothing wrong. He later, I see that a lot, but Jelly did do wrong. She did do wrong. Now, to the level of her misstep, right? I don't think it was as big as it was made out to be. And that's fine if you want to disagree with me, but this tweet right here, this was her mistake. This was totally unneeded. Nobody's forcing her to do this. Yeah, and I mean, it is a fun way to learn about it. I mean, like, we could sit here and argue whether Minecraft should or shouldn't have done that, but later, this was, in my opinion, this was a misstep, dude. This should not have been done. It accomplished nothing. She didn't need to post this anyway. This is how she felt. Her mistake was posting this, right? So, I don't feel like she should have done that at all. And that's her mistake, right? In my opinion. However, chat, I do think that you didn't even read the rest of what I said or engage in. Leader, sweetheart, do you think that I can read every single message that flies in my chat? Yeah, dude, chill the fuck out. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude, but it's really entitled. Like, my chat be zooming sometimes. I can't read every single thing. Like, Chill out, dude. Anyway, so of course Jelly makes a statement, right, chat? Doesn't go over really well. Yeah, Scum. So anyway, I'm back on track. I'm so sorry, chat. So anyway, Jelly decided to tweet this out. Obviously didn't go over well. There was a lot of outrage about it. And so, chat, in my opinion, this tweet was a mistake. However, what we're going to be looking at is how FaZe decided to deal with it. And how they dealt with it, I got to be real with you, chat. It was pretty poor. It was pretty fucking poor. So, let's go take a look here at what Jelly had to say.
Tweet 67. Yeah, dude, I'm not gonna lie. I lied. I didn't lie, but I stole that joke from somebody in my marshmallows who said something, who gave me 2 Christian 6-7 references, and I liked it. So 2 days later, I made that tweet. Sorry, I'm not original. I'm a joke stealer.
I agree with you 100%, Stubborn. I don't really get why. I don't get it.
Sorry, my brain's
to be
not
real, I
working.
just don't get it.
I thought I could credit Anonymous on Marshmallows in my tweet, but then I thought that would compromise on tweet bangability. so yes. Also, you might see me post the Dies of Cringe thing when the Minecraft thing came out. I haven't done my proper research, so I can't give a comment on it right now. I just clicked into it and saw a bunch of people
I did later.
smirking out, and I was like, oh, this must be really bad.
Yeah, I find that funny. The good trouble in the protests range from peaceful to violent action really wasn't very educational, so just looking into it. Do you think that I didn't form my opinion already looking into it? That's presumptuous of you, because I did. So it's like, I stand on business. I said what I said, and I mean it. Yeah, good trouble refers to non-violent protests, so...
But then it seems like it's all people from history. So I was like,
Yo, what's
I
up,
need to do
Sapster?
a
How are
little
you, kitty?
research before I take a stance. And also, iron's a bit hot. I don't want to strike when iron's that
Holy
hot.
crap, such a
One
big
Minecraft
word.
thing.
That's too
There's
big
like
brain
a
for me, dude.
something
I can't
Minecraft
focus on all
where,
that.
like, you walk with Nelson Mandela or something. I don't know. Thank you, Miss for 26 months. Drilling jokes is Jace. No, it's not. Plagiarism is bad. I would be upset if somebody plagiarized my opinions. The espresso verse. We are junkie jerk. What the hell? Yeah, I don't know. Let me actually, while we're at it, let's take a look
exactly,
at the
Shadow
Minecraft
Dragon,
because I
like-
know you're dying to hear my opinion, even though I'm literally just a girl. What is it called?
It's so cold. Dude, it's so hot here in Texas now.
You really love your Oshi, but don't let her steal your
Yeah,
jokes.
dude, it actually went from like a bajillion degrees to like, or I'm sorry, to like negative a bajillion degrees to a bajillion degrees.
True. Minecraft Lessons in Good Trouble is what it's called. I'm just a girl.
Zito, there's no ending it. What are you talking about,
it's
dude?
Minecraft education.
Yeah, what are you talking
Subjects,
about?
Government and politics. Reading and writing. History. See, I don't know half the people here, so I don't know what they did. I know, like...
Yeah, it's
I know
actually
some
like
of them.
really fucking
I
hot.
think it's like social justice and civil rights, like, you know, women's voting, women's education.
And
and all
maybe
that,
it's maybe it's more in the line of like political fatigue, right? And I think that's what fans are coming back. Are they actually? Yeah. Oh god. So when we looked at Jelly's tweet, right? I think maybe it just was from, you know, political fatigue, right? And again, this is her mistake. I'm not like down with Jelly, right? It's just like, this is a learning moment, right? This is for Jelly to be like, look, yeah, this didn't go over well. In the future, like, look up stuff more a little bit, right? Like, I just don't think that this was actually needed. But anyway, we're looking at what Jelly said about stuff.
And when they fought for women's education, for the MC event for Mandela, they added tires. What does that mean? Sorry, I'm very uneducated. It's very American. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. Women's suffrage, India's independence, apartheid, equal education. For
Yeah,
girls.
you just can't
I don't
ignore
think
it.
those
You
are
know what I mean?
necessarily
Like,
bad thing. Necessarily bad.
Vito, I got it
Oh,
down to
it's,
1 minute, dude.
Discrimination against people in Africa. I don't think these are necessarily bad things. Apartheid is what it's called. If Mr. Mandela offers you a necklace, don't accept.
Yeah, I could see that.
I think it's historical events because when I was in school.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally get where you're coming from, dude. The thing with this was, it was DLC. It was completely optional, right? So you just didn't have to engage with it. And that was one of the main points where it's like, that's where I felt like Jelly just did so wrong. It's like, dude, this isn't even like, this isn't something you have to engage with, right? If you want to use games as escapism, absolutely. Nobody was forcing you to even like remotely play it, right? So, like for the average person, you probably wouldn't even see it.
School, I
You know what I
also
mean?
learned about equal education and women's suffrage. I don't think this is necessarily like evil or horrible. You know, it could be worse. You know what I mean? It could touch on way more controversial things. I think this is a very room temp take. What they could have done is, yeah, like that guy said, spend the time they did on this fixing bugs. Why do you think Mandela was in prison? I don't think Mandela's here. Is he here? What the hell did John Lewis do? Who the hell's John Lewis? Women's suffering sounds good to me. Where do I sign up?
You know, Sigma, I can never
in
confirm
my
that it had
stream.
actually been out for like 6 years. I looked into that, but I could not find that at all. But I mean, if that is true, even more of a
I was gonna say if you
support
donate
for my
to me, I will
argument. You know what I mean?
contribute to
So,
women's suffering, but I think that's a very bad thing to say. Apparently, people are getting wound up. about-
kids,
I
some
know.
people get
I thought they had
outspoken
this
when
in,
they're
like,
fatigued,
history
right?
books. Because I learned about Gandhi and.
But was it just like a
Mandela, too.
re-release,
I
Nid?
don't know.
Or like an update?
But yeah, I think it's I think this definitely could be worse. I wouldn't play this, and I wouldn't make my kids play this. I wouldn't let my kids play this, but it could be worse.
So these are Jelly's thoughts about her, the feeling of the Minecraft stuff. You know, she's like, well, I wouldn't let my kids play it. And that's fine, right? Like, he just felt like a lot was being forced, kind of a lot in line with her initial tweet. All good, chat? Before we continue, chat, it's only going to get heavier from here, by the way, so I'm just going to let you know that. Yeah, I'm just going to let you guys know that. Yeah, it's going to get crazier, so, of course, chat, Face Connect decides to issue a tweet, a notice about this. Now, before we read this notice, chat, actually, no, I'm going to read the notice, so we'll talk about it, but Face decided to issue a notice about this, right? An important notice regarding recent events. Let's take a read of it. Thank you for supporting Face Connect. Recent comments made on Twitter by one of our talents included discussion on sensitive issues. Following an internal review, these comments were taken down. We sincerely apologize for any issues caused by the events. All right. Face Connect focus as always, and we'll be providing entertainment through different personalities and a wide range of unique content. We do not tolerate racism, hatred, or bigotry in our communities. Thank you for understanding and your continued support of Face Connect and our talents. So, let's talk here for a second. Let's pause here for a second, Dad, because this is actually a pretty crazy statement, right? So, for a lot of reasons. So, number one, I think that making a statement like, hey, yo, like, we don't tolerate racism, hatred, and bigotry is great. Everybody should stand against that. Absolutely. W on that statement. However, what I do think, chat, is that by making this announcement, you just drew more eyes to it. That wasn't needed at all. I don't understand why they thought it was a good idea to push this out. This could have been a delete the tweet, talk about it, move on, right? This did not need to be some kind of giant fucking like poster board on the internet, right? Because, chat, you know this didn't go over well. You've had a few days to look at this that I haven't talked about it. Shonda's like, I'm watching you. This did not go over well. Really did not go over well. So, what I'm going to say about this statement, right? Here's what I want to say really quickly. I think FaZe is moving in a new direction. I think we know that. I think that FaZe is trying to move away from the edginess of their prior operation, right? Dondo's always watching us. You know, FaZe used to be very, I don't want to say controversial, right? But they were very unhinged. They were very, there was no filter, right? And over the years, we've seen a little bit of stuff kind of come into place where they put things, where people started to self-filter, right? Like Pippa, things are starting to kind of chill a little bit more. So I think that a lot of what's going on here is FaZe Connect is trying to move in a new direction, right? Move in a new direction. So now, again, I don't feel like that FaZe needed to put this out. I feel like this really makes things worse for her, right? So one thing I want to point out here is we do not tolerate racism, hatred, or bigotry in our communities, right? That is a great thing to stand for, right? But it feels like there's an implication that they're calling Jelly racist, full of hate, or bigotry, right? Like, I'm not saying they did, right? But there's almost an implication to it that feels like very uncomfortable, you know what I mean? So kind of where I stand on this is I think Jelly made a mistake, but I do think that the way the FaZe treated this was absolutely like way too much, dude. This did not need to happen. I remember somebody commented on my Twitter, they're like, well, it's good that they said this, right? And I'm like, well, yes, it's always good if somebody says they don't tolerate racism, hatred, or bigotry, but what are you talking about? Like, of course that's good to say, but at the same time, like, there's more implication here. There's more like nuance in it, right? So this is where I still stand, even to this day, right? I really feel like it didn't need to be this much, right? It really didn't, because now you drew more eyes to it. And now, on top of that, you got Asmongold involved on this shit. That's, I know Asmongold is putting a little fuel on the fire. You know, it says, welcome home. For us, here is, people, McDonald's employee here. So I really feel like, no, I do not think Jelly is racist at all. I think she spoke on something that she was not well informed on. She got a little backlash, and that was it. She could have got, or she did go by prior tweets, go and inform herself. And that's where it could have stayed. You know what I mean? Like, yes, she made a mistake, but I don't think that she's racist or a bigot or any of that. I think that she didn't look into it. She educated herself. She probably actually changed her opinion. I don't know for sure, right? But only she would know that. But FaZe Connect made this worse, period. So anyway, chat, Asmongold did react to this situation. I'm going to go look at his video, which I've edited, chat, because there's a bit of doxing information
There's
in
been
it.
so many of these that I've looked at for many
anyway, let's
times.
go take a look at this.
And,
like I said, I edited this myself just to make sure there was no crazy information. So anyway, chat, let's go take a look at what Asmon had to say.
There's been so many of these that I've looked at for many times. And Children's Sandbox Botch VTuber group apology about Minecraft's DLC.
Yes, and so that is worth acknowledging right now. A lot of the old school, older FaZe fans are kind of like, they're very, it reminds me of Pippa's older humor, right? It's kind of like 4chan-y, edgy humor, right? So obviously you get a lot of those people that kind of love that kind of humor, right? And that's fine, right? But as FaZe Connect is clearly moving in a new direction, they don't like that. And so there's been a lot of backlash because of that, right? So, yeah, and maybe that's true, right? Blue, maybe they're just trying to get ahead of the potential problem. In my opinion, I don't feel like it needed to be this whole statement, but everybody feels different, right? So, frustrating me, I like to think that Asmongold respects the VTuber community. It's true he talks fire than yikes, yeah. I mean, I'm going to be real, Sigma. It's very unfortunate. The one thing I want to say, Sigma, about the whole Clara thing that Clara, I don't know how you pronounce it, that happened before, right, was there were people making this information public. And while I don't want to assume Asmongold did this on purpose, it has to be acknowledged that he did it, right? He put that information out there, and that's problematic. So anyway, all of this is censored.
Pushing politics in a children's sandbox game is disgusting, especially when it's disguised as education. Let me play my stupid block game without having to engage or associate.
I mean, I think what you have to remember as well is Clara had issues with this before, right, chat? Like, it was, when all of this came out, it was a big problem for her, right? Because people went digging, found this stuff, and did dox her, right? So now it's just essentially being spread around at this point. I will tell you, I don't think he knew who it was based on him going, who is this, right? And he looks up the information. But anyway, we'll continue.
Your stupid political garbage that I literally do
right,
not care
that's
about.
what I think too,
I'm just so tired of seeing it. Why does it even matter to push real-world matters into my block game that I can escape from the real world? If I buy the game and play it, can that be seen as taking a side because their dumbass post blew up? Stupid people in power moment. True, you're right. Jelly deleted the tweet, then deleted the tweet where she said she was rage baiting. Seems like that didn't actually fly. Replies up where she says she didn't know who Nelson Mandela or Gandhi were. Some of these people get upset about the sight of a black person. Notice on recent event, Phase Connect. Recent comments made on Twitter by one of our talent.
Again, you gotta understand, once Asmon gets involved, dude, like, regardless of whether he covers it with good faith or not good faith, whether he's pro or anti or whatever, right? Like, whatever Asmon does, when he gets involved, his just presence is fuel on the fire, right? Like, whether he intends it or not, whatever it is, it's gonna happen.
In the discussion of sensitive issues. Following an internal review, these comments were taken down. We sincerely apologize for any issues caused by this incident. Phase Connect's focus has always been about providing entertainment.
I mean, I will tell you, I was pissed when he talked about fruit without looking at that stuff. I added his ass in some comments. I was like, Asmon, you fucked this up, dude. You cannot say stuff like that without researching. You know what I mean? Like, that was horrible, dude. Absolutely
Through
horrible.
Different personalities and a wide range of unique content. We do not tolerate racism, hatred, or bigotry in our communities. Thank you for understanding and your continued support. So they go out and basically, Trump ally, well, what is all this?
So, chat, these are...
so Trump
wrong button. Sorry, wrong button. These are tweets that were made by player Clara's PL. I'm gonna show you one of them, chat. So you can understand the controversy in case you missed that. It is this right here. Let me back it up so you can read it. Obviously, all the private information is covered, but you might remember this, chat. When this was going around, this caused a huge uproar because it is about Charlie Kirk. Yeah, so that is what players PL had to say, right? This obviously caused quite a large uproar. However, during that time, right, Phase Connect never made any statement or anything like that. Just so you know. So this is what Asmongold is looking at right now, this particular tweets that she had said on her PL.
Like Charlie Kirk suggests children should watch public executions. It couldn't have happened to a more deserving person.
On her PL,
Oh, I forgot to mention, the women who voted for this, I hope you aren't trying to get pregnant. So this is some other, this is just a rant. I don't even know who this is from. So let me get this straight. So this VTuber agency went out.
Also, chat, I'm not even going to lie to you. I did not try to, like, super heavily, like, make that blur look good. I just blurred it.
And this is a person complaining that Minecraft is making a political statement. And then the same usual retards on Twitter cried and complained about it. And now Phase Connect is making them delete it and apologize. Well, the only way to solve that is to talk about it even more.
Absolutely, dude. You can see why a lot of people are outraged, right? A lot of people are outraged about it. One of the rare times that I've shared my political opinion was about Charlie Kirk, right? I think that while I did not agree with a lot of the horrible, horrible things that he said, I don't think that he deserved to lose his life, right? I could disagree with who he was as a person and what he stands for, but I don't believe that he deserved to lose his life over that.
That's the way I see it, is that
I
they
agree.
will only
Promoting
stop
political
doing
violence
this if you create a negative sentiment for people that do this that is greater and more punishing than playing along to these people on social media. I think Phase Connect totally rolled over for this. This is her own freedom of speech. She can say whatever she wants to say. It's not anything that's racist for saying that you don't want politics inside of a Minecraft game, and it's insane. I can explain the other slide.
I mean, again, like, I don't think that Jelly is racist or bigot or any of that, right? However, yes, you have freedom of speech, but you don't have freedom of consequences, right? If you are an agency VTuber, you got to be careful of that kind of stuff, right? Like, you really got to understand when you are a corporate VTuber, if you share a hot take opinion or whatever, right? Unfortunately, it does represent on the brand as well. And this is a fact of life. I'm sorry. You can disagree, but it's true. It is what it is, right?
They're relevant? Oh, I'm sure they are, but I just don't know it or anything like that. Rare hues phase out. Yeah, if Jelly is not an American, it's a huge phase out. Yeah, they are. And I think this is embarrassing. And this is also, who is this person who celebrated the initial Trump assassination
super heavily,
attempt, as well as Charlie?
This is a screenshot of her PO where somebody is outing her PO, like a bunch of information. So I heavily blurred that. So sorry, guys, I'm not showing you that
Death.
for obvious reasons.
So let me get this straight. So you have a girl here who's going out there celebrating the Trump assassination attempts and also Charlie Kirk being killed.
Oh, it was hyperbole.
And she's still part of the group, while at the same time, they're issuing a public statement and an apology for somebody saying that Minecraft shouldn't be taken over by politics.
So again, I gotta say, chap, Asmund points out a very good point here. So, you know, when Clara made these, when she made these very, very controversial statements, right? We'll leave it a controversial statement. Why was action ever taken by FaZe for this, but it was for Jelly? I mean, maybe because it was on her. Oh, I mean, remember, she was doxxed over this, right? So, I mean, maybe there are some considerations as to maybe why it wasn't. I'm thinking maybe because it was her. Oh, but it's like, if you look at it, why are people being held at a different accountability level, right? Why is Claire never get a statement, but then Jelly does? And I think that is, yeah, like Clara had her entire family doxxed. It was horrible. Again, going back to what we're talking about in particular, though, with this, I think that they're holding people at different accountability levels, right? And maybe this is because FaZe is moving towards a less edgy branding. Maybe this is because Clara is graduating and announced that. I don't know. I can't tell you. But I think that it feels odd because there's a double standard, right? And then maybe that's true, right, Jay? Maybe because of the doxing, they decided they didn't want to do that as well, which is a fair point. I think it's absolutely a fair point. I'm just pointing out that it feels like there's a double standard, right? Yeah. And maybe back then they felt like they didn't. Maybe now they feel like they do because they're going in a different direction. Who knows, right? It could be one, it could be a combination, whatever, right? But I want to point all of these things out to you so that way you can take all 5 possibilities and mull it in your head and decide what you think is the truth, right? So, and exactly, it is a PL. And I think I'm leaning more towards the fact that because it was a PL, they didn't say anything because they're not technically liable for it. But it is worth pointing out what has happened and what is happening, right? So, past life, who they are before they became a VTuber or whatever, right?
Man. Another shitty VTuber org. What a surprise. Yep. What a surprise,
exactly. That's
bro.
my point about talking about it, right? Yes, there's a lot of consideration. Of course, the doxing, like I mentioned to you, was on an alt account. But it feels like double standard, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I feel like in my gut. Is that in my opinion? Well, I don't really know yet. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know yet. I have no idea. I really gotta mull this one over, but it feels wrong. Now, if things have changed over time, I would understand that maybe a little bit more, right? Maybe back then they felt like that was fine. I don't know why they would do that. And then now they're like, okay, yeah, that's not cool. Things change, direction changes, etc., right? So there's too many variables, I feel like, to really be like, yeah, it was this, All you can do is just talk about what it could be.
Like a whole month, huh? How about that? Sounds like hypocrisy. Well, that's the reason. I mean, this is embarrassing. It's pathetic. It really is. It's pathetic. Huge L for this org. Yeah, like, I don't know why they would even say this. Where are they on Twitter? Phase Connect. Let me pull this up. Phase Connect, racist. Where is it here? Okay, Phase Connect official. An important notice regarding recent events. Thank you for understanding. And so, everybody, this is the beginning of the end. Please do not direct any questions or recent events to any of our talents. Thank you for your continued support. Wow. Everybody is shitting on them.
Yeah, I mean, they might have rules
Hopefully
empty
it
headed
gets
zombies,
worse.
so I think that's a fair
Because
point.
this will only stop, and these companies
Like
will
I said,
only
I
stop
still would
doing
need to
this
mull it over more,
if you
know,
become
but
even more hostile than the people that they're trying to appease.
I will stand by the fact that I think that they did too much. I don't think Jelly needed to be. This is too much, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, this could have been a slap on the wrist, and former delete the tweet. Now this became some kind of craziness,
Have to
you
go
know?
after these people. And if you
Yeah,
don't,
I
they're
think I
going to
mostly
roll over
disagree with
and they're going
Aspen,
to
but I do
censor
agree
you,
sometimes.
and they're going to play along with other people that want to take your words out of context, call you a racist for saying that you don't think Minecraft should be a platform for politics, and then get mad at you and then try to take away your career. You have to always go after these people. This is embarrassing that they made this person delete it. This is their own personal opinion. There's nothing wrong with that. And I'm glad that they're getting this much hate. Hopefully it gets worse. And the beginnings of the end. I'm watching you
dude,
from Sean.
I feel like there's no need to say that, right? Like, oh, go after these people, and oh, I hope it gets worse. Like, that's that's completely unneeded, dude. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, and I agree. He keeps saying like, oh, politics and video game. Well, you're misrepresenting it, right? I know that we've covered that in the past, Pop. So there's no point in even sitting here and pointing out how it's misrepresented. We know
What's
that.
pathetic is you throw her under the bus, but remain silent when Clara was openly celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk and calling for more.
And
to
I think
be
that's a
killed.
lot of people's
There
kind of.
it is. Don't remember you saying anything
right.
when Clara cheered for Kirk's death. That's
What's up,
right.
Sleepy? How are you?
You have to make this as toxic as possible for them to do, because if you don't, then they're going to keep playing along with these absolute fucking parasites. You are.
Yeah,
and I'm
that's
very,
too
very
much,
happy
Rob.
to see that more people.
Look, I will tell you guys, you can always voice your opinion, right? Always voice your opinion about something that you feel passionate about or whatever, right? But I will tell you, you don't need to attack anybody while you do it. Be respectful. Yes, I know that's hard to do on Twitter. People would literally poke you, but guys, you gotta understand. I want to create a community where we can discuss things, and that is what I stand for: discussion and respect. And if you can't uphold those two things, then you know what? You probably don't belong here, you know?
Are totally shitting on them. I will make a post about this as well.
Yep, absolutely.
And again, this will only stop when you create an incentive structure that people are afraid to post this stuff. You have to do it. It might not feel good.
Yeah, I don't blame you, Pop.
But it's
Like,
necessary.
yeah, I barely
It
get on
is.
Twitter anymore. Like,
These
'cause
VTuber
it's just
agencies
so
are all
bad.
garbage. They are. And to the extent that they play ball with this stuff, and I think that people should continue reminding this. They did suspend Clara, to be fair. They just didn't mention why. Yeah, they didn't mention why because they didn't want to make these people mad. And that's the reason, too.
And, like, he says he doesn't want to make these people mad. Well, I think there's a lot more to it, right? But he just doesn't know that.
And they never made a statement
doesn't
about
know,
them.
what
You need to
happened
collect
in the
them all.
past.
I know. Well, a lot of these, and this is the problem, is that a lot of VTuber agencies, and people tried to say that Phase Connect was different. I've seen a lot of people saying that just over the years. And really, I mean, it seems like that's not the case. The agency
Yeah, exactly,
run by
Pop.
people
That's
who
how
are
I treat
liberals
it.
wishing for death on the opposite.
I would literally post something and I'm like, okay, I'll never look at this again. Because people just try to argue with me. And I'm like, I'm not going to argue with you over Twitter, dude, you know?
Side. Well, then you should treat them that way. Then that's the way that you treat them at that point, right? That's obviously the goal. They won't admit anything until they get exposed. Well, that's why I'm glad to see such a massive pushback against it. I am.
Right, and I know he's trying to
And,
discourage
let's
the
see
double
here.
standard,
What are
right?
the other
But
quote retweets
I mean, there
here,
is
too?
a lot to consider that he's not.
Yeah, spent $1,000
Considering
on
the
Marchman.
history of,
I
right?
figured
So-
the recent statement deserved actual feedback, not tweets. If you're a customer too, probably worth doing the same. Yep, absolutely.
I'm not even going to get that one tweet that got shown. So this was Asmin's response, guys, to everything that was going on. So yeah, this is where I'm going to stop a second. So BC just opened the door for somebody to press people Twitter to come through BC content, force them to act on edgy jokes from 10 years ago. Twitter's is a bunch of opposing mods of people and bots constantly fighting each other. Yeah, chat. Can I tell you something wild? I don't know if I told you this. I forgot. Let me tell you something crazy. So, my mind was blown. So, I started using a third-party service to kind of go through my Twitter. Because all of a sudden, my Twitter exposure, like, super dropped. And I was kind of like, what's going on, right? So, I started looking into it. Do you know how many bots follow my account? Over 6,000 bots follow my account, chat. Which, by the way, does negatively affect you in the algorithm. 6,000 bots are part of my following, which is insane, dude. 6,000 people. I mean, I have a very large Twitter, right? Because I post every day, multiple times a day, right? I post memes, all that kind of stuff. I removed over 1,000 of them already, but I mean, guys, I have a very large following on Twitter. And I built that mostly from memes and videos and stuff like that, but I mean, that's actually, God, chat, that's crazy. 6,000. By the time I'm done with this, I'll be at 119,000 followers because it's this fucking bots. Virgil, so there's a couple ways to tell. One, they never tweet out. Two, they still have a regular profile picture, like the starter profile picture. And B, they don't follow or anything like that. They just very loosely interact. So there's a couple ways to tell. So chat, this is kind of where we leave off about Jelly, because we gotta go look at what happened with Clara, chat. However, I'm gonna stand up really quick. I just want to stretch. Yes, that is right, chat. Clara announced her graduation. I mean, like, I'm not surprised. Like to be honest, I'm not surprised. But the timing on this really sucked, right? The timing on this actually sucked because you had all of this stuff going on with this notice, February 5th, and then now you get this, later that day, right? So, I mean, that was just like, that was hard, but no loan. So, like, even if you're liking stuff or commenting on it, well, that's activity, right? So, yeah, I think so as well. I mean, it's probably like the best move for her, but the timing on it just looks horrendous, you know what I mean? So, anyway, let's take a look at this. I will give you some context because this was decided a long time ago, by the way. Oh my god, I feel so much better after stretching. So anyway, here we go. Here is Clara's graduation announcement. Thank you for always supporting Face Connect. Clara will graduate from Face Connect on the 28th of February of this year, chat. She'll be concluding her regular activities on both YouTube and Twitter. She will treasure the time she spent walking alongside her fans. Clara's social media accounts will become inactive starting the 1st of March, and the content on her channel will remain available for 30 days until the end of March on 2026 of this year. We would like to thank everybody for supporting Clara during her time at Face Connect, and we wish you the best in the future. So, first, there is the same response here from Asmongold. Honestly, a bit of a shock. Hope it'll be okay. Yeah, see, take a look at this, chat. This is, Mods, you can go ahead. This is a prime example of what you shouldn't be doing on social media, and how people in my chat, I will absolutely see that you post this shit. You think I won't. You think I won't. But here it is, in full context. This is what I stand against, guys. This is what I stand against. You cannot do this. I've asked you multiple times, Pharaoh. Here you are in my chat, dude, hanging out, and you still do the shit that I asked you not to do. So you're going to take a 3-day ban for that. And maybe, hopefully, you can come back and actually be a part of a good faith conversation that doesn't have to be inflammatory and go after people. This is completely unneeded. Completely unneeded, by the way. If you don't like it, okay, move on, bro. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. That ain't it. I warned you guys. Now, I saw him chatting in here earlier. Look, I told you guys. I warned you all. Do not do this. Do not be this person. Do not go in other people's stuff and be this aggressor. If that's what you want to do, then you can get out of my community. I do not stand for that, chat. We live on discussion and respect here. I'm sorry if you can't do that. If you do not have the emotional intelligence to withhold your comments, then maybe you don't belong here. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, but that's not what I stand for. Anyway, continuing here. Sorry to have to be like a teacher, make an example here, Chad, but of course here you can see here is what happened here with Clara, right? So she is graduating. Now, Clara did go on to actually add on to this chat. She did say, well, this was been ongoing since mid-November, right? So I wanted to state you this decision I made in mid-November. I've been contemplating for a while before then. I didn't want to draw attention away from my Jimmy Memories graduation last month, and we finalized the date earlier this week. Thank you. So this is something that's been happening for a while. Obviously, it wasn't because of what happened recently. It was probably more in line with her prior tweets from before, but she is, of course, going to be, leaving, guys. So, and it was since November. Now, Pippa goes on to tweet out, I'm going to do the rest of the sponsor obligations, but regular streams will be spotty for a bit. I don't know, man. So it seems like Pippa's kind of having a bit of a hard time as well. But on top of that, guys, it looks like a lot of FaZe talents unfollowed Asmongold. That's right. Ended up unfollowing Asmongold. So I think that the doxing that he did in his live stream definitely really upset them. And rightfully so, right? Like, I mean, whether it's intentional or not, he showed her PL, right? He showed pictures of her age, all kinds of stuff. I mean, like, there's stuff in there that's just like, yeah, dude. So a lot of people decided to unfollow. And that's a very strong statement, right? Very, very strong statement. I don't think it's virtue signaling. I think that Asmon made a mistake, whether intentional or not, right, leader? At the end of the day, he did show somebody's private information that should not have been shared at all, right? And there's a moral obligation not to do that, right? I mean, it's a very basic moral obligation, by the way. Don't show people's private information. And whether he meant to or not, he still did it. And so I disagree with virtue signaling. I think that they're standing on business and they're like, dude, you can't do that. But anyway, you got smacked for that. And of course, chat, that's where things kind of seem with Pippa. So Asmon made enough of a mistake to definitely justify FaZe talent to insanely dislike him. Yeah, sure. So I do want to go kind of look at something just kind of to cap off this situation, right, chat? And that is Dizzy. Dizzy actually on her show recently kind of alluded to the situation going on. And I do think that Dizzy, I'm not a big FaZe person, right? I don't watch a lot of FaZe. I'm going to be real with you guys. FaZe is just not my cup of tea, right? And it's fine. If it's yours, absolutely. It's just like a personal taste. I don't really care for them. And it's fine, right? There's some great talents that I like individually. But what I will say, guys, is I have a lot of respect for Dizzy listening to what she has to say. I want you guys to listen to her words because I think that she's spot on here.
Really quickly, speaking for myself, I really want to just say that my priority in everything is the people I care about most, my friends and this community. And for today's episode of FaZe Weekly, I want to hold off on any more big statements for the moment. And right now, I'm also not going to let anyone make big statements on my stupid fucking clip show, okay? I hope you understand why. I want my friends to feel comfortable and have fun, especially when we have a collab coming up. So, history has shown that high-pressure environments tend to produce reactive decisions rather.
High-pressure environments tend to lead to reactive decisions. I love that so much. I think that is a perfect statement.
History has shown that high-pressure environments tend to produce reactive decisions rather than effective ones, so take care of yourself and your peace. first and foremost. And let's watch Jelly talk about rocks.
I love this a lot. I feel like Disney just really kind of hit the nail on the head without like directly like being like, yes, I'm talking about this, right? I really feel like she did fantastic about it. This is a perfect wrap up. Oh, the other thing I wanted to say too is that, you know, is Asmund gonna address it? No. Has he ever? But on top of that too, like people like, oh, it's not doxing, right? Like, dude, there's so much moral obligation. There's ethical obligation, right? That it's just not being practiced here by Asmund. You know what I mean? So I definitely think that he has something to answer for there for sure. And again, I know that they sent it to him and he just clicked on it, whether it was intentional or not, right? But you gotta be careful, dude. You gotta be careful. You know what I do when you guys give me a tweet, right? You guys are a link, right? You know what I do? I always turn off my screen because I don't know what the fuck you're sending me, so I gotta double check it first, right? So you gotta just be more thoughtful. You're a big streamer, dude. Like, you're a huge streamer. You have a lot of ethical and moral obligation because you are impacting a really broad audience, right? So when you do something like that, it reaches more eyes and ears, etc. So you have to be really thoughtful. And this is why I wake up 3 hours before I go live to do my research, because I don't want to accidentally do that. I want to edit a video and make sure that I, you know, blur all this stuff out. Things like that, right? Like, it's important. It's really important. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, no, it was her personal information, by the way. It had her, well, it had like her PL, like socials, but then also had pictures of her face, etc. So, there was a lot of private information shown about her that I'm sure she does not want, because this is information other people dug up about her, right? So, the chat, what do you think of this? Do you think that, you really think that, do you think they threw Jelly under the bus? Yeah, her age, her country, do you think that, you know, Jelly was deserving of this? Do you think that, you know, Clara deserved equal treatment? What do you guys think of this? Yes, I want wings. Dude, that sounds so good. What do you mean? I think it's crazy. I think it is. I think for FaZe, it's a huge L overall. I really, really do. I think
this is why I'm terrified to use display capture for anything. Nobody
right?
needs to accidentally see my anime titties folder.
I really think that there was no reason to make that statement, right? This could have been handled behind closed doors. I think that, yes, obviously making a statement that we don't support racism and bigotry is a great statement, right? But they could have made that totally uncorrelated to what was going on, right? So I don't think Jelly put FaZe in a position where they didn't suffer an L. I don't know, Nid. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, I don't think Jelly put FaZe in a position where they wouldn't suffer an L of some sort. I feel like, honestly, if they would have just deleted the tweet and talked to her, you know, behind closed doors, that would have been, to me, the best way to deal with it. Truly and honestly, I think so. I don't think that FaZe really would have got a big smack out of that, because then, on top of that, you think that Clara graduates, right? Well, people would be like, oh, it's what happened before, and they wouldn't try to relate it to what happened with Jelly as a double standard, right? So I really feel like, because of the timing, and because they did announce this on the same day they announced Clara's graduation, it doubled the issues. They could have simply just let Jelly comment saying never addressed it. I mean, I removed it, people would probably not be motivated to search for Clara's information. I mean, again, I feel like they should have just deleted the post and dealt with it, you know what I mean? Right, exactly. That's what we talked about, Rod. There's quite a strong implication of making a post like this, right? Where you're saying like, oh, like, you know, we don't support racism, hatred, and bigotry. I mean, applause. I love that, but you're almost leaving an implication that she is, you know? And that's like, I really don't think that Jelly is. Now that I've watched a lot of Jelly stuff, like, in the past couple of days, I really don't feel like she is. So, yeah, it feels like they threw her under the bus. So, FaZe talents get stocks and graduate isn't that hot? I don't understand, but exactly, Dan, exactly. So, I feel like FaZe Connect handled this poorly. Looking at how Pippa was just kind of like, you know, hey, like, regular streams will be spotty for a bit. I don't know. He's probably disappointed when that happened, but at the same time, simultaneously, they unfollowed Asmon, so I think that they disagree very heavily with how Asmon treated stuff. And that's what I think, chat. I don't think Jilly's racist, but I do know an unfortunate number of people in FaZe's community definitely are. I don't know, Nid. I have no idea. I don't like to be like, oh, well, because these people say this stuff on Twitter, it's their, FaZe owns these people, right? Which I don't like to say, right? Because it's, you just can't necessarily prove that, but there are probably people that have nefarious intent anywhere you go, right? Anywhere you go, people are going to do that. So, exactly, there's no proof, right? People will be like, oh, yeah, like, oh my god, this community is racist. Well, you really know that, right? Same with all the tweets that were on this initial response, right? I mean, some of the tweets on here were horrible, chat. But at the same time, like, you know that's FaZe fans? You don't know. Now, if I go in a FaZe, maybe Discord or something, and there's people saying stuff over and over and over and over, okay, yeah, I might be like, yeah, that's probably an actual FaZe fan, right? And that should probably be dealt with. It's just, every situation requires nuance. Oh, I agree with you. I really think that FaZe is moving in a new direction. I don't think that they want that fortune, you know, unfiltered, edgy type of stuff anymore. I think they really, really wanted to make a statement, and they used Jelly as kind of the overcorrection sacrificial lamb per se. So, and it's like, you just didn't need to do that, dude. Like, just do it, but do it slowly and allow your brand to right itself. You know, it's gonna take time, but you got to do it the right way. And unfortunately, I feel like they just went too far in the opposite end. Yeah, maybe scapegoat is the right word. So, very crazy situation here today, chat. I'm not a big FaZe fan, so I can't be like, oh, I'm disappointed or something like that, because I don't keep up with FaZe that much. But I will say that if I was running FaZe, I'm like, damn, dude, I fucked up bad. You know what I mean? Like, this is a misstep, in my opinion. So, wild, chat. Let's continue, because I do want to talk about a little bit of indie news. But first up, chat, I gotta give you some news about something pretty crazy. Now, I will let you know, I'm not going to be reading this Google Doc here today, but Line Chew is a full-time streamer. They're a Twitch partner as well, chat. Well, Line Chew is having to have some problems where, if you guys remember Picky VT was outed as a very, very horrible person. Well, Picky has decided to try to impersonate Line Chew. That is right. They are trying to impersonate Line Chew in making them look bad. Line Chew goes on to say, can't believe I have to say this again. Watch out for people trying to pretend to be me. This isn't the first time, and probably won't be the last time. This is the list of all of my accounts. If the account is not listed here, it is not me. So again, here is their docu showing all of their accounts. However, chat, Line Chew is part of we have another series of crazy Google Docus going on. Where, of course, we're going to take a look down here where Sammy actually released a document talking about these very serious things here. Over the past year, there have been attempts to slander me from Rainy Kingpin. I decided it's best to stay silent on the matter. Unfortunately, the negativity is too loud for me to remain silent. I felt that I had to make this document to respond to being falsely accused of SA and other malicious behaviors. Of course, Lion Chew steps in saying Rainy Kingpin and her community have been troublesome as of late. To add more context to Randy and Sammy's situation from my side, first proper interaction I had with Randy was when I made a quote, retweet of them slandering Sammy's name again, and they had done dozens of times earlier. So, of course, Randy does respond to this in his own Google Docu. Again, I'm not going to be rereading this, chat. Or I'm sorry, not rereading. I will not be reading this, but if you would like, links to the documents, let me know. I'll send them your way. Some Google Docus I cover, other ones I just be like, hey, this is going on. Go and read it and, decide in your own time. And that's going to be one of the latter. So I will let you know what's going down. Pretty crazy situation all around here today, chat. Another news, I do want to talk about some indie stuff. Then we're going to talk about a VTuber who allegedly has faked their cancer, chat. That is right. So first up, I do want to check in here with J1. J1 actually had some really good advice here. You know, so if you were an influencer or a creator, chat, you know, J1 has some great news for you. So when I worked in influencer marketing, a trick we tell our talents was to never live post where you are. For example, if you want to show off a place you visited, a cool spot at a con, a coffee at, etc., take the picture and then post it a few hours later. Good way to protect yourself, especially we've seen all of these poor talents getting stalked, getting attacked. That's very, very good advice. In other news, guys, V-Card has announced some of their supporting cards. Let's go take a look. These look awesome. I'm so pumped. Yeah, dude, we got like Russian Badger, Queso, Dubas, Charlie. There's gonna be so many good cards in this, dude. Jaden Animations, Lily Peach and Mama Vale, Meat Canyon. I like that we got Nags, we got Rain. So many awesome people. Fire Souls is in this one too. Yeah, I gotta say the V-Card is absolutely cooking in this next set. So we'll try to open up some with a hand cam stream, alright? This looks awesome though. Very, very excited. In other news, guys, Unnamed actually just released a brand new song. We haven't heard much from Yusan in quite a while. Well, very cool to see Yusan coming back with a brand new song. So certainly go check it out. Sounds really cool. Now listen up. Yusan, let's go! I'm so glad Yusan's back. I know Yusan's been dealing with some shit, so very, very cool. Hey, Limity, thank you for the break. Kitty, what's up? How are you? Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Elara, the heavy metal elf, and today we are talking about some VTuber news. How was your stream, sweetheart? In other news as well, guys, Angel Steps. Well, I don't know how to put this. They had a misstep, chat. This actually is so funny. Angel Steps. So we ended stream early for a show tonight. Well, the screenshot says it all. Hey, Sugar Lily, thank you for 42 months. Some grade A stupid. We get there, and the venue is empty when I double-checked the ticket. It says 2027. Next year. Angel Stats. Oh, no. Oh, no, dude. That is so sad. Poor Angel, dude. I mean, like, anybody can make that mistake, but it's actually so sad. Oh, my God, chap. In other news, we also going to check in here with Saba. That is right, Saba and Kura are actually going to be doing a pop-up event at Tokyo Anime Center in DMP Plaza, Shibuya. So join them March 6th through the 29th for fun festival games, cute exclusive merch, and more. Dude, this is so cool. I've been wondering what Saba's been cooking up. Well, they are doing a whole ass fucking booth chat pop-up event. Very, very cool. So big congratulations to Saba. Speaking of, Saba's new figure has also, the prototype has been revealed as well. This one comes from Belfine, but looks incredible. So I'll let you know when this one officially releases, chat. And then finally, guys, we're not going to watch the whole thing. I just wanted to give you kind of a summary here. But Legal Mindset did cover what was going on with Powder. He pretty much came to the exact same conclusion that, Kono did. Because the artist person doesn't treat it as like a product transaction. It's kind of like a ongoing license. Yes, technically they could enforce it, but also it'd be way too costly, not effective money-wise to time-wise either to actually try and enforce it. So certainly go check it out if you want a deeper dive, but Legal did cover this. So I was very interested to hear his take. So it was cool to hear Kono was like, yeah, Kono said, yo, guess what? Yeah, dude, we're going to watch this tomorrow. So Kono's take was, the same there. So So guys, let's dive into a crazy story here. And I want to go back a little bit. I want to go back in time, chat, to the VTuber blacklist back not too long ago, October 14th. So let's talk for a second about this VTuber named Chiseled Chikawa. That's right, chat. We're going to talk about Chiseled Chikawa. I think they go by Chizzy, actually. Let me double check I get this name right before we continue. Oh no, this is different. Cheesy. Okay, Chessy, whatever. Anyway, so we're gonna say cheesy. Chisai. I don't fucking know. So anyway, this VTuber has been accused of age baiting to access 18 plus spaces, harassment against VA staff, and her own server, bullying a child grooming victim, extorting money. I have not covered this person before. So chat, that's a pretty heavy allegations, right? Here's a document detailing why you should not support them. Allegedly, chat, they were part of a voice acting thing here. And this is what they have done here. So let's go take a look. Bullying a grooming victim, chat. Let's go take a look here.
In 2020, Calixta was cast as a voice actor in a Yandere simulator fan project titled Love Letter.
Yeah, exactly.
During the production,
but it gets
a
worse.
Statement was made public
I don't know
of
how
the
it
girl
could get
being
worse, but it
groomed
gets
at
worse.
10 years old by the 23-year-old director. Love Letter was cancelled due to the drama and harassment. The victim shared various screenshots of her experience with Dra Pice, as well as Calixta, the voice actress of Setsuna. The reason Calixta was brought up in the victim's statement was because there was both written and verbal evidence of Calixta victim blaming.
You know that your father's a pedo? I was like, what father?
This is a recording of one of LL's voice actresses, Calixta. It'd be funny to make fun of my situation by making a pedo joke about me, on top of previous claims by members saying she's victim shaming me and the unofficial LL Discord. Dude, earlier in VC, Calixta was trying to remain neutral about the doc, and I was internally screaming. It's very distant now. She kept going on. I'm neutral, but receipts asked why this kid was on Discord at 10. And where we were, her parents had said, why did APS sex the child, aka victim blaming? Y'all should have been there when Calixta was there in the VC, kept saying I'm neutral, but kept asking why victim blaming questions and shit like, why come out now? Where are her parents? Why is a 10-year-old on Discord? She even say at one point that she didn't know if the kid was actually 10. So definitely just victim blaming stuff right here, chat. So again, here is a written version of the verbal recordings. Let's take a listen to that.
Here is a written version of the verbal recording of Calixta and one other person. Calixta, did you know that
actually,
your father's
we did
a pedo?
art. That's crazy, dude.
I was like,
you point
what
that
father?
Out?
Laughing, person number one, yes, Dra Pice is the father. Calixta, apparently he's my father now. Person number one, oh my god, I can't believe this, your father was ape the whole time. Person number one, I can't believe this. Laughing, Calixta, wait, does that mean my mother is the 10-year-old? Laughing.
There's also written evidence of other situations where Calixta really said, why is the victim coming out now? Where are her parents? Calixta made 2 statements regarding the ordeal, one on Twitter, one on YouTube. However, after both statements had evidence against her claim, she immediately deleted them after getting rebuttals from witnesses and refused to address the situation any further. What a surprise. Here's some comments on Calixta's video regarding this situation. Screenshots are available. So I'm just going to read these. We're not going to go through the screenshots. But here you go, chat.
1. You're disgusting for still keeping up this I'm innocent everyone lying it not GR00 Ming okay, facade. If you were so sorry for what you did you wouldn't go around trying to disprove my claims, blocking everyone bringing it up, victimizing yourself to the point that you delete your tweets for attention saying it's because of non-stop harassment too. You victim shamed. The victim is approaching the one who is pretending to be the victim. They are upset, and you're acting like the upper arm when you're not. You are not acting mature, Callie. You are in the wrong and you need to address your mistake and fix your ways.
You are not the victim here that 10-year-old child is. You delete comments and hire whoever defends you. This shows you're not willing to own up to what you did. You're a victim blamer who refuses to properly own up to it. At the end of the day, you're the person that mocked a 10-year-old and defended a pedo. You're really sorry. Own up to it. Probably, I mean, why would you do that? That's very fucked up. Probably apologize for your actions, a little girl. That you mocked. This isn't trauma or mistake. This is the grooming of a 10-year-old. At Calixa, I was in all 3 love letter Discord calls with you. I was the other person who you made the joke to. You know, the person who said, wow, so your dad is an 8. I now record you. There was someone else on the call, but none of what you sent in this video matches up with what you sent in just 3 calls. Those questions you were asking me were victim blaming, whether you realized it or not. The questions match closely with, oh, what were you wearing that night? You should have just said no. Yeah, that's disgusting. Although Calixta's YouTube stream is now gone, victims say portions of it commented on herself. Calixta says she's been accused of victim sharing, bullying, etc. has hurt her heart. Now the victim should be happy because she got her revenge. Of course, we also have lying about her age and ethnicity following the situation love letter. Ella was a project that was cast through Casting Call Club and strictly required the voice actors to be 18 plus. Yes, it is players, so even more important that you're an adult. The casting call was held in early 2020, where at the time Calixta was 16. There were multiple YouTube comments questioning this when the early one that Calixta replied to. This is a written version of the conversation Calixta had on a YouTube comment. Screenshot is available at the bottom of the document. After the last comment was posted, Calixta had to reply. The video was deleted about an hour afterwards. Yeah, that's a bad look, dude. That's absolutely a horrible look. So they say you gotta be 18 plus because it's an adult game. And they're like, yeah, so anyway, I'm 16.
Person number 1. What about you being 16 and the project audition stating it was strictly 18 plus? Calixta, I'm not 16. Person number 1. Then how old are you? Calixta, my age is for me to know, 16, not everyone else.
15
Person
and a half,
number 1.
like...
I used to be in your voice
better,
acting
dude.
server when you stated you were 15, which was in November of 2019. Girl, Calixta, I'm not 15. Calixta, my age has nothing to do with this anymore. Love letter is over and I have moved on, thank you. Person number 2, you sure aren't you 18 either if you're scared to reveal your age.
Dude, why are you lying about your age? You're just putting adults... you're putting adults in a compromised position.
Calixta, my age is my age.
Up,
I do not need to share my personal info with you or anyone else.
Allegedly
Thank you.
lied about cancer.
Person
having
number
cancer.
1. Your age still very much has to do with this. Even if love letter is cancelled, you were participating in a project that was strictly 18 plus at age 16. Yep. You put this person you so-called very nice / idol at risk for hiring a minor for such a project like this. This is telling us that you'll still audition for projects that are 18 plus as a minor, which is not okay.
Yeah, like
this
I said,
is a
allegedly.
whole issue in itself as you, a
this
voice
stuff is
actor,
pretty,
not love letter.
You know, bad, right? There's proof to go with this, right? Multiple repetitive members have spoken up regarding Calixta frequently lying about being Korean, but as well both sides of the family. I mean, why would you lie about that? You claim to be fluent Korean, but will get upset if somebody attempts to speak to her in Korean. Purposely engaging in ERP with an adult as a minor. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Allegedly, right? So, have you heard of ERP before? I never knew what that's about. Calixta says, well, I have with other people my age. It's like role play, but like sexual stuff. Oh, I guess I shouldn't ask him. Well, we can if you want. I just need you to know my age. I'm 15. How about you? I don't think it can work. Why? I just told you mine. You would say no otherwise. Well, how old were you? If that's like 19, it's okay. How do you know that was my age? I'm 19. Oh, that works. No! 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 Oh my god. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, 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 no.
Screenshots were shared in 2021 of Calixta purposefully engaging in sexual role plays with a 19-year-old, saying that she didn't mind him being 19 when she was 15.
On the adult as well.
She openly shared these screenshots of her pranking these adults in VA, voice acting, and laughed about it in VC. She insinuated these sexual role plays with this adult, and continued the role plays. Calixta knew what she was doing, and she knew that engaging in this type of activity as a 15-year-old would put the adult at risk, and all she could do was laugh about it and share screenshots with her friends as it went down.
Just gonna point that out. So here's some screenshots. I can't even read this. Surprise kisses her. Something and blushes. These are too hard to read. Sorry, guys. Yeah, sorry. I don't think you want to read it anyway. Harassing other voice acting server staff. It is a more common one that many people have heard. While Calix is the owner of VE, which is voice acting, he will often reach out to owners or staff of other voice acting servers for very odd reasons. In 2021, the owners of the voice acting guild spoke out regarding Calix's behavior towards her after she banned users for trolling in VCs. He made a post regarding interaction with Calixa on Twitter. So let's go take a look at that. I am a fellow owner of a voice acting Discord server like Callius. Back in 2020, Calixa reached out to me regarding me banning trolls and threatened to report me to Discord for admin abuse because I banned them. She was not involved nor in my server where it took place. Wait, what? I'm recording you banning a member because they said him did nothing wrong. What's about a recording? Yes. Don't know what that means, but okay, this is a recording of admin abuse. But isn't a little child just trying to fuck around with adults? Nah, dude, nah. There have been multiple other reports of voice acting server owners and staff members being pressured by her. One moderator of the voice acting club said, Alexa would interrogate us like she owned our server. She would pressure us to join VC in her server with other people that we banned. Like, no, I don't want to get dogpiled in VC by you. Some staff members in the VO town have also shared their discomfort with Calixta and how they were banned from her server for solely being staffed in another voice acting server. Bro, oh my god. Stating, I've never seen any messages or engaged in a server. Somebody told me Calixta I was a staff member of VO town and I instantly got banned. This was also confirmed by many other VA server staff members. Stating they were more likely than not banned from VA voice acting solely for being a staff member of another VA server. That's so dumb. I mean, like, I don't know if it's harassing, but maybe that's too strong of a word, but they're certainly, like, being an asshole for no reason, right? Belittling and antagonizing your service staff. Been an issue to service lately. I've collected old staff members coming out with their experience. Alexa can never be wrong. Everything she does or says is always correct. If you go against her, she will ban you, mute you, remove your staff permissions, and talk badly about you. Every person she has a conversation with for the rest of the day. So I think we've established, chat, this person is pretty morally corrupt, right? Can we agree on that? I think we can establish that. Harassing her own voice acting server. Countless evidence of Calixta being rude to members of her staff. She tends to randomly ping around once a week with positive messages. No one proceed to be rude or make fun of members either before or after the pings. Yo, what's up, Nerdy Oni? How are you, kitty? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. What's up? We're talking about a crazy document that was put up late last year about a particular VTuber. Allegedly, this VTuber has gone on to do even worse than what's listed in this document. But guys, stick tight with me because I have more to share with you. How are you, kitty? How was your stream? Okay, so ping, same to you, would rather not be pinged, not to be rude. Okay. I mean, I don't really feel like that's proof of harassing, but whatever, right? Great experiences from members. Hi, Calixta. I was in a 3 love letter Discord call with you, and I was the other person who you made the joke to. You know, the person who said, wow, your dad's name. Oh, we read that above. And there's the one with what about you being 16. So clearly, Chad, this person is pretty poorly reprehensible, right? I think we all agree on that. This is who they are, right? Well, turns out, chat, that a new Google docu dropped on them by Tundra Flame. I said that they had an experience with Calixta. Let's go take a look at what they had to say. Opening. This entire thing is laughable. It's nothing but apologize and intentionally misconstrued statements to paint me in the worst possible light because Cheesy is angry that the money I promised to help her make isn't coming. I'm going to break this down in the same order that Cheesy did so I can make sure not to miss any points or refute. But the same title header so you can read bullet by bullet point. Here we go. So guys, Cheesy's document is gone. But this pretty much covers everything in it, so it's fine. It's got what you need. Meeting. He inserted himself into my life during a vulnerable time. I had experienced a deep betrayal of a close friend. I was distraught, still reeling from it when he became known to me in my community. I'll ask this once they're true. Do you talk to Asami? I do not want to talk to VC. I just want to answer. Brother, I just woke up. What is going on? I'm hungover. You called me. To answer the question, yeah. Ayado Asami, when I'm hanging out with Kriller and them, you already know this, reading through the Discord, it would seem that this will be the last interaction we have. Glad you beat cancer and appendicitis. Hope you have a good birthday. Enjoy life. So it seemed that they were very just like, yeah, okay, cool, dude. You called me, like, I'm glad you beat cancer. Congratulations.
I met Chiz well before she was betrayed by a close friend. The quotes are here because the betrayal of a friend was a viewer of hers that started donating money to another streamer that Chiz had previously had a falling out with. We'll circle back to that.
That's
just
your
a quick
betrayal.
screenshot for proof that at the time of me first interacting with Chiz, Koga had not yet betrayed her.
Hold on, leader. Haven't got there yet, leader. I mean, I have good insurance, but that comes with a catch. That's what Koga says. Note the present tense. He became known to me because he donated an abnormal amount of money during streams. As a person who has felt compelled to thank him, and as a person who wants to make sure people are taking care of themselves before taking care of streamers they watch, we first exchanged DMs the 26th of March in 2025. Well, guys, allegedly this is false here.
This is, again, factually
Not false
false.
ID, like false
I
statement.
had never once attended a Chiz Ichikawa stream as of this date, nor had I donated any money on any of her streams. At the time I met her, she had just had surgery to remove her appendix and was hanging out in a VC on her server. I was aware she was an entertainer,
How dare
but I
you
joined
give
to
subs
hang
to
out
anybody
because
else,
there
chat?
was nobody
You're
in any of my
betraying
other
me.
VCS. She
How can you
mentioned
do
that she had
this to
just
me,
had
chat?
surgery and was recovering from her cancer, and she had no bed to sleep in, only a computer chair. I felt sorry for her, as any human being would, and purchased a new mattress for her through Throne. It was not a lot of money and was no financial burden on me, as I had just received a sizable overtime check from my job.
Alright, so this person ended up, of course, buying this stuff for them, right? The initial poster, Tundra Flame. My initial approach and initial impression he'd given from the way he had acted, very generously, to the point where it's increasingly suspicious, indicated red flags. So again, they already lied about when they actually, like, donated to them or even went to their streams. You know, for a while we DM each other. The more that we got to know each other, eventually became comfortable enough to meet my friends. Let's start with the statement that she gave that was suspicious. She was so suspicious she had no problem agreeing to go to Offkai with me and giving me her full legal name and phone number exactly 1 week later. If you're awake, will you want to try to look at find a flight with me? I need to say itinerary number for that. This is a recurring theme with them. She uses people around her for as much as she can get out of them, and when they should aren't willing to be used anymore, she throws them away. Following this, he had me vouch for him in order to gain access to my friends, becoming immediately accepted by the people I was close with. I'm gonna be real, I had no idea what she's talking about here. She's never introduced me to anybody but random people. I'm gonna pop in her Discord server. I'm sure you'll understand this by now, but friends is a strong word for anything that they have to say. Yeah, a week later, giving out personal info is actually nuts. You don't think it's so much wild, how are you? We're talking about a VTuber has lied about a bunch of stuff and allegedly has faked their cancer as well.
The following section has taken place mostly in voice channels and not in written form DMS. This will be my experience taken from my unadulterated feelings during the time, and actions taken on his part. I understand that makes it my word, and the witnesses, against his, so take it as you will. Additional experiences will be documented in later sections.
This might be the first factually correct thing Cheesy has said in the entire document. Most of her interactions did take place in BC, rather than DM. Cheesy made it very clear to me multiple times that she does not like to talk via text because she's been canceled before. Remember the dude whose life she ruined at her past life name? And did not want to happen again. Which, basically you don't want proof. Kind of reminds me of Adora Bunny. It's the Adora strats. Oh, God.
In April, in my server's voice
It's
call,
the Adora
he
strats.
brought up
So
attending
maybe you should just
Offkai.
bury the hatchet.
He had a
You know,
two-queen
like-
bed hotel room, as
Oh,
his room
God.
had been upgraded. He offered that spare bed to me, saying I could tag along. I told him I don't have the funds
I
for
see,
that,
Charlie. We still
and
gotta
that
talk
I
about
need to
Emiru, by the
focus
way.
on streaming, take care of things at home, etc. In response, immediately, he said it would be an all-expenses-paid trip.
It's kind of weird that she's using like this stuff as like an argument, but he's like, no, I mean,
This,
that's
again,
that's true
is a
because
fact.
that's actually what
I
happened.
think the timing is off, as my memory says I said it in late March, and it had to have been before April 7th when her tickets were purchased,
Okay.
but it's not important. At the
Yeah,
time
I
I
used
had
to like
already
Elara
offered the
too.
spot to several other
We just didn't
VTubers.
know. We didn't
Meowie,
know.
one of my talents, did not need it for reasons that I will not discuss due to their private nature. I don't remember if I asked Tia or not, but it became clear that Tia had accommodations already in place, so I didn't need to. REI didn't
miss
have the
Lalia.
money for any of the trip,
What
and
is
when I
Lalia
asked
up
her I
to
was
these days,
unsure
Stone?
whether I'd be able to do more than just hand over the spare bed. Overtime had been on hold for some time at work, and that hold was not lifted until February, almost a month after I had asked REI to join. I did not feel comfortable re-asking when she had already declined, so I left it alone. Everyone else I asked either couldn't make it to the con due to schedule
conflicts or had their accommodations already in. During this time, I was recovering from 3 surgeries, multiple times on BCs. I was in a clear state of mind as I was on prescribed hydrocodone for my pain management and related to several people. Several times he pushed the topic as I was intoxicated by this medicine. At no point did Cheesy ever state she was intoxicated from medicine. Cheesy is an adult and is more than capable of making her own decisions. She's definitely not on hydrocodone at all times through the 3 months from the time of her agreeing to go to the con. So this person is refuting that, right? Additionally, after meeting my friends, he promised Art a new model, other things a VTuber wishes they could have access to. She's been trying to stream but has been exhausted. Oh, poor Lalia. I miss her so much, dude. She was like one of my first close friends in VTubing. I went along with it because of the sheer amount of money that you previously donated, which indicated me to be able to handle that. When making these offers and suggestions, he hinted and name dropped that he was a manager for some other VTubers. We finally get to the things she actually cared about. It was never about friendship. This, like everything else Cheesy does, is about money, about how much attention has she already gotten from this document. How can she squeeze as much money out of people as possible? Anyway, yes, I did offer art to Cheesy. I like artists. I have a lot of friends who are artists. A lot of these friends are not financially stable. Any exposure money they can get benefits them. This looks like a win-win for me. I could help out a VTuber who is financially struggling due to her crushing medical bills from her cancer, and help out a friend of mine by purchasing a commission. So, totally makes sense. Yeah, there you go. So there's the screenshot. This is my offer to get her art. You'll notice specify 2 very specific names. It's not the first time I ever mentioned either of them in this document, at which point she decided to start sending me a laundry list of artists whose comms she wanted. There you go. Like as much you want. Sorry, not sorry. It's fun. I mean, so it seems like they were only interested in this relationship to exploit them for money, right?
It is always fun to look at artists
It is.
and window
It
shop,
is,
but at no
Silverhawk.
point did I say I would get any of these things for her. It was already becoming somewhat clear to me that the only way Chiz saw me as a bank account. Unfortunately, I was already in too deep. I told multiple people I was taking Chiz, and to cancel on her because of something as little as that would be a little fucked up. How easy would it be for the poor cancer girl to spin the story of the big bad person who won't take her to Offkai anymore?
After dropping multiple times in BC, he was managing other VTubers and talking about other VTubers from my community. I finally bit the bait. He got into a call with me and we talked about management opportunities while figuring out the details. He said, paraphrasing, if I'm going to be your manager, you're going to have to say you're dating someone.
This is such a disingenuous way of framing
gonna
this
say, is it
conversation,
actually
it's
true?
actually laughable. This conversation was after I had helped her with an issue she had with Asami VT, the VTuber that she was so angry other people had donated money to instead of her.
That's crazy. Can you do something for me? I know maybe asking too much. Probably I can try. I just don't know if I can do it myself. When my friends told me Asami's channel trailer on Twitch still legit had so much of my content she's using, I don't know how to tell her to take it down or get one I'm not in. Or am I even allowed to have that OP? Do you want me to craft a message to ask her nicely, or do you want me to go scorch her with brimstone and fire? Am I even allowed to ask that? Basically, yes, technically speaking, you possess copyrights. All things are not paid for. Putting your content. I know you don't like saying you're my manager, but in this case, it would save me so much work. We'll touch on that next week. I will help you. Sorry for even asking, but if I do something, I feel like I would go the fuck off. So they just wanted to have this trailer removed, okay?
She asked me to do what I could to have Asami's
Yeah, using
trailer removed.
cancer
Petty,
as
but maybe reasonable.
a sword or weapon
She wanted
is
to distance
absolutely
herself
horrible.
from another creator, and it was true that there was more
We haven't
content
even
of
got to
Chiz
that
in the
part
trailer
yet.
than there was of Asami. So I sent a message to Asami asking her to take it down in a professional sounding capacity.
So I didn't say that. Let me see what I can do. I'm the most charismatic person I know. I have an idea, actually. It's stupid woman at my work. I'm going to send her a nicely worded letter from the manager of Cheesy. Please take it down, replace it. Simultaneously, I'm going to have one of my video editors send an email offering to do a trailer of her content for free on their portfolio. Wolf owes me once to get back in the game and make sure hasn't lost his touch anyway. So that, I mean, that's nice, actually. That's a good way to deal with it. Does it sound like an acceptable solution? I don't like that idea. Oh, we shouldn't be offering anything. Forget it. Dude, they really did not want to help that person. Cheesy can't be happy unless she's the only one coming out ahead. As you can see from the wording, I was not Cheesy's manager at the time, but Asami removed the trailer as she was asked, and it didn't matter. Dude, that's a good way to, like, deal with that. You're like, absolutely not. That's
so
crazy.
So a week later, as I stated,
hell no.
We had a call about me becoming her manager. I made it very clear I was not interested in becoming her manager. I made it clear to her that I was her friend and had never been here for the sake of her being a VTuber or any of that, and I was interested in her romantically. She beat around the bush, saying that she wasn't looking for anything romantic at the time, but maybe in the future, and if I could just do this for her until then, maybe we could have something. Stupidly, I relented and agreed.
That's where you messed up. That's where you messed up. Nah, dude, that was a mistake.
Now, to be clear, out of principle, I keep my personal life and my career as separate as possible. With this management expectation set, I would have had to overstep this value of mine. I told him I already had a boyfriend at the time.
Yep,
he did not believe me and laughed it off until I proved it by calling my partner, and that I didn't understand why I would need to say that I'm dating someone.
But considering this is only a couple weeks after the Cinder incident, and every VTuber with a visible manager is being witch on it seemed prudent to bring up that everybody would likely think we're dating. Cheesy immediately responded, well, I can just make up a fake boyfriend. Then he's speaking to solve the issue entirely. If she has a boyfriend, there's no way she can be dating her manager. So I agreed that it sounded like the best plan. It didn't work. A large number of people came into her stream and thought that they were dating anyways. We were dating anyways, sorry. Well, as large a number as you can say when Cheesy was averaging 10 viewers at a time, so maybe it was really like 3. Okay, so 33% of your viewership thought that was going on.
He told me that if he was going to be my manager, people would think we were dating. I did not accept this sentiment and pushed back. Nonetheless, however, he had convinced me to say that I was in a relationship so that nothing would get misconstrued. In hindsight, this exchange felt more like information gathering than a legitimate management tactic. He also insisted on it being a volunteer role, as he was not paid, did not claim revenue share, nor did he want to sign an agreement.
Once again, these are more objectively false statements from Cheesy. I don't have any proof of this, as the entire conversation happened over voice. Maybe in the future I'll need to start recording my voice calls with talent so bad actors don't start spreading false rumors. The last bit about it being volunteer, though, is true for a number of reasons. First off, at the time I was new to this, I've been Meowie's manager for all of 2 months, and that was my only talent. I had no idea how to even get back, or even how to do my prices, and I still don't. Cheesy was, as she so often put it, broke as a joke. Her streaming was lucky if it brought in enough to consistently hit the Twitch payout requirement to 50, and she was receiving nothing from any other income source except food stamps. Obviously, I also wanted nothing to do with this because I don't want my finances tied up. It's someone I'm interested in romantically, and I made it clear to her that was the case. That was probably actually one of the smartest moves you ever made. So let's continue.
The management that I went through was not what I was expecting. Anything that I did was entirely on me. He did essentially nothing for me.
Bruh.
If I needed him to schedule things for me,
has the audacity
he would set
to be
alarms
like,
or call
yes,
me to wake me up, but
That's
I didn't
crazy,
need that.
Dude. That's
he
crazy.
would not handle stream scheduling, collab setups, or any other clearly related work management roles.
That's
he
crazy,
would explicitly put his focus on managing the personal aspects of my time. What the hell does she think a manager does? Stream scheduling. Collab setups. 2 of the things that are most important for a streamer to have direct control of. The following is the document that I wrote up, sharing my screen with Chiz, when we listed the things she needed from a manager.
So this is what they listed out. She needed, what do you want to do with her content, etc., right? So just kind of a list of needs. Very, very normal to do. Like as a manager meeting, right? You're like, what do you need? So what do you need me to help you with, etc. Only managerial tasks you actually request an entire thing was to convince her to actually wake up on time, actually stream on time, and put out schedules, actually food and talent scouting for their needs. So literally your personal life. I didn't do the last one. Cheesy decided unilaterally that she wanted to do the audio mixing and audio engineering stuff for ASMR stuff, and I found a mixer through a friend of a friend.
In addition, I functioned on a consultation basis for questions and general streaming strategy. Chiz has no concept of what it takes to actually get the work done and no concept of time management.
I mean, clearly, you can tell that.
Her Twitter post that was written to advertise her Save Rocky Dono-thon was written by me. All of her rewards for her Dono-thon were written by me.
I mean, that's what most managers
I worked with her directly on helping design the graphics for the Dono-thon, and even put together an example of my own idea, even though I am garbage at graphic design and have never pretend otherwise.
Alright, so there was the thing that he made, right? It looked like this, by the way, but I knew it was bad at the time. I mean, that is irrelevant.
Finally, I was responsible for outreach to merchandise companies after it became clear that UWU Market was not delivering on their promises of turnaround times, so I reached out to Kitsune Corners as their customer service is well known to be top-notch, and they were, at the time, looking for additional talents to work with. I will not put the screenshots of that email here, as it also doxes information about another one of my talents that may or may not partner with Kitsune Corners in the future. Unfortunately, every interaction with Chiz from a perspective of anything other than friend was actively combative. I asked about the details of how the vet hospital for her dog would take payment to make sure she would have the money so her dog could, live. That apparently was worth biting my head off.
Dude. Being like, okay, well, I want to know how the payment is so I can send it in there, and then they get defensive. That's weird. This pet hospital makes you pay in full up front before the procedure. Interesting. How do you know what the bill would be before the procedure even happens? Or do they make you pay the estimate that make you pay any cost extra? So, hey chat, fun fact. My doggo, who is, rest in peace, Bear, who passed away, I've had this exact thing happen to me, so I'll tell you how it is. So, what they do is they tell you, hey, so this is what we think is going to be the cost, right? This is what it's going to be. And then anything that does happen afterward that's extra, you would pay for, right? They can also set up payment plans, etc. So it is all upfront, but they can do payment plans. I want to put that out there. I'm not sorry, my period is here. Choose the next words very carefully. What? Why are you getting mad at that? Like, he's trying to help you. That makes no sense. Like, it's very sussy to get upset about that, right, chat?
This is unfortunately the only screenshot of this interaction I have, since Chiz felt it was necessary to delete most of her messages in the conversation.
It's looking pretty sus.
You can see that none of my responses to her quite make sense because I'm responding to messages that are no longer there. Intentionally misconstruing things to make herself out to be a victim also seems to be a specialty of Chiz, as we'll see later.
Later down the line, he would say that the people I talk to are messed up with were people I should be putting my energy and time into, but there's some level of merit to not wanting to be involved in the drama. These people were my friends and I needed to be there for them when they needed it.
I do remember saying this. During my time managing Chiz, she spent almost all of her time, not free time, all of her total time, playing games with people and hanging out with people who would later abandon her, talk shit about her, and start drama with her.
Oh yeah, it
she
sounds like
did
they're saying
nothing but talk shit about
jizz
behind their backs as well. At the time I assumed it was just because everyone around her was shitty. Turns out, if everywhere you go stinks like shit, you should check your shoes.
Yeah,
Additionally,
checks out.
This left no time in her schedule for actually doing the things she needed to do to function as a person or a streamer. I was lucky if I could convince her to do more than 3 streams a week, and I was lucky if any of them were longer than 2 hours. Most of these were because she was too hungry to function
we haven't
for
even
longer,
got to the cancer
a combination
part yet.
of being poor
That's
and
crazy.
not listening when told to eat, or because she would cancel stream because she had not slept.
Alright, so
At
allegedly
some
the
point,
manager just
we
stopped
talking
working
for a
with
while.
her or something like that.
No DMS. No texts.
I mean, if
He
it
had
wasn't ever
gotten busy
officially your
with something
manager,
I
it's
wasn't
just his
privy
free
to.
goodwill, you know?
I later found out he had entered a relationship. 2 days after
Okay.
learning that information, I learned he had then gotten his heart broken. Knowing the pains of
Okay.
heartbreak, I called him and tried to console him. He mistook my concern for the well-being of my manager as for me having romantic interest in him, that my effort to be a friend was more than platonic.
I did stop interacting with her because I was courting somebody else. This is true. I only have so much time in my day with a 2-hour commute to work. 2-hour commute to work, holy shit. 9-hour work day to 2-hour commute back home. I need to attempt at least 8 hours of sleep at night. Dude, this guy is working, dude. 13 hours just to work, dude. That's crazy. I need to attempt at least 8 hours of sleep each night. Human time is very limited. I wanted to spend it with a person I was courting, a potential partner. However, at no point did I mistake concerns for my well-being as romantic. My mistake of her possible romantic feelings for her. How in every opportunity she called me hon, my love, and talk about future things to do together. How it took her no time to at all be comfortable enough with me to give me all of her information of her city, her state, her name, her phone number. Spent hours on the phone with me every day, including overnight. On the whole, stated, sure, we can try that in the future, but only once I'm ready. Look, I'm gonna tell you something. As a girly, she is leading him on.
Offkai was approaching
Because she's
rapidly.
getting something.
As
She's
I
getting
settled
something.
into moving back in with my parents, streaming was going well for a while. Tundra would go into his other talents and other friends' chats and tell them to raid into me, which made all the numbers increase. This led me to believe my manager was doing his job and that maybe he wasn't just doing nothing. Oh yeah, I forgot about doing this too. If anyone tells you there's any discoverability on Twitch outside of raids, they're trying to sell you something. As Offkai grew
Wait,
closer,
what?
he would go into voice calls with me and tell
I
me
don't-
he
I don't
had
understand that,
connections and
Chad. What
multiple
does he mean by
sponsorships
that?
and CEOs
I
that
don't
he would
understand
know.
that.
The more I could tell something was off. It was a lot. I will touch on these points as I discuss
I'm gonna
Offkai.
put that up on the shelf. I don't know what the hell this is about. Everything I've said right before, Offkai, I was avoiding Cheesy like to play because I had long since determined that I really did not want to go to Offkai with her, and every interaction I had with her was simply worsening my feelings for the whole con. More lies shocking. So chat, we've established before we continue that Cheesy has a history of lying, misrepresenting stuff, etc. Right? I think it is very clear. I don't think we need to add more to that. Let's continue here with this story, of course, coming from Tundra. Here we go. When Offkai finally arrived, I went to the airport and boarded the plane that he booked for me. He booked my flight to LAX, despite Offkai being hosted in San Jose, California. Okay.
Yup. This information is true. I did book the flight for her. Specifically because she requested it of me. Specifically this flight. When we were originally looking at flights, it became apparent that there were no flights landing in San Jose from her nearest airport that arrived before 11:30 p.m.
Right? It is hard to
Sure,
fly
we
in
could
there,
have
by the
done
way.
that, but then she would have had to spend most of the morning on the first day of the con in badge pickup line. Everyone who does cons knows you arrive in time for day 0 badge pickup if you can.
Yep.
Lax simply had a flight that was better since it arrived at 8 a.m. Even with the 6-hour drive between the 2 and an hour and a half stop for lunch, we still made it to San Jose by 4:30 p.m. and were able to get badges picked
I
up
can
before it
understand
was
that.
even dinner time.
I can understand that. Again, it's really important, like, that drive as well, like, how he treats that. But, as an aside, he lied to me about how long it would take to travel from Lax to San Jose, claiming a 3-hour drive instead of 7 hours minimally it actually is. Also, the real explanation for not just flying me to San Jose or SFO International Airport, where our hotel would be easily accessible, beyond saying that he thought it'd be better to drive me there from LA. All right, so, I mean, it's only 6. I don't see how that's misrepresented, right? I mean, for him to fly in and also drive 6 hours, it seems like he
I
wanted
don't
to go
know
above
how
and
else
beyond,
to
right?
respond to this other than just
I mean, I
call
remember
it for the
talking
lie
about,
it
like,
is,
she
yet
framed
again.
it in this way that she was, like,
I
trapped.
told her very specifically that there were 2 different routes we
I
could
remember
take,
that.
the more scenic and the route with better food was on the 101, and I don't know the route on the 5, and the 5 would only cut the drive by an hour. Additionally,
All right.
parts of the 5 in the general Fresno area are well known for not being very safe, and I have had to stay overnight with friends while staying in Fresno just because they did not want me driving through there when tired.
I remember talking about this when we looked at the other document. As you can see, when you don't fuck with data for the sake of lying, driving 6 hours in a cursory Google search can show Anybody not assuming you're driving 60 miles per hour the whole way. Anyways, driving to California in general, no, that is not something people do. Yeah, that's true, because everybody like, stop, go, stop, go, stop, go, stop, go.
When I arrived, I felt like I was being watched. He was staring at me in a way that made me feel very uncomfortable. On the ride to San Jose, we had to make a stop in Santa Barbara to eat food and drive by his work. When we were on the pier eating food, we were walking and he would get really close to me, brushing up against me. I moved away from him and asked him to stop as it made me uncomfortable. He listened after I asked indirectly through jokes, as I didn't want to risk triggering any conflict.
Yeah, I remember us talking about this, and we were like, bro, what the fuck? Like, chill out, dude. But obviously, it seems like it was misrepresented.
Staring at her in a way that made her very uncomfortable. If she wanted someone to not have to check out every single person who came to pick up bags from the bag check carousel, perhaps she should have sent a picture of herself with 10 or 20 fewer filters. I had no idea what she actually looked like, so of course I had to look at every single person.
He didn't know what she looked like, so that's why he's like looking around.
I'll be wearing a gray shirt, yeah, that's helpful. This is also where it became clear to me that Chiz has significant issues in general. No idea what trauma that came from, but anyone being within 5 feet of her is considered bumping into her and in her personal space. Additionally, on the pier itself, me being close to her is just a lot.
Of lying, right, Chad?
I had to repeatedly slow down for her to catch up because I was so far ahead.
That sucks. What's up, Necros?
My messed up ankle means I have one speed and it is as fast as my legs carry me. No slower, no faster. It's more of a throw myself forward and make my leg keep me upright on the way than it is actually walking. If I was close to her at any given point, it was purely by accident, and if I was no longer close to her at any given point, it was, again, purely by accident.
Alright, let's continue. So again, it sounds like she kind of stringing this dude along. Remember we talked about this, Kindra, right? The fact we had to deal with this girl causing some issues before Vverse. Yep, I remember. So like, there's a history right here, chat, of lying, manipulation, etc. Right? So I remember when we went through a document. I mean, it sounded rough, right? And I was like, well, let's see what the manager has to say, right? So here we are, but yeah,
we dropped by his office and I met one of his co-workers.
She definitely seemed.
She seemed really nice and talked about how Tundra was an upstanding guy. Naturally, that put my worries to the side a little. After we were done at his work, we continued to San Jose, while almost having 4 near car wrecks on the road. Each one close enough that I genuinely believed I was about to die. He would play these off as nothing, claiming he's a great driver.
You probably shouldn't have driven
I'm not a good driver, LOL.
If you're a bad driver,
I'm not a terrible driver, but I am not a good driver.
Idea.
The fact that she felt the need to include this is just further evidence to how messed up and grasping at straws this entire thing is. Please, if you are thinking thoughts like Chiz, seek help. I'm going to try to refrain from commenting on Chiz's clearly unfortunate mental state in the future, but I already know it's going to come up at least once more.
Chad, are you serious? Yes, I said 6 to 7 hours. 6, 7. I hate my big chungus
we arrived
life.
After a long, silent car ride of me attempting and failing to start conversations to fill the uncomfortable silence.
Wow.
We made it to the hotel, left our bags in our room, and then went to go get our badges. While collecting them, he was hardly talking and I was being extroverted to everyone near me, making sure everyone was feeling welcomed and being nice to each other. Whenever I tried to coax him into engaging and joining in, he did not engage or respond beyond silently shaking his head. This is true. I was not going to engage in totally unnecessary conversation with people that Chiz was networking with.
Right.
That is the opposite of what I'm supposed to do.
Bro.
I should be invisible here. Which I succeeded at until I saw an entertainer that I'm a big fan of and had a fangirl moment, but I digress.
So basically, he was just trying to be like, yeah, dude, like, I'm really trying to just kind of be a fly on the wall and not bother your networking. So, I mean, honestly, people treat that differently, but there's nothing wrong with that.
After collecting our badges, we returned to our hotel room.
Oh, Darcy, it's never going to go in.
I had gotten a text from my friend that there was a Vtuber meetup and the nearby Round 1 arcade.
Everybody goes to Round 1,
I made the decision to go, as it sounded like fun. He did not come along.
Yeah, guys,
was
if you
not
ever want to find
invited.
VTubers, just go to round
At no
one.
point did Chiz even
Like-
reply that I was welcome to come along, let alone actively invited, so I did not press.
Right, I mean, that makes
Again,
sense.
My job here is not to interrupt her from networking and making contacts. If she can do this at all, her personality has to flourish on its own. I don't remember what I did. Oh wait, I just came back to this. I do remember what I did. One of my friends that was also in town for the con stopped by the hotel room and we shot the shit for like 4 hours before he left, and then the next thing I wrote happened.
Yeah, it sounds like
I think I
chilled
joined
you.
a voice chat with a couple of friends of mine and chilled out the rest of the evening. Yeah, I remember that
That Chizzy chatted with me as well as she came back to the hotel from the party covered in blood. What the fuck? What kind of party are you having here? What? Huh? That's crazy. I guess we're gonna find out why.
When I got back to the hotel from the event, I had joked to him that I saved a life and had blood on my hands because a person injured themselves at round 1 and I helped
Okay,
get
got
them
you.
emergency
Alright, she was
care.
helping somebody around one.
He didn't have any reaction. Nor did he care for the story. He just went to bed. She told this story as she was washing the blood from her hands.
Okay.
I met the person she saved the next day actually. They were pretty chill and it was very good that Chiz was there and capable of helping because their wounds were quite severe. I don't know what more reaction she wanted from me other than asking questions for more details and talking to her about the other people
Probably
she met
because
at
the
the
dude
party.
had flown and
It
driven
was
like
close
7
to 2 hours of us chatting
Probably
before
tired.
bed. But again, she has to do everything in her power to make me look as unapproachable and despicable as possible because her claims are already dubious at best with zero evidence.
I got dressed and ready for the day, then we went out to breakfast together. When we were out, I saw a friend of mine in line who called out to me. He looked at my manager and told me, be careful citing to creators my size. Don't typically have managers, which is true. I went back to my hotel room to grab my bag, and we both made our way to Off-Guide. During breakfast, he said he had a full team targeted sponsors, CEOs, different talents, etc. I acknowledged he was going to be busy and hung out with my VTuber friends the entire day. I mean, like, I
This
feel
is
like
true.
we've established this
Most
lady
creators
is
of her size don't have managers.
not all there,
I thought her
Jeff.
friend was very nice though. Still not sure why Chiz didn't want to sit with them at breakfast cause it would have been cool. I never said anything about having any meetings with sponsors or CEOs or anything of the sort. Weird story, brother. Starting to notice a weird trend that makes me think I know who gave her the idea that she should write this because someone else from my past used to make up stupid shit involving CEOs and sponsors. The only thing I had to do on Friday was that I wanted Yena Youngblood merch and I was in that line for 4 hours and by the time I made it to the front everything was sold out. Still sad about this, and I had a Cersei Soulstorm meet and greet way later in the day.
Right.
I'm a VTuber fan too and I have Oshis just like everyone else. Did she want me to hang out with her? I thought she was uncomfortable being around me. Which is it, Chiz?
That evening, to meet to Brazilian Steakhouse. I was unaware where we were going. I went to meet someone quick before the plans of the evening. I suggested in and out. On arrival at the steakhouse, he called dinner a date in front of me. I made it clear that it was not. I expressed explicitly did not see that way. No, I don't want to go to a place so fancy and expensive. Here is the Brazilian Steakhouse. I was thinking of the place. Oh, that's the one you get. I never told her. Looks to me like I told her 2 months. Oh my God. It was 2 months prior. Oh my God. That's wild. You never told me about it. Well, I never told her. Looks to me like 2 months prior. I told her I never called the dinner a date. Even have a conversation with my friend Mika during the dinner, talking about how much better it is in a con as a whole would be if I was with this girl. As Courtney said, it's cheesy. It was probably rude in hindsight, but damn. How are you today? We didn't line for merch for 4 hours. I'm struggling with anxiety and depression front. Well, because this whole thing would be better if Izza was here. Rick said, I feel you. Yeah, it's sad to hear you spend that time in line. That's a killer vibe. Yeah, it sucks. I missed 2 panels, and cheesy is cheesy. Which is to say, I don't hate her. She's trying to be accommodating, but she has so many friends here, and I just don't. Yeah, and it don't be a jerk and make her hang out with me half the point. And bringing her so she can network. I mean, I'll be honest. When I first read this, the way that it was like phrased was, it kind of made him seem really creepy. But now it's like you can see a lot of her lies throughout the whole
After
thing,
the
right?
dinner,
You know
I
what I mean,
headed back
chat?
to the hotel room
Yeah,
and
you can
relaxed
see a
for
lot
a
of
bit.
the lies.
He said he was
Real-
still out
real
doing things
elf
and that he
lady's
was
voice.
going to wait
I
in
don't know, I
line
feel
for the
pretty good,
Oshi
Darth.
bar. After that,
Why do I sound bad?
I decided to go as well. I was let in at
Or
Oshi
because
bar
I'm
and
gonna
as
do a
soon
lot
as
of
I saw
talking.
him, I said hi and he offered to get me a drink. I said I
Yep.
didn't want to deal with the line. Instead of hanging out with him, however, as he had other friends to spend time with, I hung out with my VTuber friends again. Throughout all of this, I still felt as though I was being watched.
Alright. Apparently she's being
This
paranoid.
paranoia again? I mean, she probably was being watched because of the fact that her friend that she was hanging out with had an altercation with a racist POS outside and he was nowhere to be found. I, however, was in the drink line for the first hour or so before I gave up on the drinks and went and found one of the only places to sit down in the whole venue because my crippled ass is not used to being on
that's how
my
it goes
feet
with
all day
Google
long and
Dockies,
my
you
feet
know?
hurt. I watched the rest of the show except the last couple of songs from Cotton. I didn't even know where Chiz was during the event until I went to look for her because I decided to leave a little early and didn't want her to feel like I abandoned her at the event.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I got back to the hotel room that night before him. After sitting for a bit, I finally stated I was going to take a shower. I asked him before doing so if he wanted to use the restroom before I took my shower. He said no, so I went to the bathroom in my necessity. So I was in the shower, I heard a knock on the door. He asked to use the restroom. I said no. I already offered before I got in the shower and the door was locked. I was not going to unlock it once I was done with the shower. I got dressed. I told him he could use the restroom. Yeah, I remember reading this. I was like, that's actually very problematic.
When
What's
I
up,
got
Alex?
back from the venue,
Apparently
I
this
went
girl
down to
faked
the
having
hotel bar
cancer,
to have
allegedly.
another drink.
But we're going through their
One
off-guy
alcoholic
experience.
one this time and the one non-alcoholic one I enjoyed the night before. That's how she made it back to the room before me. I have no recollection of any of the rest of this happening. To the best of my knowledge, Chiz did not shower a single time the entire time I was at the con.
No shower
Maybe
confirmed.
she
She is
simply
a
did when I was not
VTuber.
in the hotel room, but I distinctly remember this because I made a note of it for later.
Actual
I'm a
VTuber
lightweight.
confirmed.
It's why I don't drink very often. I laid down in my bed and tried to fall asleep and Chiz started the Demon Hunters movie. Note this is now 1 AM, so I asked her if she could not watch it right then. It was loud as hell, it was late, and I had woken up early 2 days in a row plus was sore
VTubers
from
don't
being
take
on my
showers,
feet
confirmed.
all day at the con. She took huge offense to this, as you'll see in the next section, because, as with everything,
Cheesy needs to get her own way. It's an offense rather than people standing up for their own boundaries. I mean, like, clearly the dude is like beat up. He's tired. But anyway, let's get on to the next part of Offkind.
we went to the same diner
We
in
all
the
agree,
morning
though,
and he
this,
said that he had a full
Cheesy
day of
is,
meetings
has
just
a
like the
history of
day
lying.
before. I left him to his own devices and spent the day with my VTuber friends once again. After feeling some FOMO
I took
from
a shower
outside events,
yesterday.
I went back to the hotel room and spent my day watching K-pop Demon Hunters, something he had actively prevented me from watching the night before when I was going to bed, telling me to shut that shit off and go
Prevented
to
me
bed.
from watching.
Dot.
That's such strong wording.
Almost none of this is true. We did go to the same diner, but we went with a friend of mine from another VTuber community.
Okay.
I picked
Prevented
him
me
up
from
from
watching.
his hotel room that
Watch it
morning
on your
with
phone,
Chiz.
Curly, with headphones in.
Kinda rude that she failed to include him at all since he bought her and I breakfast. Anyway,
It's so
I
weird all the
spent the
little
whole of the day
details that are
hanging
like
out
left
with him.
out by her, right?
We ran into one of my friends in the mid-afternoon and Meowie later in the day, then we went to a horror panel.
I went to another panel after dropping him off at the airport. He only had a one-day pass. And then went back to the hotel. There I found Cheesy depressed because she had specifically uninvited from a party by one of her friends. A party that all of her other VTuber friends were going to. Interesting that
He
you were
showed
the
up
only
to the
one.
room and asked what I wanted for dinner. I said I just wanted something simple like Taco Bell or anything to that effect. After I told him I wasn't that hungry, he pushed me to go with him to get food at a restaurant. I asserted that I did not want to and would not go as I wasn't feeling well mentally. He did not take this well at all. He huffed and puffed before saying
Mista,
he
we
would
just
go
looked
and
at
get the
it.
food we agreed on.
Yeah, we just looked at her. She's actually, funny enough, she's on the VTuber blacklist. Like, yeah, for age baiting, harassment, bullying a child grooming victim, extorting money. But yeah, apparently they lied about having cancer too. We haven't got to that part yet, so we're just adding to the laundry list. But we're looking at what happened between her manager and her. I think it was late last year. We covered her document, we went through it, and I won't lie, the guy looked kind of bad, but now that we have like the history and all of it's coming out, we're like, oh shit.
So I tried my best to get her out of her funk.
Right.
It was clear her friends were treating her like crap and I didn't want her to feel unincluded. In my head, the only
really
way I was going
stuff.
to be able to get her to stop being a Debbie Downer was
I don't
to
think
try
this
to
guy
get her
did
out of the
anything, Garth. I
location
think he
where her
just got
funk was
baited.
centered,
I think he had
the
to take it for a
hotel
ride.
room. I tried to get her to go with me to grab the food just
Right?
for the
Yeah,
sake
get
of
the
hanging out
num-nums.
with a friend, but she
Red,
would
is
not
that
budge.
you? Dude, it wasn't he.
I
He's not
finally
the
gave
bad
up
guy
after
here,
she
Garth.
was more than a little
He's
rude
the
with me,
victim.
treating me like a servant rather than a friend and demanding that I just go get her the food she requested.
I love how she's like, I told him I wouldn't go with him. He huffed and puffed. And then apparently from his perspective, it's like, she just demanded I go get her food. The duality there is insane, bro. That's
While he
wild.
was out, I got a knock on my door
I
from
asserted I
across
would
the
never
hallway.
go. Go get me my
It was
food.
the maid cafe from Offcut. They told me that,
Okay.
since I was a good neighbor and didn't snitch on them for having
Ah,
a party
yes.
there, they had a bunch of alcohol left over and offered me to go over and drink with them. I said yeah,
Yeah, everybody
got
knows
my
the maid
hotel
party is
key,
pretty crazy,
and
by
went
the way.
over there.
What's a flash?
Many of my friends were there and I made many new friends as well.
Yep.
They were very kind to me. As I was drinking,
Okay.
Tundra came back with dinner and I said I was going to go eat dinner and then come back. Once I finished dinner, I invited Tundra to join me at the party so that he didn't feel left out. He took me up on the offer and came to drink at the maid cafe.
Give me my food, servant. I'm not including the first part, so I'll just leave that alone. It is true as far as hearing a detail. At the time, the maid cafe put on by the VRTC was shut down by the hotel, which I can't affirm is true. They had a lot of extra alcohol, so we went over, opened Vtuber card to watch the Offkai concert on a big screen. TV, nice.
One of her friends was, in fact, there.
Okay.
I will not mention their names specifically because I'm sure they don't want to be dragged into this
Yeah,
bullshit
that's
and
kind
it
of
was
you.
meant to be a private party.
Yeah,
I
that's
came
kind of
back
you.
with dinner and she ate half of hers really quick then went back over. I was much
All right.
hungrier as I had not had lunch and took my time eating my full meal while hanging out in a VC with the same friend as I was chatting with during the Brazilian steakhouse dinner.
Okay.
I don't know why that matters, but he told me I should include it because he wanted to make a statement about this whole section being true.
Interesting. So
I don't think it matters enough to
so he has
actually
like a
put it in
witness
the...
that he was actually like chatting with this person that whole time. While we were there, was drinking. I invited a few of my friends to come sit and say hi too. As I socialized, I became fairly inebriated. I was still cognizant and control my own actions. During this, my manager made several sexual comments and passes at me about my looks and was coming on pretty strong. At one point, I turned to a friend and said loudly, "Yes, I'm uncomfortable."
This, again, never happened. Except the fairly
Okay.
inebriated part. It's
Okay.
a massive understatement.
Yeah, thank God.
Chiz was so absolutely shit-faced that she was slurring her words and fell down multiple times when she tried to get up. I repeatedly said if you keep drinking like this someone is going to have to carry you home, partially because it was true and partially because I wanted her to stop drinking before it really did get that bad. I am not a physically strong person and I have a crippled arm and crippled ankle from a degenerative disease I was born with. Chiz must be nearly 300 pounds. There was zero chance I was carrying her anywhere, or anyone else in that room for that matter. I have no idea why she thinks any of this happened because again, I had no eyes for her at all. If I had wanted to stare at someone pretty or make a pass at someone pretty, there were plenty of other options. Her friend's boyfriend was pretty damn cute and he was sober.
Hey, Missy, how are you? Oh, girly, I haven't even got to that point yet. I haven't even got to the cancer part. We're just talking about the off-guide section, which is insane, right? Everybody say hi to Missy. What's up? Can we get a shout-out for her, please? How are you, sweetheart? I have no idea whether she thinks this happened because, again, I had no eyes for her. Her friend's boyfriend was pretty damn cute and he was sober. Yep, I'm uncomfortable. It never happened, but cute. I'm not sure she could have said that if she tried, considering how badly she was slurring her words. Bro, this is wild. So, like, when her document first came out, like, I went through it, and I was like, yeah, this manager does not sound very good, right? But now, like, we have the whole history and everything. I'm like, ah, shit, dude, no. Nah,
I
you
continued to
took him
brush
for a
off and
ride.
ignored the comments, but when we were leaving the party I tripped over my friend's foot on the way to the door. She caught me and asked if I was okay and if I would need any help to get to my hotel room. I declined and said that I would be fine. My manager then made another pass,
we gotta get the full thing. I told
well,
you
it
on
looks
follow-up
like I'm
chat.
gonna have to carry her back. He moved to me and tried to lay a hand on me. I immediately said no, not to touch me, clearly stated I was uncomfortable,
I don't think he was even, like,
left the room.
attracted to her, like, once they met.
I
That's
admit,
what it sounds like
I
to me.
offered her help after watching her stumble in an attempt to get to a standing position and almost ate carpet. I'm not gonna really rag on this but just gonna say, how fucking broken of a person do you have to be to think here, let me help you. You're too drunk to stand is a sexual pass.
I mean,
the bit about her
sadly,
friend's foot
some
is
people
also
would do that,
patently
but
false.
that's true.
Her friend had left the party well over an hour before it ended. I remember cause
Very
I fist
interesting how
bumped her
she's left
boyfriend
out all
on his
of
way
his
out the door.
contacts.
Again, I'm a fangirl. Nobody was anywhere near her. She tripped over her own imbalance. We didn't talk to each other at all
That's
until
wild.
the next morning.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
it's probably
probably
true, right? Because
I
you were
only
asleep.
remember coming back from the party, cleaning the leftovers from dinner after going back next door to ask for one of their big trash bags and then
Yeah,
probably
because
going
you're
to
passed
bed.
out. Nothing was happening off-cam that either of us wanted to go to, so we suggested we go back to LA and spend the night at his place so it could be on time for my flight. This was also at Lex. I asked if he was sure, could we stay at a hotel? Can I fly out of San Jose Airport instead? He insisted it was for the best. I mean, dude, he's already paid for a lot of your stuff, but I do get wanting to be safe.
First point true, there was nothing going on Sunday.
Yeah,
Second
I
point
see
also
what
true.
he's talking about, though, me stuff.
I said we could stay at my place cause I made the mistake of not getting an extra night in a hotel somewhere else and it would significantly shorten our drive to LA the next morning.
Right, totally makes sense.
She never once asked to stay in a hotel. She never once asked to fly out of San Jose. The first would have been definitely possible if she had asked, but she never did. The second is
crazy,
absurd.
dude.
No idea why she'd even lie about asking about that because it's such a dumb concept. Anyone who's ever flown knows that unless you pay $200 extra,
Yep,
your
that is
flights
true.
are locked in.
It's
You
buying
aren't
a whole new
changing them
ticket.
last minute without buying a whole new ticket. Honestly, though, I probably would have bought a new ticket at this point just to get chiz out of my hair after how she treated me the day before.
I love this guy's just like, dude, I don't want anything to do with her. I would pay the difference just to put her on a
We
different
packed
flight.
up, left
That's
the hotel,
wild.
and drove back
That's
down to LA
wild.
for another 7-hour car ride. We made
Wow.
it to his house and I asked him where I was going to sleep. He then said to me he
That's
thought we could
desperate.
just share his bed. I immediately was taken aback from this comment. First, I feel it's necessary to describe the rest of the trip back from San Jose.
Okay.
Chiz slept, I put on some music, then we went to lunch at a local ramen place in my town.
Okay.
At this point, I was having a massive panic attack and had been for almost an hour, and so I took a double dose of my hydroxyzine so that it would end.
Okay. At that moment, it hit me like a truck. While I was pushing so hard to be in the same bed, which, mind you, is where to my boundaries, my relationship status, kept pushing anyway. This was fully expenses paid trip. I pissed him off and not be able to get home while he was trying to convince me to sleep in the same bed as him. He had another room with a bed in it. I slept in the other room. Was very cautious about everything around me because I was fearful that something might happen to me that night. This is where we circle back to Cheesy didn't shower once and off guy. Chat, well, you know you're cooked when the point of someone not showering is an important context point. I did 2 beds in my apartment, as I have a 50-year-old son who I have a full custody of. At the time he was in my hometown, visiting families he does every year during the summer. It was always the intention that Cheesy would sleep in his bed, and I would sleep in mine. However, after seeing that she not shower in at least 4 days, VTubers are not beating the allegations. 4 days, and who knew? How long before that, I no longer felt comfortable offering my son's bedroom, but I'm not getting any consent for him to do so. He's nearly an adult and his autonomy is so important, and that's just gross. Yeah, I mean, that's true. So I asked her if she wanted to sleep on my bed. A massive king-size bed that has comfortably slept 3 overweight individuals. If you girls read this, sorry, but we know it's true. Without them needing to even be touching, no matter how gross it is, at least I can consent to the grossness I washed my sheets afterwards. She, of course, declined. So I texted my son to ask him if he was okay. He said it was fine, so I let her sleep on his bed. I then proceeded to sit down on my computer chair and watch the rest of my friend's stream. It is 6:30. I got up on my chair to take a little nap and woke up the next day at 1 p.m. with barely enough time to get lunch and get cheesy to the airport. Moral of the story, don't double dose the hydroxyne, no matter how bad the panic attack is. I mean, like, I get where he's coming from. I guess I would have just slept in my son's bed and just been like, take mine, but that's me, right? So I don't feel like he dealt with it poorly. He just, at the end of the day, he was like, yeah, no, we're definitely going to sleep apart anyways, so.
After a terrifying, sleepless night, we finally made it to the airport and he dropped me off with a simple bye. Not exactly what you would expect from a manager who spent time with their talent. Getting the cold shoulder just because of my boundaries. What did she expect here? A hug and a kiss. Parking at Lax is expensive AF and I needed to either pay that or drop her off at the drop with a nod and a wave.
Bro, he's such a guy. He's
Once
like,
I boarded my flight, the floodgates opened.
What a guy.
The stewardess even stopped to ask if I was okay. I deplaned and located my brother who came to pick me up and I told him everything.
That's insane.
I cannot put into words how livid he was. By the time we arrived home, my mom could tell something had gone wrong just by looking at me.
Dude, that is the most guy thing ever. He's just like, yeah, so I dropped you off because I didn't want to pay more money.
I scheduled an appointment with my therapist the very next day. I told her everything that happened on the trip. After processing my emotions only a little bit at a time, I realized that I was not fully able to tell any of my friends what had happened or share my experiences because this guy had infiltrated his way into my friend groups and had me vouch for him as a stamp of approval. I thought about leaving this out because it's just a waste of my time since I wasn't in any of it, but I do have one, probably, final point to make.
Better with Tia, she got to meet so many huge names yesterday, including Yina. I'm so jealous. Haha, League T-Heap. If she's so terrified of me, why has she asked me to join her for League of Legends? I mean, that's a good point, chat. I replied to her tweet with her side-eye. I'm not one of them, right? Shit, bro. I'm like that at work type shit. Monitor worker daily sleep well. I may have some words. Cheesy out of tundra high. Or asked me to join her voice calls on my way to the office. So I can talk her through how to handle the PR nightmare she caused herself by being extremely mean to the friend. For the, at this point, third or fourth time, the last message I willingly interacted with Cheesy, other than to agree that I didn't want nothing to do with her, is my firing message. Hey, Tundra, I want to reach out and let you know I'm deciding to move forward independently without management. After reflecting, okay, I remember reading this one during her document, but have a good day. I was in a voice chat where she was shitting on an artist friend for being wrong about a design choice. And again, if you don't want to interact with me, if you're scared of me, why are you reaching out nearly 2 weeks after Offkai to say hi? I mean, that's a good point. That's a good point.
The fact is, every single one of you who knows Chiz, knows only the Chiz that she wants you to see. You see her shit talk and be toxic to people on League of Legends and Valorant and Apex Legends, and I can promise you from my experience she talks that way about every single one of you.
We're going through a
the
VTuber
person
who
who's
allegedly
white-knighting so
lied
hard
about
for
having
her in
cancer.
the final section.
So we're looking. No, we haven't got to Emiru yet. That's after.
Including her friend Sistine, including her friend Ryuaki, including her friend Nova. The list goes on and on because there is not a single person who I've seen her interact with that she does not have the nastiest and most manipulative things to say behind their back.
I love hotel showers. Hey, I really like you. Hope this comes across the right way. I'm okay with you being mean with me and random stuff. Surprised how comfortable you are being mean to Blank. You guys don't know each other, and honestly, the computer crashing was out of its control, and I did feel like it was funny ribbing, but actually being angry. I'm gonna apologize to him, but just so. But if we can hang out, you maybe fill the room before getting so angry at people I'm gaming with. I love you. Know this is uncomfortable. I really did have fun gaming with you. But while I was joking about getting angry, I wasn't even being mean. I was being sarcastic. That's how you feel. Then have a good day. She blocked and banned this person from ever interacting with her again because they stated her boundaries around her being a very not nice person.
After firing him, I decided I needed to break my silence about my Offkai experience.
I appreciate the resubscribe.
I had heard that he was actively talking behind my back, saying that I was a PR disaster, a horrible talent, that I did not make good content, and several other rude comments.
I mean, you were definitely rude, and you were definitely
This
not nice.
also includes a situation that will be covered later from someone else's perspective in which he compared me to Cinder. She's really that butthurt about me comparing her to Cinder, huh? After one of my friends, one of Zeus's friends, said that the reason she didn't trust Chiz anymore was because Chiz literally said it's just business, the famous line from Cinder to explain to that friend why she wouldn't help that friend work out a deal with the merch company.
No.
And you're defending this, Zeus? Of course you are. You deserve better than Chiz, but I know you think it's all you deserve, so here you are.
Alright, here we go. Closing statements. Maybe I should have saved the last part for this section. Oh well. I broke my silence on August 6th, talking about it live on stream. I told my audience and viewers what had happened to Off-Guy. I blocked and banned him from everything. After streaming and sharing what happened, I didn't realize I might not be the only person who went through this. That he has been managing multiple other people, and this could happen to another person. I don't name who, but under their talent came to me and told me they attempted to coerce him, and he's doing things they were not comfortable with while they were inebriated. I don't know if we ever actually heard from that person. I know who this person is. I'm not stupid. I flirted with someone when I was drunk, and so was she, and Zeus was here. That's all I ever was. So whenever be stupid, joking, flirting, I am not the employee, nor are these my employees. I didn't have a contract with any of these people. I'm never in a position of power over these people in any way, and flirting with them is not a breach of confidence, and for those who can't see the difference. I don't care about your uninformed opinion. As an aside, though, I don't flirt with people unless they flirt with me first. I'm nowhere near that bold. But Zeus wasn't there for his friend, flirting with me, making several lewd comments, the likes of which I've never heard from her before directed to me. I was responding to them. So he basically let them go first, right? Alright, cool.
This meant that I had to tread carefully. Telling these talents
like,
had
again,
a double-edged
I don't think we ever heard from
it.
another talent.
If
that
he
they
had
have
access
problems.
to their accounts,
maybe jostle
he
my
could
memory,
block my
but
messages and
I
prevent
don't
them
think
from
so.
seeing anything. I talked to a good amount of people who were either close friends with or managed by him about what happened to me at Off-Kai. Every single one being disgusted by his actions and repulsed. When I did talk to these people,
well, yeah, I mean, when you
the
frame it
first
that
thing
way,
that
of
I
course.
said was that I did not want them to
Of
block
course,
or fire
everybody's
him.
going to be. Well, we
Just
wait
to be
for
careful,
all the proof before
as
we
some
make
of
a
these
judgment.
people could be placed in compromising positions had they immediately jumped the gun. Funny thing is, Chiz assumes that one of her friends or one of my talents told me, or that I'm stalking her because she's constantly paranoid. The reality is that a friend happened to find a Twitter space she made about it and was able to happen to piece it together from the comments that it might be about me. Apparently it was a big enough thing that she had to share her lies with.
Share lies with the world, but not a big enough thing to actually make the lies visible, because Twitter spaces are not accessible to anybody who isn't there at the time. No vlog. After telling these people I got a DM after stream, shown below, so we come to my final message, which was, I'm going to be nice and ask you to stop defaming me. I have eyes and ears everywhere, and I will know if you don't cut the shit. We both know the shit you're spreading is a lie. Both know that I will not hesitate to enact legal action if you keep it up. It's the last time I'll discuss it with you, and the next time I have to bring it to your attention will be under a letterhead. I mean, dude, he was not playing, actually.
Multiple people had seen me on stream about to crash out. I had a heart rate monitor on from previously playing a horror game, and my BPM visibly skyrocketed from receiving this DM. Notice I didn't threaten anything. I asked her nicely to stop lying. I don't care that she crashed out about it. I don't care that she threw one more hissy fit. It's what she does. All I wanted is for her to stop spreading factual lies. If she wants to say she hates me, or that I'm a bad person, or that she's scared of me, I don't give a shit. It's all the factual untruths that pissed me off enough to message her.
Yeah, scare tactics that he used are stalking, shit talking, holding his position of power over me, holding my identity over my head, waving legal action at me. I mean, like, maybe there was this, but I mean, he doesn't even have a contract to do, so, and he was nice enough to try to help you.
Let's go through this bit by bit too. Stalking. I have never visited your stream or any of your profiles a single time since we stopped talking after I told you that you were at fault for your friend telling you that you were a piece of shit and you didn't like that. But, unlike you, I have friends, people who I don't have to threaten into their obedience to get them to help me and bring my attention to your slander. Shit talking? You bet. I'm going to be entirely honest.
I'm sure he did that.
You are a piece of shit. You
Damn,
were a
dude.
piece of shit when you were Calixta, and you're a piece of shit now. You haven't learned a
Damn,
damn thing
dude.
from being
I
run
mean,
out
it's
of
a
the
past
voice acting
life,
community and
Calixta.
cancelled once. You go out of your way to sniff out the way that anyone can be of use to you, and you use them for all their worth and throw them away when they don't bow to your every whim.
I would like to see you be these two people who fucking betrayed me. God, I'm so fucking salty today. Holding his position of power over me. What power? You treated me like a slave the entire off-guy experience when you were with me, which is almost never, so I don't know how I wheeled you around like a prize, holding your identity over your head. You see me use your name once. You see me use your phone number once. I had to force my phone to stop showing your phone number before taking that screen cap from my text, because even when you've done all this shit to me, I'm still not that much of an asshole, though frankly you deserve it. Waiving legal action to you bet your ass I did, because you're a spoiled rotten child who doesn't understand the things you're doing are wrong till you are made to feel real consequences, and even that doesn't actually work. I have legal and medical documents stating what happened to Offkai from talking to my therapist, both in video and written form. Please feel free to lie more. Tundra, I'm not going to take your useless threats. You made me write the one thing I didn't want to on Google Doc. The fact that you came into my DMs, threatened me with legal action, stalked me, more than not only proves that you're in the wrong, also my entire statement, I feel bad for the girls who are going to stay silent because they're scared of you. I'll let you, Laura, read this one.
Nobody is scared of me.
Yeah, this
I'm a
is wild.
36-year-old, fat, balding, crippled man, and everyone knows it. I publicly posted my picture. What am I gonna do? Outrun you? LOL, I can't even run. If there were so many people who were scared of me, there would be so many people flocking to help you.
That's crazy.
Yet all you could come up with was your white knight to drop ad hominem insults and a random stranger I've literally never interacted with.
That's actually crazy.
I have had awkward situations with people in the past. Most people talk about like
This
adults,
guy's
and we
humor
come
is
to the
funny.
conclusion that either we aren't a good fit communicating with each other, or we discuss it like adults rather than making crazy paranoid assumptions about the reality of the world.
Yes, Asami lied about me being with him. Really, fuck that skink ass bitch, cheesy. It's like 6. It's also because you're honest as fuck. She doesn't like the truth. She is a fucking C-word. And just saying bad stuff. Hey, cheesy, really quick, I honestly don't like you anymore for the various reasons I'll be stating. I'm not gonna say I wish I never met you, because I don't. I did have fun. And I held you in high regard. I met some good people due to it. But you hurt people I care about, and I can't accept that. I apologize. I didn't tell you directly instead of just avoided you. I admit I shouldn't have said that about you. So, it turns out that she was talking shit, but she got caught. And she's like, yeah, okay, well, I read all this saying I'm the bad person. Read what you said. Seems like you got a lot more people who hate you more than I do. Susan's account. Cheesy's my close friend. Honestly, I don't know if there's much point to responding to any of this. It's 90% just shitty ad hominem attacks of a person that's so thoroughly manipulated by Cheesy and kids in the forest through the trees anymore, but fuck it. If nothing, I'm not thorough. Hi, Tundra, it's me, Zeus, the guy who you have said on many occasions is a good guy. You trust, I'm going to say this in no certain terms, fuck you. You're a disgusting piece of shit, and every single negative thing you said about yourself to me was right on the money. Then it seems like you lack the self-awareness you preach entirely. Cool story, bro. I do remember the Zeus guy talking about it, so let's see what he's got to say about
I
it.
want to talk about regarding you. For starters, I'm stunned at the fact that you turned a conversation about modding
John,
for a
this
friend
is a
into a
crazy
shit-talking
story,
session
dude.
about chiz. When I continued the conversation after you shifted the topic, it was out of concern because I knew she wasn't doing well. You flipped it around into talking shit. I trusted you when talking about this because you were her fucking manager. You knew things I didn't.
He was
used
just
that
kind
to
of
try
like
and
a
change my thoughts
advisor,
on
I
her.
would say. There was no contract.
Surprise, surprise, it
You
didn't
know?
work. Let's also mention the fact that you asked me to mod for said friend without actually running it by them despite claiming you did. I checked. You're lucky that I'm as close as I am to them that it wasn't a problem.
Seeing this is definitely something I kind of did, but since he didn't feel it necessary to provide screenshots, I have to try to figure out what he's talking about myself. Everybody's saying there's so much improvement. I wish he provided any so I could actually respond to real things instead of delusions. I had a feeling, I'm assuming you pitched this already. Yeah, her biggest worry is that Cheesy would throw a hissy fit, but Cheesy doesn't own you or anyone. And I think having more connections with people making music and artistic things will be in the direction you're going career-wise as well. Quite frankly, I'm not worried about Cheesy's reaction because I know I can talk to her about it if she has any issues. I talked to Blake about it last night. Yeah, I know to talk to her, and I know she trusts me. Also, the way I view mod isn't really at all. It's just looking out for your friends, making sure the space is safe so they can thrive. So here we are. Oh yeah, that's what I like. You're a real one. All right, so I feel like a lot of this now is just kind of like
So here we
personal
are.
gripes, but
Me talking
we
shit is me
approved
relaying
and
the worries
established
of
a
one of
history
Chiz's
of
friends
her
that
lying
hiring
and
you as a mod
manipulation.
would make her flip her shit. Cool. Story. Bro. Once again, it seems Chiz has far more people afraid of her than I ever have. Go ahead and tell me I was wrong about anything I said here,
Oh, I
Zeus.
wouldn't say normal. I wouldn't say normal, but there's enough receipts, right, to show her history in her past life, and this life of just being manipulative and lying, right? So, yeah, this is just like a regular conversation, right? Appreciate that. Honestly, surprised that there's much issue with Cheesy. Although it's probably not going to be directed at me. They don't stream at the same time, so I know a friend of both. Yeah, if it does, I'll be directed to either me or Blank. And I'm going to try to avoid having it directed to Blank. Yeah, fair. I would feel bad, to be honest. I went up the tension, but I don't really know how. Because I know Cheesy has been hypercritical to people she keeps around her after the Asami shit. Completely understandable, albeit not ideal mindset. Cheesy has a problem that we need to discuss because she's bleeding friends and burning bridges like they're firecrackers. Yeah, but I'm trying to find the time to tell her without freaking out because she's incapable of going longer than 24 hours without causing a new trauma. I was going to call her 15 minutes ago. She was blowing up about someone over something stupid again. Yeah, she's just very emotionally strong, and her trust issues and self-defense mechanisms got really strong this year. Due to a bunch of people just, she trusted going mask off on her, which again, I can understand, but it's becoming self-destructive. Waiting to tell me anything I said was incorrect. I mean, I will say this just seems like a normal conversation, right? Like, but why is it being weaponized? Not evidence I provided. I mean, people telling her she can't deal with her anymore. Friends abandoning her off guide to party without her, so she needs help. But it was more important for you all to come after me instead of holding an intervention. Funny, I also wouldn't exactly call this a shit-talking session. There's plenty more, but none of it is shit-talking. It's just all discussing back and forth how to break it. And Cheesy that the way she's acting towards her friends is unacceptable. I mean, it seems like it by all the stuff that's been laid out.
Now, let's talk about the first DMS we had.
Right, Dragon?
The first actual conversation you initiated with me was asking if Chiz was into you. I was trying to figure where the fuck you were coming from, and you did so much beating around the bush I got confused. Your reasoning was because of the information about herself that she gave you. Since I wasn't fully in the know on why she did that, all I could do was say to err on the side of caution because I know what she is like. The only reason I didn't completely shut you down and tell you to back the fuck off is because an at the time mutual friend vouched for you as being a really close friend, and I trusted their judgment.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those things that made me think Cheesy had feelings for me and let me get manipulated by her. When she was asked to be her manager, if I were lesser man, I blame you, but unlike everyone else around here, I own my mistakes. Alright, let's continue.
We had many conversations about mental health. I told you about how much I hate myself and how unforgivable of a human I am. You did the same. What's amazing to me about that is that even though I spent so many times saying I didn't think you were as bad as me, it turns out you are. In fact, dare I say, you are worse than I am. Which is saying a lot given just how much I loathe myself. That kind of opinion has only ever been reserved for people I cannot respect.
This guy's statement is strong.
You fit quite nicely into that list. Oh, look more ad hominem bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, he's just kind of talking shit to him now.
It's also hilarious how you hyped me up and talked about bringing me on into your apparent VTuber agency you run as someone to manage Oceania talent when you can't even manage yourself, let alone talents or a fucking agency that I'm not actually convinced exists outside of your head. Yes, Zeus, that is where ideas are. In your head. Congratulations. You see, the thing about running a company is that you need money, and if I'm ever going to do something like this I would need lots of it. And apparently I need to get better at picking which talents are actual psychopaths and which ones are just VTuber eccentric.
I knew there was hiding shit as well. Like when it came up to you about trying to figure out problems between you and my friends, And out of help bridge that gap, little did I know you're behind a lot of the rift. There were so many times where you would hide the things you had handed when I was trying to help people. It sickens me. Chat, this is, if y'all are okay, I would like to move on to the next part. I feel like this is just them kind of, he's addressing all the stuff that he shit talked about him, basically. So I don't think that there's any more at this point that's really like super important that hasn't already been proven. Is that good with y'all? Type 1 in the chat if you're okay with that. I won't read the conclusion, right? I think this is important. Yeah, let me read this, because again, it's just like personal.
So at the end of the day,
back at each
my
other,
conclusion
right?
is that Chiz is a pathological liar with a need to lash
I
out
do
and
wanna
harm
get to,
anyone around her that she
some of
deems
the other
as a
stuff
threat
here.
in any way. I've now proven that every single thing she said in this entire document were the desperate, angry ravings of a mentally ill person who is in desperate need of medication and therapy. I'm not going to sue her at this time because it would only have two conclusions. One,
Alright.
it would dox her as I can't sue Chiz Ichikawa and the court documents would be public record including her real name, and her real address, and two, it would do nothing more than lead to her destruction. It would harm her
Yeah,
ability
I know
to
she's
live,
already
which she
seeming like
already
she has a hard
barely has,
time
and would only drive a rift
in the
between her
shower.
and her family when she is unable to
Oh my
assist them
God,
in anything
Nox.
financially, as she has been doing for some time. That does not benefit me. That does not benefit anyone. The financial compensation I would receive would not undo the damage caused by her lies if I ever saw a dime.
I hope for the sake of everybody involved that this is the last time I'll ever have to discuss this with anyone, because I'm the only one who comes out ahead if I do, and I do not enjoy the systematic dismantling of other people unlike the rest of the participants in this story. So, yeah, I mean, like, it's still the stage she stole my friend's list of games we played daily. There's someone so scared she sure doesn't act like it. Yeah, so, here we go, guys, here we go. And still this day, and for good measures, since people have reached out to me, they still are documented to talk about her experience with her. She's a psychopath. That's why she takes her insecurities and hurts so many people. Evidence of her lying about her cancer. Here we go. Yeah, my family has a history of cancer. My friend drunkenly invited me to a Dead by Daylight stream once. As she explained that she had cancer and needed chemo, but the doctors found a medicine that's let her keep all her hair on her head, but she loses it everywhere else. Definitely set up a red flag. So, there's a tendency to pop off about everything she's lying about, so I have a really real belief that she's lying about her dog ever being sick, since she was so willingly to fly off the handle whenever any question was asked of her. She suddenly had money after surgery to turn around and drop several $1,000s on a new Vtuber model. Again, it's completely valid. She bullied me so badly I was constantly living in fear, just waking up to see how she bullied me that day. Every day for months, she would sit in the call with me while she verbally abused me, but she also had a pretty big mouth, so a lot of things have been lying about I know of. Or anyone undo just about anything to get money, or more people who were used to her lies. Hi, Tundra, I'm the friend Asami told you cheesy harassed. He harassed me and bullied me so badly and needed intensive PTSD therapy. I need a few things, said Google Docu. Any screenshots of them acting nasty. Yeah, it sounds like she is far removed from, it sounds like she is very, very far removed from being just like a normal functioning person. And she's willing to do whatever it takes to gain said money, right? So anyway, let's take in here a Cynical chat, because Cynical has a little bit of insight to share with us.
I have been surrounded by death all my life as a person who was brought up around many doctors and even worked in a hospital for a period of time in the oncology wing. I don't care who you are and who you are friends with. If I find out your ass is lying about having cancer, your ass is grass. You are nothing to me. You are less than nothing. You are a lying parasite faking illness for viewership and money, while real people struggling with cancer are being second guessed because
somebody
of
lying
people
about a
like
bunch
you.
of stuff, including lying about cancer.
I've had people die of cancer in my life. I currently have one living with cancer now, and it's a grueling process
Bucky,
that not only sucks the life out of you but your will to live. People who endure the process of cancer while trying to entertain others are strong. I see it firsthand. If you fake any kind of illness for anything whatsoever, then enjoy it while it lasts, because karma is going to get your ass.
That's true. That's really true. So, of course, Cynical makes this post here. And of course, Dr. Seaman says, I don't give a fuck. And of course, it's who we've been talking about this entire time, right? So a lot of people have realized that they are lying about various multiple things, the dates not lining up with their cancer, etc., right, chat? So I want to go take a look here at probably one of the most, I mean, dude, this is a pretty strong statement here. So let's go take a look here what Mara had to say about Calixta, aka Cheesy.
Since your smarmy ass wanna talk, let's talk. Calixta, you pulled a elfin on multiple men in this industry, preyed on them for their financials, all while pretending to be a poor Korean girl. You're a white woman LARPing. You worked on 18+ projects after lying about your age.
I mean, we already saw that, right? There was proof.
You lied about having cancer to earn money, which is a crime. You lied and harassed multiple of my friends for clout, connections, and a higher standing in VTubing that you do nothing with besides brag. You were every single ism and phobic that can be committed by a human.
Jesus, that's a
You may have forgotten what kind of person I am, but I didn't forget the kind of person
Good
you
Lord,
are.
you are every single ism and phobic that can be committed by a human. That is actually the deepest cut I've heard in a long time.
Chizuchikawa, you are the lowest of the low. I hope you can sleep with yourself knowing the harm you caused and continue to do by not growing as a person and seeking the help you desperately need from a professional.
And of course, there was, you know, what we looked at about the manager's post, the blacklist. If you weren't in the wrong, why do you keep nuking your VODs? Proof she lied about her cancer. There we go. Let's listen to this clip and then we'll look at the rest of it.
By this and why I'm asking people to be patient, and if people wanna, I will say this, because I feel like this needs to be said. If you're one of the people who believes something at face value and decides not to talk to me anymore and unfollow me and block me and everything, and you don't choose to be patient, and then when I finally, let's say, have, you know, a response, hypothetically, and you try to come crawling back into my life because an excuse you say is, oh, well, you have to understand that I believed this, and this, and this, I'm gonna tell you to go away. You couldn't like me or love me or care for me or anything when I was at my worst. Why would you do it when I'm at my best?
It's never gonna get better. What are you talking about, Dragon? Saludos goes on to say, but you legit lied to me, bro. I went to see you. I legit seen the proof of this shit. I legit moved blocked the people that quote unquote harassed you. But when I was in your Discord, nobody harassed you. I watched everything from afar. May not have screenshots, but I for sure as fuck one of the people who witnessed everything that happened in the sidelines. Kept talking mess about damn near everybody who wronged you. Once proof was shown and everybody else shared their own experience, you think it ain't true. Why is everyone showing the same expression? Let alone when it comes to the cancer shit. Not once have you told me I'm supposed to be close to you. You would think to let your caring community know what's going on personally in a serious matter. Everyone is such a serious state. Let them know no matter what the cost was. So with that, it was a you problem, not a us problem. Let alone, I don't know if it's even possible to beat breast cancer within 6 months, let alone not know what stage you were on. Like, and the fact you went to Afka, I don't know if you were even drinking alcohol or not. And if you were, then it's a bad look on you. So, and this is where we really get into the meat of stuff, right? So here's a donation for chemo. Celebrate 3K with me on October 4th to help me raise money for medical bills. I did it. I beat it. I beat cancer. I have some other testing to do to make sure I'm in a tip-top shape. But I did it for those friends that were there by my side, even through everything. Thank you. I can't wait to ring the bell. So it's the timeline's not lining up, chap. Of course, saying like, oh, I remember from BT Simp. I had this pleasure being a voice chat with this person before she joined unannounced her pre-planned collab. They straight up ignored me the entire time. I experienced with her in Voop chat. She berated things she eats spiders, and right before she skipped me, she told me to burn in hell. What the fuck? Yeah, dude, this is rough, dude. This is rough. we can watch this video. There's nothing really like super telling or anything in here. It's just her kind of yapping, but
Mary,
take a listen.
Don't forget, she didn't look like she had cancer, so she must have lied. Yeah.
Nobody's saying that. That's actually really bad faith for you to say that, because we're just pointing out that you have lied a bunch and your timelines don't match up.
Don't get me started on that shit, bro. She didn't look like she had it, so she must be faking it. Me trying to fucking pull out my medical records, my mom going, what the fuck are you doing?
Has there ever been a time where she's actually shared her medical records? I mean, not that you should have to, don't get me wrong, but have you actually ever shared those? Like, what was the point in saying that I pulled them up?
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, it just feels like we're just like falling endlessly
no one knew
into the void at this point.
Baseman had cancer until he died. You mean Chadwick Boseman? Yeah, Chadwick Boseman. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's been any of that. It's just like, yeah, I can't wait to ring the bell, be cancer free.
People forget. Sorry, I wrote it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have my medical records like
on that fast
for any shit.
Whooping. I know,
and
right?
I go to the doctor quite often.
Like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, since she had her hair, she must have never had cancer. What the fuck? Be so for real. What kind of Hallmark videos and movies are you watching?
I mean, like, also to say, like, if, I mean, what we were pointing out is you are saying hypothetical, like, under this guise, right? If there was hypothetical that you were taking chemotherapy, so losing your hair would be extremely likely. It's not, we're not saying that's like the smoking gun, right? But it's part of what plays into the entire timeline and context.
Hallmark fucking romance fucking like
yeah, exactly.
movies are you
just
watching?
be honest.
Where they're
like,
just shriveled up, no hair, no nothing.
Well, when you're taking
Don't get me wrong,
chemotherapy,
I've
it
had
does hit
friends
people
that who
differently.
look like
so
that, but that's because they're on like chemo 24/7 and have stage 3 going into 4 or 4.
I don't know. That's a good question, P Falcon. I don't know. I genuinely just don't know.
Holy dude. God, I guess we're just lying about everything nowadays, aren't we? Well, since she didn't tell me, she must be lying.
Oh, yeah, that too. She did see, like, oh, I lost all the hair except on my head.
Literally,
like, I'm pretty sure that doesn't work
rigorous
like that.
Chemo, and she kept the majority of her hair right until she, yeah. I have a college mate.
Yeah, exactly. That's the other part too. What I mean, like, we did talk about this before. But yes, thank you for pointing out again that, you know, you should be going to cons and drinking when you're on chemotherapy, right? Allegedly.
His knee and never did chemo, and he doesn't have a knee though. Yeah.
Hey Cam, have a good one.
There are multiple of treatments. There are multiple of fucking treatments.
Maybe you should have looked up those treatments a little bit
bro.
more.
The fact that I even had to
like
go through that. If you ain't bald, you don't have.
Like, I'm just gonna say, if you're gonna lie, you should be good at it at least. Like, so chat, this is the end of the cheesy saga. Cheesy. This is the end of the saga, chat. Let me ask you all. I'm gonna wrap this up into a very easy question. Do you think that she is a liar? Yes or no? Now that we've looked at everything, right, chat? Do you think that she's a liar? Yes or no? Like 50% sure there was a joke about a hair thing. Yeah, maybe so, Captain, but I gotta be honest, guys. Looking at the original document with her, it definitely looked pretty. I mean, it was sad, right? It was something like, what the fuck? But then once you get the history, look at the manager's response. Yeah, no, she's definitely not a truther. This is pretty, I think it's pretty clear. And this is why I told you, like, when we went through the first document, her document, I was like, yeah, let's see what the manager has to say, right? I mean, I didn't look good, but I'll tell you, he beat the allegations, that's for sure. So, wow, oh wow, chat. What a crazy, crazy situation. Be careful out there, guys. Some people are just really nasty, horrible people. Going through chemotherapy is extremely taxing the human body. And you know, it's pumping poison into your body. To be having this much energy that this individual had is absurd. I've seen what chemotherapy does to a person up front. Personally, it takes a few weeks, sometimes for an individual to recover just from one session. Yeah. I mean, it's putting poison into your body. So, well, look, this seems pretty unanimous. Thank you guys for voting. Wanted to talk about this chat. I was saving it for Wednesday, but since we had our interview rescheduled, we're talking about it today. Wow. Wow, be careful out there, guys. Don't lie about something that's so easy to prove. Like, how dumb are you? Wow, chat. So we have reached the point, chat, where we have to talk about our final big story. And guys, it's a really big one, okay? I did save the best for last today. I want you all to buckle your seatbelts on this one. It's wild. It's a little bit outside of VTubing, but nonetheless, we're going to talk about it, guys. And we are going to be discussing what happened recently with Emiru. That is right, guys. So, you're going to be locked and loaded for this one. So, you know, we were talking about Emiru quite a bit with the Mizkif stuff. However, guys, something happened to Emiru the other day on her stream.
I'm like, okay,
where somebody was asking for her
like,
about her political
I'm like, okay,
opinion,
sure,
chat.
I get people wanting big content.
So we're going to go take a look at what happened during this stream. And I want to hear your thoughts about it. You guys ready? Here we go. Let's do it.
Like, there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, sure, I get people wanting big content creators to, like, say their opinions on, like, important topics. I get that, right? But it's like...
So again, the topic at hand here is, talking about ICE, right? Just the other context.
If you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to, like, get off the internet. Like, just stop. Like, hello? Like, I don't, like, what? Like, how am I gonna, I don't know, get help? Like, even, like, I don't know. Like, obviously I don't, like, dislike any of the political streamers, except for, like, some of, like, the really bad ones. I don't really like them. But it's like, I don't understand how in the first place people care so much what they say. I guess it's because they just have a lot of reach or influence, but it's like, why are you listening to them in the first place?
So what she said, chat, again, I'm going to say it again. If you need a streamer that doesn't know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably need to get off the internet. So chat, before we continue, do you feel like this was a bad answer? Do you feel like it was a good answer? What do you think, chat? What do you think? Do you think this was just like horrendous? What's your thoughts about this? I'm going to tell you, chat. I'm not going to go to a non-political streamer and talk about politics with them, right? They're not going to be educated. You're putting them in an awkward spot. Some people don't want to talk about politics on their stream. That doesn't mean that they're not politically driven, right? They can talk about stuff behind closed doors, off stream. But I feel like people expect an answer sometimes out of people when they don't owe it to you, right? I feel like it's just a normal, average, neutral, common answer, right? Look, I get it, like, it's very tough to be apolitical now when there are a lot of issues that go beyond politics, that are in the ethics and moral range. I mean, technically everything is about ethics and morals, right? You know what I mean? So, streams are meant for an escape for a lot of us. Yeah, exactly. So, I do get how having an opinion is important, but that doesn't mean that I have to share it with you guys. Like, I gotta be honest, guys, you might not like this, but you have no right to know my opinion on certain topics. I'll tell you if I want to, right? But that's my choice as the streamer, right? As a person, that's my right. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to tell you my opinion on something, right? I'll tell you because I love you guys and I love talking, but I don't have to tell you if I don't want to tell you, right? Like, that's your choice. You know, for Emiru as well, if you've been paying attention, she's been moving away from people that are very politically charged anyway, right? However, chat, So I think I would say the general consensus here. Would you tell us to log off and get a life if we ask? No, I would not. And that is a good point, Jan. I think that same, like, hey, like, if you need a streamer to know anything about politics and tell you about politics, probably just need to get off the internet. I mean, that's a little bit of a strong statement, right? I don't think that's right. But I do feel like that a lot of the time we've had this, like, new, like, charge where it's like, oh, I don't want to get involved. And it's like, oh, how dare you not take my side? You know what I mean? Like, it feels that way a lot. People are literally like, well, I don't want to get involved. And other people are like, oh, well, how dare you not take my side about it? Well, guys, it's okay to not share your opinion about something if you don't want to, right? It's your prerogative, right? It's really your prerogative. Honestly, I think people should be allowed to not discuss politics if they want to. They want to keep their space focused on other things. Exactly. Exactly, dude. Like, I don't want to talk about politics because I don't want to talk about politics. Like, there's two things here, chat. Number one, if you say the words "I support ICE," people are gonna attack you. If you say "I don't want to talk about it," people are gonna attack you. There is nothing that you can do that will work out in your favor at all. There's literally nothing you can say that is gonna work out in your favor. Everyone said, I don't want to get involved. I'll feel okay sharing my views on this topic. You just had to do that. To be fair, Jan, her point here is to say, if you need a streamer who doesn't know anything about politics to talk about politics, what are you doing, right? Obviously, she didn't word it that way. And I agree, yeah, she could have handled a little bit better. Absolutely. I mean, you always look at anything in hindsight and be like, yeah, I could have done better, right? But I think that her main point was to be like, why are you going to non-political streamers and trying to learn about politics with them, right? They'd be like coming to me and be like, oh yes, Elara, can you teach me on how to drive NASCAR? Like, dude, I don't fucking know. You know what I mean? So, I mean, could you deal with it better? You can always deal with it better, right? There's always hindsight. But I think her point here is just like, yeah, non-political streamers aren't really going to be able to give you much, right? I mean, and that is a privilege, right? To not have to constantly talk about politics, right? I know it affects all of us differently, but I do think that people do practice politics a lot more than you know. It's just more behind closed doors. Yeah, but I understand it. Her viewer wanted to know our values. And I think also on the other point of that, Jan, they're also not owed that as well. If they want to know our values, that's fine, but they also have to understand that they're not owed that answer either. It goes both ways, right? If somebody says, oh, Elara, how do you feel about this? And I say, I don't want to answer. You should respect that, right? I feel like there's a mutual respect that goes both ways. You know what I mean? You're not owed that answer about anything, right? So if you ask me, Elara, how do you feel about, I don't know, Buc-ee's or something? I'm like, dude, I fucking love Buc-ee's. The only answer about my problem is with her not taking that concern seriously. Which one? Just so I understand, Jan. I'm not trying to be like a bitch or anything. I'm trying to understand what your, which part of it is the concern. Critique silence is valid too. I think one thing to understand as well, and Kenny, is in this situation, right? Is she being silent? Is she talking about this stuff with her friends? Is she talking about behind closed doors? Is she doing actions that have led to her moving away from stuff? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's a lot of context that you have to search for in this, right? Which, by the way, fun fact, she's actually been trying to move away from other streamers that are politically charged. So she clearly just doesn't want a political space. It was a non-political streamer and somebody tried steering the chat, political discussion, I just quietly banned them. And then that's your prerogative, right? You know what I mean? So, yeah, Jane, let me know what you meant by that specific so I can try to answer it, right? But I get it from her viewpoint. She's very she's a non-political streamer. She doesn't want to talk about politics. That's it. If you're wanting to know, I think if they shared values or their morals diverge, want to know what sort of person they were supporting, sure. I mean, maybe they don't anymore, but again, they don't owe them that answer, right? And maybe they don't want to support her, so... religion and politics cannot be discussed at all. Why is your political stance on public declaration now? Exactly, like... Look, I will tell you guys again, I feel very strong politically about certain topics, but it's my right to voice that to you guys, you know what I mean? Like, I talk about this stuff all the time with my friends, with my loved ones, behind closed doors. I don't feel like making a public stance is gonna change anything, right? You know what I mean? Like, whether you know it or not, what does it change? No person's values and morals without bringing politics. And this is what I want to talk about, Walk. We're going to get into looking at what Emiru is doing through her actions. Actions always speak louder than words, right? So, I didn't want to take a look here. Oh, God. Punch my microphone. I didn't want to take a look here at her, or the reactions to this, right? Being treated that concern with some respect, and replies to no respect. Yeah. I will see that, you know, get off the internet. That's a little much, right? You know what I mean? So, I feel like she could address it a little nicer way, and I will acknowledge that. So of course, chat, you know, people are going on to, well, they're attacking her, right? They're of the very opposite feel about this. So, her getting essayed makes her a victim to sexual assault, but that doesn't absolve her for being a piece of shit who is friends with rapists, rapist apologists, and Nazis. She clearly doesn't have the same sympathy for others that others had for her. That's why people are upset. I'm like, what? Are you talking about Tectone or Asmin? Because he's actually distanced herself quite a bit from them. Pretending not to know or care about politics so you don't lose your racist followers is the most lame coward shit ever. I mean, like, I don't think she said she didn't know. He just said, like, if you need to, well, she's alluding to herself, so I think that's fair. But, like, he's not a political streamer. She doesn't want to discuss politics. Like, are her followers racist? Like, I'll be real. I think Emiru is one of the most, like, good people in this space, you know? Like, let's see. Somebody said, like, oh, being apolitical. We'll take a look at Denims here. Gosh, I wonder why Emiru doesn't want to say anything critical and nice. Dude, this was 2 years ago. This was 2 years ago. Before, like, Tectone went on his, like, absolute, like, real far, like, you know, fall from grace, right? Asmund, I mean, has kind of already had it. But in the past 2 years, both of them have absolutely gone in a very strong direction politically. You know what I mean? Again, just stuff like this. Doesn't know anything about politics. You're 28 years old. I feel like this is more, her statement is more alluding to the fact that, like, look, streamers are not the people to go to for political opinions because they're not gonna have an informed opinion. Which I feel like, besides political streamers, is probably pretty true, you know? If I go and ask fucking, I don't know, Cottontail, but like, what's your political opinion? Like, why? Number one, why would you do that? Number two, how would I even, like, why would I put that pressure on her knowing that she doesn't talk politics, you know? Yeah, like, I just, having her opinion, what is it gonna matter? And why is there this, I see a dragon, why is there this thought that everybody has to, like, give you their thoughts on everything, right? Why are we like, oh, I need to know every single celebrity's thoughts on if they like bubblegum or not? You know, like, yeah, it's too much, dude. Like, it's too much. Jan, she's a very, very,
I honestly think it's a great answer.
Very
Though
just
the one criticism I give is if you don't want to
normal,
discuss that
like,
stuff,
person.
tell the part of your audience that if they keep pressuring you to talk about
Yeah.
politics or current real-world events while you want to stream games or just
Yeah.
yap about stuff far away from politics, to either not pester them in chat
Yeah.
or you'll end up banned. Cause the
Yeah.
conflict of picking either side is not
Yeah.
worth it, and I dislike people getting pressured to discuss politics by others.
And that's what sucks, because whatever you do, right, if you say this or that, you will absolutely be, you're gonna get dunked on, you know? It's just people coming out of the woodworks because you're, they're one side and you're on the other, and they're gonna come after you, you know what I mean? Yeah, again, and just forcing a political opinion about it. I will acknowledge, though, Captain, with stuff with ICE, it's past politics, you know? It is, but I do get her point because pretty much anything regarding ICE is considered political, right? In my opinion, it's moral, but that's my thoughts, right? So anyway, let's continue here. Of course, you see the reactions to this. Well, guys, Asmongold actually, dropped some stuff in here. Said that people are bullying her, and actually revealed that she quit their podcast with Tectone over politics, guys. She did not want to be part of that, right? So let's take a look at what I had to say. That's a big lore drop. That she did not want to, work with them anymore in that podcast because she doesn't want to be politically charged or aligned or anything like that. Right, exactly. And they can absolutely do that. Absolutely do that. Blizzard, like, if they don't want to support her anymore, that's 100% a prerogative. I mean, guys, I'm pretty sure I've shown a lot with my actions. You know what side I stand on, right? So anyway, let's take a look at what Asman had to say. But this is a pretty big lore drop. It really was.
It's ironic that people bring up steak and eggs as like a point of like reference that, oh, this is how we know Emiru is like bad, whenever Emmy was the one that wanted to end the, I'm just going to leak this, right? She's the one that wanted to not do steak and eggs anymore because she didn't want to be involved with the different like controversial stuff. She didn't want to have anything to do with it.
And I think, again, that plays, knowing that now and looking at how she treated the situation, it makes a lot more sense, right? She's like, why are you going to streamers for your political stuff? She does not want to do anything with politics, you know what I mean? At least front-facing on stream. Maybe she does behind closed doors. I don't know. I don't know her. I can at least assure you, for me, that I'm not forward-facing in politics, but it's something that I do discuss a lot behind closed doors. And I feel comfortable telling you guys that, right? For her, she doesn't owe you that information at all.
That was a big reason. It was the main reason, actually. That's it. That's totally fair, by the way. Like, I was like I was the one, like, she told me, I told Tectone, and that was the end of it, really. And so, yeah, I totally understand it, and, like, I completely supported it. I mean, you guys know, I mean, I don't have any ill will towards it or anything.
I really dislike the silence is violence because you cannot be front-facing in your opinion about stuff, but still be talking about it. So, like, it's not even true, right? When people are like, oh, you're being silent about it. Like, dude, I talk about this shit off stream all the time. Like, I'm definitely not silent about it. I go out and vote. I'm not being silent, you know what I mean? I'm using my abilities that I have as a human being to affect the outcomes that I can. My actions are louder than my words, you know?
And so, like, what I find to be ironic about it is that, you're using this example of a person that, actually probably.
I mean, it's always your
agrees with you,
prerogative to support somebody if you
they
want.
Won't repeat the party line. It's like, it's insane, man. It really is. Glad both of you and Tectone respect our concerns. Well, I don't want to speak for Tectone or anything like that. I have no idea. But, like, to me, I mean, yeah, obviously, like, here's the thing, is that, like, the kind of content that I do is, like, it's the same as, like, Hassan, right? I mean, this is, it's very opinionated. It's radical in some cases.
Yeah, exactly, Mista. I will give him that.
It's, it's divisive. And a lot of people don't want to be involved with that. I mean, that's just really the truth. They don't want to be involved with this. And it's not about...
Some people want escapism. Sometimes people just want to chat with their chat and not talk about politics or specific things, right? Some people have other rules that they don't want to discuss. Drama or whatever, right? Everybody has their own boundaries of stuff. And again, I just think being like forcing somebody to be forward-facing doesn't necessarily equal like action, right? I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't tell you their political opinions that but they go out and vote, right? They're speaking through action.
Not like that they agree with it or disagree with it. It's just that they don't want to be involved. Like, that's it. It's too much for them. They have other things that they're worried about. And, you know, people have lives that exist outside of, you know, like Twitter likes and Twitter comments. And so I find it to be really, really frustrating to see that happen. It's because people will be targeted. Well, this is what people like that do, is that they try to basically manufacture a false consensus through bullying and fear on the internet. Because it's like, okay, well, we're not going to listen to what you're saying or anything like that. We're going to do this just because you don't agree with us. And the reason why they do that is they're trying to manufacture a false consensus of everybody online agreeing with them and repeating this to them so they can create the narrative that everybody thinks the same thing. And the reason why they're doing that is because they can't create a real consensus at the back.
Exactly. Like, imagine, Captain, you come over to my house, right? And I lock you in my house. I tie you up with a bunch of rope. You know, and then I make you tell me what your favorite alcohol is. Like, that's horrible. You know what I mean? Like, you should be able to have a free conversation, right? In a safe place. That's part of communication, time and place. You know what I mean? So I feel like forcing people to speak about something they're not comfortable with or don't want to, that's wrong. And it does create resentment. I agree with you. Promise? No.
They can't actually mobilize politically. They can't actually get their political ideas adopted by the population. So instead of all of that, what they would rather do is they want to bully and make people afraid on the internet by collectively harassing and abusing them for no reason other than them saying, I don't want to be involved. That's it. And they try to manufacture a...
I think it's just a lack of respect, right? Like, if people tell you, I don't want to talk about this, it's past my boundary, like, they have the right to that, you know? Like, if I talk to my mods and they're like, oh, Lara, I don't want to talk about this issue, but like, okay, absolutely. Like, I respect everybody's space, you know? I don't know. I feel like action's always louder than words. And if you don't like something be done, get out there, protest, vote, whatever you can do is your part, right?
False consensus because they can't get a real one. That's really what it is. I find it to be incredibly disgusting, and it's very obnoxious. So yeah, they want to control it. Yeah, they want to. That's it. That's fundamentally what they want to do. They want to control you. They don't care about you. They don't care about your feelings. They don't care about what you want. They want to tell you what to say. They want to make you say it. And if you say, I don't want to play this game, they're going to treat you just like if you're on the other side. That's it. I find it to be very frustrating. It's extremely frustrating. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. And this is one of the reasons why I talk about the stuff that I do. I find these people to be a prime evil in...
I'm going to stop it there because he's kind of getting a little on one other side of stuff. But again, the main thing I wanted to show you was just that, again, the Steak and Eggs podcast was canceled because she doesn't want to be tied to politics. You know what I mean? She just doesn't want anything to do with politics stuff. So, again, Aspen has a little bit more to say. Let's listen to this one.
Yeah, a lot of people were getting mad at Emmy for not wanting to comment on politics. I'll talk about that later on. I want to talk about it right now. But, yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, and I feel you, Captain. That's why I'm just like, I wanted to show you the part about the steak and eggs. So
it's of course, right, the usual suspects, right? The same usual hostile, aggressive bullies on the internet.
Absolutely,
it's like
Dan,
you're
same
either
here.
with us or you're against us. You know, you either have to tell us our
the
opinion
fucking
back to
Anakin
us,
Skywalker.
or we attack you as if you have the opposite one, which is bullshit. They're assholes. They're terrible people. And I don't know why anybody really... I don't see how people that do that can...
Look, I will say this, chat. People do that shit all the time, especially on Twitter, right? It's like one side will be like, or what? It's not even one side. It's just people in general, right? Like, you will say something, and if they do not like how you feel about something, you get attacked for it. I mean, guys, like, I really hate sharing my opinion on Twitter these days because I just get mauled for it. I mean, like, it doesn't even matter if it's the most balanced, nuanced thing in the world. Somebody's going to try and pick it apart, you know?
think that they're in the right at all. I don't. But it's very frustrating for me to see something like that, especially whenever it's someone who's not even involved. Like, it's basically like these are the people that say that, well, nothing is politics if it's my opinion, but anything that you agree with isn't politics. I find this to be very problematic. I don't like it at all. And she's not a political streamer. No, she's not even involved in that at all. Like, she has nothing to do with that. And you've got to keep in mind, the reason why a lot of people don't talk.
I think that putting your head in the sand about what's going on in our world is wrong. As a person, right? As a human being, you got to be aware of what's going on. But again, if you're a streamer, right? Like, I don't really understand like how you sharing your opinion is going to change something, right? Like, go out and vote. Go do something that's actually going to be helpful, right? Again, I think that people are being pushed into these directions that it's unfair, you know? It's unfair. Yeah, and that's not what she does. I wouldn't go to her for any advice about politics. To be honest, I don't even care about, like, I mean, I do care about her morals and stuff, right? But I'm not going to go to her and be like, oh my God, yeah, Amy, I really care to have this discussion with you. I don't, because she's just not the person to do that with, right? If I was going to care to have a discussion with somebody about politics, I'm going to talk with one of my friends that works for the state right now, like something like that, right? Where he's actually well informed, and I can ask him really important questions and get a lot of nuance and information, right? So, but yeah, I do feel like, yes, even though she doesn't want to be involved with that publicly facing, that doesn't mean that she's not, right? I feel like just pushing a narrative of like, oh yeah, like, you're just burying your head in the sand. Well, do you know that? Like, I don't think so.
Talk about politics it's because
Yeah,
they
it's an
don't
assumption.
want to seem uneducated or like get their opinion out there. Like, I mean, Emmy's a big streamer, right? Why do you want to use your platform to talk about something that you're not informed about? And so really, I mean,
I will say you should be informed, right? You can't bury your head in the sand, but we're all adults here. We all understand that things are going on in our world that we need to know about. But it's not like she's doing that. She just doesn't want to talk about it on her stream.
If somebody doesn't feel
You know?
comfortable talking about something, then anybody who's trying to bully them into talking about it really doesn't actually want them to talk about it. What they want is for that person to agree with them and then repeat their opinion. They want to effectively co-opt other people's platforms, bully them into agreeing with them or saying the same thing that they do. And if you don't let them co-opt and take over your platform and tell you what to say, then they just make up
exactly.
lies
He
about
talks
you and try to
like the faith stuff. He also talks about things that he's not 100%
destroy
informed
your
on either.
reputation. The thing is that
So
there
true,
are people
Zone.
that don't want to play the game. There are people that don't want to be involved. And whenever you say, I don't want to be involved, it doesn't mean that you don't care. It means that you want to take a step back and let somebody who understands it better explain it for you. Because
Exactly. It literally, like, holy shit, my head is nodding so fast. Exactly. They'll be like, Alara, I need you to step up and talk about, you know, I don't know, fucking like underwater basket weaving. Like, no, but if somebody says, hey, Alara, I don't understand this. Can you step up and talk about VTubing news? I got you. I know my stuff. I remember everything that I've covered. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes certain people are more fit to discuss certain topics because that's what they specialize in, right? Amy is not your political person. She's not the person you go to for that. She specializes in entertainment, right? So let her do what she's good at. For me, content creation, entertainment is for me, and I don't need it about it personally. Not a personality life becomes public and directly question my morals. Then I'm on to next entertainer. Sure, absolutely. Absolutely.
Because, like, I mean, there's already a million people, for example, talking about every political issue. Like, what unique insight is, like, a live streamer going to have, right? I mean, especially, like,
That's a great
yeah,
point.
maybe if it's somebody that covers this stuff regularly, but, like, if you play video games for a living, it's not like you're going to have some kind of unique insight on, you know, like, expanding the scope of human knowledge about or ethics or morality about, you know, X or Y political issue.
I mean, I can't see it any better. Like, he's spot on right here. Like, and there's a lot of stuff that Aspen does that I disagree with, but this right here is just like, I agree with dude 100%. Like, he's absolutely right. There's nothing that I can add to any conversation, you know? Absolutely, Jan, absolutely. And I know it's only because of the current political base right now, so absolutely, you're 100% right. The heat that's going on. Hover chat, Diddums, Inners here, then tweets out, never thought I'd see the day we'd be fence-sitting the modern Gestapo. Racist chud. When has Emmy ever been racist? What? Dude, not wanting to talk about something does not equal fence sitting. She doesn't want to talk about it. You just don't happen to know her feelings, which she doesn't have to share with you, by the way. She's just not forward-facing with her political opinions. Like, what? Let's go maturity. Oh, we don't have that, though, Bucky. What are you talking about? Bro, what the hell is this, dude? So, of course, Denims drops all this. You know, putting more fuel in the fire. Of course, Asmin, you know, Rage Bait used to be believable, huh? So, of course, Asmin decides to address what Denim says. But before we get into that, chat, I want to show you how Denim's doubled down on this. So, here we go, guys. Let's listen to what she had to say.
When did people on the right get so soy? You're smearing and defaming by calling someone a chud. No, it tells me everything I need to know about the character.
I mean, dude, I'm not even going to point out chud. You said racist. That's a pretty strong word.
Of someone who talks about things this way. I don't know why this... I mean, it's intentional ignorance, but that's okay. It tells me everything I need to know about this person. If you...
Here's the thing. Intentional ignorance, right? I would bet tons of monies that she has a political opinion and she exercises it. You just don't know it because she's not forward-facing with her political opinion, which she doesn't have to do, by the way. She can still be just as active. You just don't appreciate that she's not telling you, right? It's more like, oh, so you because you don't want to get involved, you're not taking my side, right? And it's not that at all. It's not that at all, dude. It's literally that's not her core content. Doesn't mean that she's not politically active. You're smearing and defaming someone for calling them a chud. No, the defaming you call her racist. Exactly. Exactly. And I do think that if there's things we don't understand, chat, we should improve on them. So I'll give you an example. A few weeks ago, we were talking about censorship, right? We had a whole thing about Code Vein 2. Dude, I watched so many videos and read so many books on censorship so I can understand. Because I want to learn. I want to get better, right? So that's part of it. It's like improving yourself and becoming knowledgeable. But you also got to understand that certain people are more equipped to talk about things than other people, right?
You are fine with commenting on things you don't know about when it benefits you, when you know your audience will like you talking about it. That's one thing.
Like what?
But then for you to use an opportunity or ignore an opportunity where you could talk about something, maybe your audience doesn't like it, maybe you could educate them on it a little bit, but you choose not to, you're just siding with whatever your chud or chudette audience.
But you're not. I really hate that. Like, so if you don't say this thing, then you automatically side with the other thing. Like, oh, guys, I'm sorry, you know, I didn't say that I hate monsters, so I must like gamer subs. Like, what the fuck? That makes no sense. I hate that.
Here. She's right when she says most streamers are not qualified to talk about politics. Okay, here's the thing, dude.
That's true.
You actually don't have to be qualified to talk about politics to say fuck ICE. It's not that hard of a concept. You know who doesn't do political content? Cutie Cinderella. Cutie Cinderella literally never does political content. And even she's capable of saying fuck ICE. What about Cinna? You don't have to be a political creator to recognize that it's not hard to say fuck ICE. And I don't know if you know this. If you're in a...
Well, what's failed to be addressed here is... Let me try to word this right. Let me word this right. So, what's failed to be addressed here is the fact that there is such an aggression and vitriol right now for actually stating your opinion, right? So, if you don't state your opinion, you get attacked. If you do state your opinion, you get more attacked. And it's almost like a balance game. It's like, which one do I choose? Do I want to say what I think and get attacked? Or do I not want to say anything and probably get less attacked? You know what I mean? Like, there's a balance here. And for Emmy, she decided she's not going to be forward-facing. I agree with you, though, Rooster, 100%. It's really not hard to say it, but it's a lose-lose, 100%. 100%. It's a lose-lose. Yeah, so since Emi's not using her platform, she must be bad. Literally, exactly. Exactly. Crazy, crazy.
An adult in this country, you should be the minimal amount invested in politics. Because you
I agree
live
with that.
here. There's this weird idea in America,
I agree with that.
especially, where like you can just be an adult and be like, oh, I don't care about politics. What?
I mean, actually, a lot of people do that. I'm not gonna lie, but yes, that is your right to not get involved with something. Now, do I think that is wrong? Yeah, you should be getting involved with the politics and going out and voting and, you know, again, knowing what's going on in your world. But not everybody wants to do that, right? Some people just want to live in bliss, and you can't stop them from doing that, right?
If you're above the age of 18, you should care about politics in your fucking country.
Oh my God,
you don't get to be
that'd
like,
be
well,
horrible.
I don't agree with this whole taxes thing, so I'm just not gonna pay for it.
As much as it's
You can't say,
free
like,
speech,
well,
you
I'm
also
just
have the
gonna
right to
care
not
about all
speak
this
as well.
politics stuff. This is by far like the, I think, dumbest American quality. Saying I'm not into politics.
Thank you, Sadie. Thank God. That's what I've been trying to say, dude. Like, actions speak louder than words. I don't give a. You guys do not need to know how I politically stand, although you probably do know. But you don't need to know how I politically stand, because guess what? Guess what matters the most? Me going to the ballots and voting. Me showing up and supporting things that matter. Actions speak louder than words. Why do you need to know? I'm just gonna go to the fucking poll and vote. And I did my part. Like, yeah, I mean, I know it's kind of obvious, but crazy, crazy chat. So, of course, Asmongold decides to go after Dinner, or not go after her, but talks about what she had to say. So anyway, let's listen.
Well, Denims is mad because Emiru said that Ethan Klein's lawsuits against her were valid. That's the reason why Denims is mad about this. It has no...
Is it actually? Taking a stance is not a question of politics anymore, but morality. I think you would also evaluate others on that morality. Yeah, good point, Jam. Considering how toxic people act on certain topics, I don't blame people staying out of it. And that's part of the problem, right? It's created a face of hostility where people don't feel like they can have a conversation in good faith, right? That's why I talk with my friends and my loved ones about this stuff, right? Because I feel safe to actually have a good faith conversation. What am I supposed to do? Go on fucking Twitter and talk about this? Like, hell no, dude. I'll be fucking eviscerated in 2 seconds. I'm not doing that shit. Doesn't mean I'm a coward or stupid or anything. I want to talk with people that I can actually have a conversation with. You're wasting my time if I go on Twitter, right? Yeah, we already looked at that lawsuit, and like, it is 100% valid. So she's really just mad that Amy agreed with it. Well, Denims is being stupid about that lawsuit. Let's be real.
Nothing even to do about this. And she even said this. So this is the most like off the cuff comment that you could have. And this, for some reason, was too much for her. And now she's been carrying that, you know, like the chip on her shoulder for like a year now or something. It's not.
I did not know that was a thing, actually.
Dignity. You shouldn't go and harass people for no reason, just because they won't take over your political beliefs. This is what people like Denims do. What they do. I don't want to... Her face is too big on the screen. I don't want to see that.
You should be the minimal amount invested in politics.
Yeah.
Because
you should be invested in politics. Now...
I mean, to a small degree, right? You should educate yourself on what's going on, right? It's important for you in your life, right? I mean, God, everybody pays taxes here in the States. I mean, everybody is contributing to a greater good, quote unquote. So you should be looking at your local representatives and what they stand for, right? It's your money, so make sure it goes to the right place. And I do think that is a minimum, is a good way to live, you know? But I can't tell you to go do it. I can't make you do it. And I'm not going to do that either.
Now, you don't want people to be invested in politics. You want people to listen to you, obey you, and do what you tell them. That's that's actually
he might
what you
be
want.
right when it comes
you don't
to
want
Denims.
people invested in
yeah,
politics.
education is
This
important.
Is a lie.
If you're above the age of 18, you should care about politics in your fucking country.
You need to care. Now you have to care. It's not enough for you not to have an opinion.
Elaf, what's up?
You have to have an opinion on this.
You don't get to be like, well,
let's say that she says at minimum, you have to be minimally educated, right? If she asked me a question about something that I'm ill-informed on, would I still be, put to the pyre for that? You know what I mean? Like, you can still know the bare minimum and still feel uninformed or be uninformed, right? Exactly. Like, I mean, guys, I'll just say it. I'm left-leaning, right? I'm not far left, but, I'm left-leaning, right? Although I am pretty, I'll be honest, I'm mostly am centrist, right? Because I see a lot of sides with certain things, right?
I don't agree with
You
this
don't get to be like?
whole taxes.
The communist.
When did she say that?
Fuck, you are a Twitter user. I knew it sounded. Another
When did
Twitter
she say
user
that?
calls me communist.
So I'm just not gonna pay for it. You can't say like, well,
Yeah.
I'm just not gonna care about all this politics stuff. This is by far like the,
Yeah.
I think, dumbest American.
Yeah, exactly.
quality.
Yeah, exactly.
Saying, I'm not into
That's what I'm
politics.
saying, dude.
Yeah, right. No, that's not the dumbest American quality. The dumbest American quality is thinking that everybody has to have your politics. That's the real reason. That's what these people do.
I think also there has been such a strong division created, right? I have friends that are registered Republicans, right? And they very much venomously disagree with Trump. And vice versa in all the ways in between, right? That is the thing, is understanding that people have different viewpoints on different stuff. And it's going to always be a mixed bag. You know what I mean? Like, I really just, this divisiveness is horrible, right? Over these just general politics, right? I'm speaking strictly just general politics, right? It's really horrible because there's so many different shades of colors that go into it, right? Oh, trust me, that the irony is not lost on me at all.
Is they go around and complete non-argument. They're trying to force her into having an opinion, and you see some of these tweets.
Yeah,
and
trust me, the
they're going
irony is
crazy
not
about this. They're very
even
angry
lost
at
on
her
me,
for
right?
this. Look at all the comments here about this. Apolitical and big 2026. It's actually super easy to stream and have opinions. I'll show you. Fuck ICE, fuck Donald Trump and everyone in his administration, fuck Elon Musk, free Palestine, the U.S. is stolen land built by stolen
I'm a
people,
grifter.
Luigi did nothing
How
wrong,
did you know?
abortion is healthcare, leave trans people the fuck alone. So it's so easy for you to just repeat my opinions to me and obey us and listen to everything that we tell you and be a good little NPC and allow us to co-opt your platform
Everybody's
in a way
made it
that
hard
you're
to
not
express
comfortable with,
and have a
so
productive
we can push our
conversation.
agenda. And
Yeah,
if
exactly.
you don't do that,
That's part of the problem, right? Is we can't have a productive conversation because of the environment that we've all created for ourselves. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm just like, dude, I'm gonna have discussions with my friends that know what the fuck's actually going on, but also at the same time, if I disagree with them, we can actually have a conversation and be kind to each other at the end of the day, right? So it doesn't feel like we can talk at all. And that's why I value our space so much, because I appreciate that you guys want to have a conversation. You come here to discuss things, right? I mean, again, I'm not the person to discuss the politics with, but nonetheless, I'm just happy that we can come together and talk and respect each other at the end of the day. Yes! Yo, what's up, Queen? How are you? Let's say you really can have a combo of one-sided screaming. Yep. Exactly.
that we're going to lie about you, we're going to malign you, we're going to attack you, we're going to misrepresent you, and we're going to attack people that are around you. These people are total fucking bullies. They're absolute massive bullies.
I'm going to stop here because I only wanted to listen about the part about denims, but ultimately, chat, if you don't mind me asking you, how do you feel about all this? Do you feel like Emiru was in the wrong? Do you feel like they persecuted her wrongfully? Do you feel like it was fair? What do you think, chat? What do you think? Honestly, losing you to one of anything includes politics is stupid. To me, it'd be very political points if I ever feel like discussing. As long as you aren't a horrible person, I'm glad to be friends with you no matter if you vote left or right. Sure. I mean, again, I think there are certain things where it's like, okay, yeah, you gotta draw a line, right? You do have to draw a line. Yep, absolutely so. being afraid of intellectual discourse. Bro, honestly, that's a great way to put it. People are afraid of intellectual discourse. It's fair to say I'm not talking about this, and I do think it was okay to tell people to disconnect from it, yeah. I mean, so, you know, if you wanted to say the morality of, like, whatever, right? Like, if you want to look at what's going on with ICE and you wanted to talk about the morality of that, right? I still would say that you can't force somebody to talk about that, right? You know what I mean? You really can't force somebody to talk about anything that they're not comfortable talking about. And I think that there's a lot of assumptions about silence, right? Or not being forward-facing or whatever. But at the same time, you don't know, like, what is she doing outside of stream? Maybe she's going in, I don't know, maybe she's going in protesting or something like that, right? So I should be more informed on topic, especially if it's serious before you talk about. Yeah, but then why she shouldn't have read it? And that right there is so true. Wait. I agree with that. Her problem was like actually just starting the conversation. Like she should have known. She should have known, dude. Common discussions in this day and age, it feels like once you get into the screen part, one side starts doing personal text. Yeah, wait, I get people all the time that like try to do that to me, and I just ignore it. I'm like, no. Like, I'm active. I go and vote on. I speak up in important, you know, local stuff as well. I'm very active, but do you need to know that? No. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I really feel like she's innocent here. I feel like her misstep was probably just bringing it up and all. You know what I mean? But again, like, she shouldn't be attacked for that. I agree with you. For the same right, if you have the right to say whatever you want, you also have the right to not say whatever you want. You know what I mean? So, yeah, and then the personal attacks began, and you have, like, Denim's, like, calling her a racist chud with no proof of that. Like, you know. Part of this argument feels like I need to admit real people are getting hurt versus don't tell me what to do. I don't know how to properly address that, Captain. I'll be real. Let me think about that a second. So let's say that she said, like, yeah, like, you know, she believes that people are getting, she admits that people are getting hurt, right? Is she required as a streamer to make that known and to make that clear? You know what I mean? I guess that's my question about that. That would be my only question to you, Captain. You know what I mean? Like, let's say she is against it, right? And that's what she believes in. Are people required? Did they need to know that? I think inherently the answer is no, right? They don't have to know that. They don't need to know that. But I'm sure that you would love to support somebody that falls in line with your political beliefs, but you're not owed that, right? First, I'd rather be uncomfortable and informed than ignorant. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely, DJ. Yeah, this situation means it's only right for her to clarify that she's against it. So people being murdered, like, I'm not even American, but I think it's nuts. I 100% get you, Wei. And I feel like for her, she's so opposed to talking about politics. I think that's why. Emiru is not obligated to voice her opinion. She's competent in this extremes, right? I think Wei, the one thing to acknowledge here as well is a lot of people just don't want to get involved because, number one, they don't feel like they're the most informed to speak on it publicly. But also, number two is saying something, right, gets you attacked. If you don't say something, you get attacked. If you do say something, you get attacked, right? So it's like you lose either way, you know? And I'm sure that pressure is hard, considering she has 20,000 plus viewers, right? Yeah, you know, like, I think they're all this, the most people attach their identity to their beliefs. So when they release their challenge, they feel like their identity is being attacked. Yep, that's a great point. That's a great point. I mean, I made my feelings clear. as far as my politics or beliefs on it. I think I just wanted to focus here on more the fact of, does Emi deserve to be attacked over this? And I don't think she does. I really don't. I really, really don't. Of course, JJ, absolutely. But also understand the other side of that too. You know what I mean? Because as soon as she says, well, yeah, murder is bad, then of course other people are gonna come out and be like, well, you know, he wasn't murdered. He was, going and looking for it or whatever, right? Whatever the argument is, that other side of that, right? Whatever she says, she loses. You know what I mean, JJ? And I think Wei is entirely had the best point here. Is better just not to bring it up at all at that point. Because there's always an argument for the other side, whether it's true or not, right? But you have to at least acknowledge that that's what people are gonna do. I can really ignore them and maybe blog them, yeah. I mean, again, like I tell you guys, I don't like talking politics, and this is probably the most I'm ever gonna talk about politics, by the way. So please, don't ever press me to talk about it. But this one is so, I think, ingrained with what's going on. We gotta talk about it. And I think, unfortunately, chat, I'm probably gonna have to keep talking about it. I really think so with the current space and how things are moving. I think I'm gonna have to, but I always will listen to what you guys have to say, even if I venomously disagree with you, even if I don't think that you see the same way that I do. I will still at least listen to you, right? And try to engage with you in good faith. But I think that she should be allowed to not have to address stuff. But also, yes, her actually like bringing it up, like Wei said, is probably one of the biggest mistakes out of all this, right? Yeah, and I'll always do that, but I will remind you guys, I don't like talking politics. If you want to discuss that with me, I'm just not your person, right? I'm very much working on my own thoughts and feelings about stuff, and I do have a space and people that I trust to do that with. So well, politics will erode the streaming landscape. Everybody should be careful and concerned. The issue is, Wei is a lot of people don't feel like a lot of people feel like anything related to ICE is political. At least if we're talking about here, which I think is a healthy way to go. Yeah, exactly. So I don't want to go too much longer in this chat because I feel like it's we're gonna get to a certain point and I don't even want to get there. So exactly, and just I'll make my boundaries clear, chat. Even though yes, I am politically active, I'm just not. I don't really care to be forward facing about it, you know. And it's fine. I'm gonna keep doing my thing and keep getting out there and voting and doing my part. And I hope you guys will too. And that's all I have left to say about it. So, wow, what a crazy long stream today. Holy shit, dude. We were schmoving today, chat. Better cut off it. Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't really get too much further into it. I don't want to do that. So let's not do that, guys. Let's not do that at all. But I will say thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Appreciate all of you.
Said it
I
well.
hope that you had an absolutely incredible time. Thank you for chatting with me about all these serious issues today. And I hope I was able to do you even just a bit of justice, guys. So we're going to go see Yomi. Thank you guys for hanging out. I will see you all tomorrow for a new death battle. We're going to talk about a new death battle. 9 hours left on the timer, chat. We're almost there. We're almost there, chat. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you tomorrow. And have a good one, okay? Bye, YouTube. See you later, cuties. Bye, Twitter. See you guys later. Can't wait to get clipped out of context or some shit.